Chapter 951, Soma's Encounter. Hey? Arina-sama stopped here. Looking at the mobile phone map showing that Arina had stopped, Hisako said with some surprise. Because Hisako left later than Arina and Yang Ming, and had to take buses and trains along the way, Hisako was always one class behind Yang Ming and Arina, so Hisako was unable to catch up with Arina in the first place as she had originally planned. Fortunately, with the transmitter on Arina, Hisako still knew where Arina went. Haisha, who failed to catch up with Arina in the first place, had to change his plan and followed Arina's route. It's probably this area. Standing in front of a zebra crossing on a road, because of worrying about Arina's situation, Hisako looked at the electronic map on her mobile phone, and after a little identification of the direction, she quickened her pace and rushed to where Arina was. However, just when Hisako ran to the middle of the road, she suddenly heard a roar of an engine from the left. Hisako turned around and saw a large truck, like a mad beast, speeding towards her. Although the Arato family is not as good as the Nakiri family, it is also a famous family in the Japanese cuisine industry. As the eldest daughter of the Arato family, Hisako is basically accompanied by someone when traveling. Where has she encountered such a situation? Therefore, facing the speeding truck, Faishizi was completely stunned, and her body froze there, completely unable to obey. Danger! In a flash, Faishizi was about to be hit by the truck and die under the wheels, but suddenly someone shouted and rushed towards Faishizi like a cheetah. At the critical moment, he stretched out his hand to push Faishizi away from the danger zone. Hey! Are you okay? A childish but reassuring voice came to her ears. Faishizi looked up and saw that she was lying in the arms of a boy who looked similar to her, and the boy was asking her with concern. The boy in front of her had a flamboyant red hair. Under the sunlight, his slightly resolute face looked so warm and dazzling. He was Soma Yukihira. And thinking back to the scene just now, if it wasn't for Soma in front of her to take action in time, I'm afraid I would have died under the wheels. When thinking of this, Hisako couldn't help but feel scared. No matter how reliable she usually behaves in front of Arina, Hisako is now just a girl under 10 years old. After surviving the disaster, Hisako couldn't help but redden her eyes and couldn't stop crying. Seeing the girl in his arms suddenly cry, Soma Yukihira was a little at a loss. Hisako, what's wrong with you? Is it hurting? Wait, don't cry first, okay? Today is the weekend. After finishing breakfast, Soma Yukihira was just out for a walk and was about to go home for lunch. Who knew that he saw such a thrilling scene when he was crossing the road? At that time, Soma didn't think much and immediately rushed over to save. This was the Hisako who was about to die under the wheels. But now, the person was indeed saved, but Hisako suddenly started crying, which made Soma not know what to do. That's right. Soma suddenly had an idea in his mind, fumbled in his pocket, and then took out a bag of chocolates, brought it in front of Hisako, and then patted Hisako on the back and said, I'll treat you to chocolate, so don't cry, okay? In her tearful eyes, Hisako looked at Soma Yukihira's face, and then looked at the chocolate in Soma Yukihira's hand. Suddenly, she felt that she was not so scared, and even laughed at the end, give me candy if you cry, don't treat me like a child. Soma couldn't figure it out. Hisako was still crying just now, why did she suddenly laugh now? No. Now her tears haven't stopped yet, it should be called crying and laughing. Sure enough, girls are really hard to understand. After calming down a little, Faisha found that she was still in Soma's arms, which made Faisha blush. From childhood to adulthood, except for her father, she had never had such close contact with any opposite sex. The education she received since childhood and the reserve of a girl drove Faisha to get rid of the situation in front of her as soon as possible. Thank you so much just now. Faisha's voice was as soft as a mosquito because of shyness, but, you are like this, I can't stand up. Oh, sorry. Faisha said so, and Soma quickly let go of her hand. For the first time in his life, he was so close to a girl of the same age. Soma also felt a little uncomfortable and felt that he didn't know what to do. After Soma let go of his hand, Faisha climbed up from him. However, the moment she stood up, Faisha suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle, and the whole person lost balance and fell forward. Be careful. Seeing this, Soma immediately reached out and supported Hisako's body. Hisako's head suddenly bumped into Soma's arms, which made Hisako blush again. It seems that your foot is sprained. After helping Hisako sit on a public bench next to him, Soma squatted down, took off the shoes and socks on one of Hisako's feet, and checked Hisako's injuries. There was an obvious bruise near Hisako's ankle, probably because she accidentally twisted it just now. And because Hisako was wearing a short skirt, her knees were exposed and there was no protection, so there were some scratches on her knees. Soma was carefully checking Hisako's injuries, and Hisako covered her skirt with a red face because Soma was squatting in front of her now. From this angle, Soma could see her as long as he looked up. Soon, Hisako also noticed that the boy had a small wound at the corner of his eyebrow, and blood was coming out. It was probably because he was scratched by something when he saved himself just now. The wound was not big, but Fishizi still felt guilty. Fishizi took out a handkerchief, stretched out her hand to Soma, and said, "Don't move, you are bleeding." "It's okay. It's okay." Although Soma himself didn't care about this little injury, the girl was kind, so Soma didn't refuse and let Fishizi carefully wipe the wound on his eyebrow. "Let's deal with it quickly." After checking Fishizi's injuries and standing up, Soma suggested, "It just so happens that there is a clinic on the street where I live. It's very close to here. I'll take you there." Chapter 952 Your relationship is so good. Let's take care of it quickly. After checking Hisako's injuries and standing up, Soma suggested, "It just so happens that there is a clinic on the street where I live. It's very close to here. I'll take you there." Yes. Hisako knew that if she didn't take good care of it now, she might leave scars on her legs, which was quite unacceptable to her, so she didn't reject Soma's suggestion. "Can you walk by yourself?" Soma asked Hisako. Looking at her legs, Hisako now had difficulty even standing up, let alone walking, so she had to shake her head at Soma helplessly. "Is that so?" Soma thought for a moment, then squatted down with his back to Hisako, and said, "Come on. I'll carry you." "Hey hey hey." Hisako blushed and said in a panic, "That. This is really too much trouble for you. I'm so sorry." "It's okay." Soma said with a hearty smile and a confident face, "Don't look at me like this, I'm still very strong. It's no problem to carry you alone." "That's not what I meant." After a little hesitation, Hisako knew that she couldn't walk now, and the injury on her foot really needed to be treated in time. So, Hisako slowly lay on Soma's back. "Let's go." Carrying Hisako, Soma slowly stood up and walked towards the direction of the shopping street. "Thank you so much," Hisako said while lying on Soma's back. "You're welcome," Soma answered very straightforwardly. In a corner beside the road, a bodyguard in black sweated as he watched Soma and Hisako go away. He was the person in charge of this area arranged by the Nakiri family. Yang Ming and Arena had passed through here smoothly before, so he was also relaxed. Who knew that Hisako, who came later, would encounter such a thing? If that boy hadn't intervened just now, I'm afraid Hisako would have died. Hisako was someone that Senseiman had specifically designated to protect, and with her identity as the eldest daughter of the Arato family, if she had any accident in the area she was responsible for. Thinking that he almost lost his job and was expelled by the Nakiri family, and in a more serious situation, he would face the wrath of the Arato family, and might even be poured with cement and sunk into Tokyo Bay. The bodyguard was just scared. "Hey! Gao Shan? Find some brothers to check the identity of the driver. It was a red light just now. Look at that guy who didn't slow down at the red light, most likely he was drunk driving. Give him a good beating." The bodyguard classmate who was just scared by a speeding driver decided to find someone to vent his anger. "Dr. Takeda. Is Dr. Takeda here?" Carrying Hisako to a clinic at the corner of the shopping street, Soma gently put Hisako on the chair in the clinic and shouted into the clinic. "Here I come! Here I come!" After a door in the clinic opened, a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat came out. After seeing Soma, he said, "It turned out to be the kid from the Yukihira family. What's wrong? Please take a look at her." Soma pointed at Hisako sitting on the chair and said. Seeing the wounds on Hisako's legs and feet, Dr. Takeda immediately understood, so he walked up to Hisako and began to check Hisako's wounds. That's it. After cleaning the abrasions on Hisako's legs, bandaging them, and applying some blood-activating and blood stasis-removing drugs to the sprained feet, Dr. Takeda told Soma that the treatment was complete. By the way, Dr. Takeda also treated the wound at the corner of Soma's eyebrow and put a band-aid on him. Okay. Naoto. It's done. You don't have to hold my hand anymore. Hisako was hurt by the medicine and alcohol applied to the wound just now, and Hisako subconsciously held Soma's hand tightly. Ah! Hearing Soma say this, Hisako immediately let go of Soma's hand as if she had been electrocuted. Oh, looking at Hisako and Soma in front of him, Dr. Takeda couldn't help but teased, "When did you have a girlfriend, Yukihira? Why didn't you tell everyone?" "Hey!" Soma asked with a strange look on his face, "What are you talking about, Dr. Takeda? What girlfriend? Uncle, don't talk nonsense." Hisako blushed and argued, Yukihira and I are not that kind of relationship." "Really?" Dr. Takeda said that he had seen through everything. "I don't." Hisako was about to argue a few more words, but suddenly there was a gurgling sound like thunder in her stomach. "Oh? Are you hungry?" Soma looked at Hisako and asked. No. He was so busy tracking Irina that he didn't have time to eat lunch. At this moment, Hisako was already hungry, but making such an indecent sound in front of a boy, Hisako really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "If you're hungry, then you're hungry. Why deny it?" Soma paid the medical bills and said to Hisako, "Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner at my house. I'm telling you. My family owns a restaurant. The food in our restaurant is guaranteed to be so delicious that you'll want to cry." After a while. Yukihira-kun. The meal time had passed, the cooking duel had ended, and the guests in Yukihira restaurant had left one after another. However, Mayumi's heart was stirred when she saw Soma carrying a cute girl with cherry-haired hair back to the restaurant. Before leaving with Aki, Mayumi glanced at Hisako, who was talking to Yang Ming and Irina, and silently compared herself with him. Mayumi found that although Hisako looked about the same age as herself and her appearance had not yet grown up, it was foreseeable that this girl would definitely be a beauty when she grew up. This girl is really beautiful. What is her relationship with Yukihira-kun? Why was Yukihira-kun carrying me here? After most of the customers in the store left, Yang Ming, Irina, and Hisako sat around a table and talked about what happened before. "Hey? So, it was Yukihira who saved you?" After hearing about the encounter between Hisako and Soma, Irina was worried about Hisako, and the word hero saves beauty popped up in her mind. Isn't the story between these two people a typical hero saving beauty? Just like in the girls' comics. The heroine encountered danger for various reasons, and at the critical moment, the hero stepped forward and saved the heroine. In the crisis, the spark of first love was ignited. The two took this as an opportunity to start a passionate love story. Chapter 953 Forget it. Isn't the story between these two a typical hero saving a beauty? Just like in a girl's comic. The heroine was in danger for various reasons. At the critical moment, the hero stepped forward and saved the heroine. In the crisis, the spark of first love collided. The two took this as an opportunity to start a passionate love story. Well, yes. Of course, Hisako didn't know that her Irina-sama was now in a state of imagination, and had already imagined a tens of thousands of words of her and Soma. If it weren't for Yukihira, I'm afraid I would have had a car accident now. Later, he took the trouble to carry me to the clinic for treatment. So, I really thank him. Sorry for the wait. As he was talking, Soma brought a miso-cooked mackerel set meal and placed it in front of Hisako. "This is what we just agreed on, I'll treat you." "That. Yukihira, thank you so much." Hisako said to Soma, "If it weren't for you just now, I'm afraid I would have been hit by that car. Not only did you send me to heal my wounds, but now you're also treating me to food. I really don't know how to thank you." "It's okay. It's okay." Soma said nonchalantly, "I don't think anyone would stand by and watch. I just happened to pass by there. Anyway, it's great that nothing irreversible happened. Don't you think so?" Hisako. Looking at Soma's sunny smile, Hisako said softly, and the whole person was stunned there. Now Hisako felt as if her heart was shot by something, and a warm current gradually flowed through her heart. "Hisako." Seeing Hisako staring at him so straight, Soma asked in a strange way, "What's wrong with you?" "Ah. Nothing." Realizing how inappropriate her behavior just now was, Hisako blushed, immediately lowered her head, pretending to taste the food in front of her seriously. "There is an affair. There is definitely an affair." Yang Ming, who thought he was experienced and battle-hardened, still smelled something unusual between the two of them, and sighed a little, worthy of being from Japan. In the following time, under Yang Ming's lead, Irina also chatted with Shiro Ichiro. However, Yang Ming found that Irina was completely out of character when chatting with Shiro Ichiro. She did not show her usual big lady airs and arrogant attitude at all. She even looked respectful in front of Shiro Ichiro and did not even dare to breathe. In Yang Ming's opinion, Irina's behavior was exactly the same as the behavior of those star-chasing girls in his original world when they saw the stars they admired. After Shiro Ichiro went out temporarily for something, only Irina, Yang Ming, Hisako, and Soma were left in the store. Seeing Irina's relieved look after Shiro Ichiro left, Yang Ming could not help but feel a little funny. So he walked up to Irina and patted her on the shoulder, saying, "How about it? Do you want me to help you get an autograph from Uncle Shiro Ichiro?" Autograph? Irina didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly asked this. Why? From the way you looked just now, don't you admire Uncle Shiro Ichiro very much? Yang Ming asked. Yes. Irina's eyes lit up when she talked about this. The smooth knife skills and wonderful seasoning can make such perfect dishes. It's Shiro Ichiro-sama. No, it's Yukihira Shiro Ichiro-sama, who is simply the representative of the perfect chef. That's right. In this case, isn't Uncle Shiro Ichiro your idol? Yang Ming continued, just like the fans of those big stars, it would be a pity if they didn't ask for an autograph when they met their idols. Don't compare me with those superficial fans. Facing Yang Ming, Irina put on her usual arrogant attitude. Shiro Ichiro-sama is my role model on the road of cooking. His perfect cooking skills are what I value most. As for autographs, I don't want them at all. Really? Yang Ming asked Irina seriously. Really? Irina answered firmly. Then how come I remember that when I invited someone to dinner that day, that person was holding a photo of himself with Uncle Shiro Ichiro? Yang Ming said casually, generally, fans will keep the photos as treasures after taking photos with their idols. Don't you think so? Irina. Ah. You, how do you still remember? When Yang Ming came to invite her to dinner that day, Irina was indeed holding a photo of herself and Shiro Ichiro in her hand, and Yang Ming who suddenly came in happened to see it. Originally, this incident had happened so long ago, and Yang Ming didn't know who Shiro Ichiro was at the time. Irina thought he had forgotten it, but who knew that he would mention it again here, and Irina suddenly panicked. No way. Yang Ming spread his hands and said, "You were so funny when you were so flustered. It's hard for me to forget." Ah. Irina remembered that when she saw Yang Ming coming in, she wanted to hide the photo in a panic, but when she stood up, she lost her balance and fell on her back. She was wearing a skirt that day. After she fell, her skirt was just lifted up and facing Yang Ming. Now thinking about this dark history again, Irina felt her brain trembling. Then, Irina no longer cared about her image as a young lady, and grabbed Yang Ming's collar and kept shaking him. Baga. Forget it quickly. Forget it quickly. Forget it quickly. The movement of Yang Ming and Irina naturally attracted Hisako and Soma. The relationship between these two is really good. Seeing the frustrated Irina and the helpless Yang Ming, Soma couldn't help but sigh. That. Soma-kun, I don't think this is a sign of a good relationship. Hisako reminded. It was almost time for dinner, and Yang Ming, Irina, and Hisako said goodbye to Soma and Shiro Ichiro and planned to leave. Since Hisako was injured and it was inconvenient for her to walk, Yang Ming had no choice but to contact the people of the Nakiri family and ask them to send a car to pick her up. Yang Ming, that, will you come here to visit Lord Shiro Ichiro in the future? Sitting in the car, Irina said as if nothing had happened. I think so. Yang Ming nodded. Uncle Shiro Ichiro is great. It would be a great help to me if I could exchange cooking skills with him. Chapter 954 It's so cool to feed beautiful women dark cuisine. Yang Ming, that, will you come here to visit Lord Shiro Ichiro in the future? Sitting in the car, Irina said as if nothing had happened. I think so. Yang Ming nodded. Uncle Shiro Ichiro is amazing. It would be a great help to me if I could exchange cooking skills with him. Is that so? Although Irina didn't understand why the chef she admired would open a public canteen in such an inconspicuous shopping street, she found that she didn't seem to hate the atmosphere there. Lady Irina. After hearing the conversation between the two, Hisako immediately said, if you plan to visit Chef Yukihiro with Yang Ming again, please be sure to bring me. I will help you arrange everything. Yes. I'll consider it. Erina nodded. Yang Ming, on the other hand, looked at Hisako with a meaningful look. This girl, I'm afraid she has other intentions. Ever since she and Yang Ming went to see Yukihira Shiroichiro that day, every time Yang Ming visited Yukihira's house, Erina would go with Yang Ming, and she also called it observation and learning. Hisako said, I am with Erina-sama, and followed. Thus, the trio of Yang Ming, Erina, and Hisako became regular customers of Yukihira Hotel. However, Erina felt that it was not good to go to the Yukihira family empty-handed every time to disturb them, so from the second time on, Erina would prepare some gifts to bring over. For example, A5 grade beef, various fresh seafood, various fresh vegetables airlifted from the place of origin, and various high-quality seasonings and the like. Most of these were various ingredients prepared by the Nakiri family for Erina to practice cooking, and they were taken away by Erina on the grounds that it would be a pity to leave them like this. Sensei Iman also turned a blind eye to this and let his granddaughter go. Of course, these ingredients were basically made into various dishes by Shiroichiro, Yang Ming, and Soma in the end. At first, Erina was a little reserved facing the chef she had admired since childhood, but as time went by, Erina was able to get along naturally with the Yukihira father and son. When Yukihira and his son revealed their true nature, Erina always felt that something in her heart seemed to be broken. Hee. In Yukihira restaurant, Soma confidently took out a plate. This is definitely the most unpalatable today. Fish cooked with sweet bean sauce. Soma, you are really too naive. Shiroichiro also brought out a plate. The most unpalatable one should be mine. Soy sauce watermelon sashimi. I'm not targeting anyone. Yang Ming sneered, what I mean is, Soma and Uncle Shiroichiro, you are all garbage. The most unpalatable one should be mine, steamed bitter melon with mustard. Hat. Boy, you are so brave to say that. Hearing Yang Ming's obviously provocative words, Shiroichiro raised his eyebrows and said, then do you want to try it? My cuisine. Try it. Yang Ming was not afraid. Let's make it clear first, if you eat it, you must swallow it. You are not allowed to spit it out. The flame of fighting spirit burned in Soma's eyes. Humph. Come on. Let's see whose dish is the most unpalatable today. Then, in the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the three men, one big and two small, picked up the dish in each other's hands and began to taste. It's so unpalatable. X3FISH cooked with sweet noodle sauce, fish meat and sweet noodle sauce are directly cooked together, the fishy smell and a sweet and greasy taste are mixed together, which makes people want to vomit. Before swallowing, the stomach keeps protesting, refusing to accept such food. Soy sauce watermelon sashimi, cut watermelon with fresh soy sauce, there is no buffer between sweetness and saltiness, and a fierce battle is directly launched in the mouth. The tongue has become a battlefield full of mess. Wasabi steamed bitter melon, the bitter melon after steaming is so soft that there is no taste at all. The strong bitterness and the pungent mustard create an extremely bad taste, which makes people feel like they are going to die after tasting it. Shiroichiro, Yang Ming, and Soma swallowed the food in their mouths with great perseverance, and then showed a look of despair, which made people around them sweat. And the one who was the most upset was Erina. She still couldn't figure it out. Saiba Shiroichiro, now Yukihira Shiroichiro, was the chef she respected the most and the representative of the perfect chef in her heart. Even if he was just the owner of a public canteen now, shouldn't the dishes he made be as perfect as works of art, giving people the ultimate taste enjoyment? Why would such a person make something that was obviously dark cuisine? From the first time she saw Shiroichiro serve some indescribable dark cuisine, Erina always felt that some of her beautiful fantasies were shattered like a broken mirror. That's fine. The key is that Yang Ming was led astray by this father and son. Every time he came here, he would join this dark cuisine duel with excitement. Who can tell me that this is not true? Erina-sama. Be careful. Just when Erina fell into her routine breakdown, Fishizi's reminder brought Erina back to her senses. Erina looked up and saw that the three men were like demons, holding dishes that exuded an ominous aura and walking towards them. It turned out that Shiroichiro, Yang Ming, and Soma had been arguing for a long time, but they couldn't decide whose food was the worst. So the three decided to ask for a lesson from others, and the three girls Erina, Hisako, and Mayumi, who often served as judges in their cooking duels, became the first targets. Lady Erina. Hisako bravely stood in front of Erina, because she knew that Erina's divine tongue had the most delicate taste among humans. If she ate something like that, she might die. As Irina's follower, Hisako felt that she had to protect Irina. The result of this was that Hisako was forced to eat a chopstick of fish cooked in sweet noodle sauce by the most shameless Soma. How terrible, how terrible! Hisako and Mayumi, who were also hit, knelt on the ground, with bitter faces, and kept muttering in their mouths, obviously hurt. Irina and Mayumi's best friend Aki, who escaped by chance, comforted the two of them. What kind of scenery is at the end of this unpalatable road? I really want to go and see it with everyone. The three culprits stood side by side, as if they were talking about some lofty ideals. Chapter 955 Summer Festival. What kind of scenery is at the end of this unpalatable road? I really want to go and see it with everyone. The three culprits stood side by side, as if they were talking about some lofty ideals. You have to see it yourself. The others said in unison. Obviously, the lofty ideals of the three people caused unanimous complaints from the guests in the store. I say, you bastards! Don't use precious ingredients for this kind of thing. Irina found that as she came to Yukihira Hotel more and more times, she seemed to get angry more and more easily. This is such a sad story. And in response to Irina's anger, the three men laughed heartily and heartlessly. By the way, in 2 weeks it will be Irina's 10th birthday. After a normal cooking duel and a normal dark cooking duel, Yang Ming suddenly mentioned this matter when chatting with Soma and others. So Irina's birthday is coming soon. Since Mayumi often served as a cooking judge for the duel trio with Irina, she gradually became familiar with Irina. Although Irina did not admit it, the relationship between the two was enough to be called friends in the eyes of the people. That's really congratulations. Thank you. Due to her status, except for Hisako and a cousin who is now far away in Northern Europe, Irina has almost no female friends of the same age. It was the first time that Irina received such a blessing, and she was still a little happy in her heart. Instead of blessing in advance, why don't you all come to celebrate Irina's birthday together? Yang Ming suggested. Wouldn't that be a big bother? Mayumi asked a little worriedly. No. Irina coughed lightly and said, well, my house is very big. It won't be a problem even if we have a banquet. So, it's totally okay for you all to come over. Yes. When the time comes, I can tell Grandpa and send a car to pick you up. After Soma, Mayumi, and others agreed to come to celebrate her birthday, Irina was obviously in a very good mood. Sitting in the car on the way back, she couldn't help humming a little song. It seems that many big names in the culinary world will visit your family on your birthday. Yang Ming thought for a while and said, but most of them are taking this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Nakiri family. Irina, you have to deal with them first. Don't worry. Irina said nonchalantly, this kind of thing, from the past to the present, I have seen a lot. There is no problem dealing with it. Really? Yang Ming smiled, I will ask Mr. Senseiman to prepare a separate hall for you to hold another birthday party to entertain Soma, Mayumi, and others. Come here quickly after you deal with those guys. I know that. In previous birthday parties, although her divine tongue was also well known, most of the people who came were attracted by the status and power of the Nakiri family in the culinary world, and they used the name of celebrating her birthday to achieve their own goals. Irina would not feel a trace of warmth when she was among these people, no matter how lively the scene was. However, as the heir of the Nakiri family, Irina must always maintain her proper demeanor in front of outsiders. Even if she doesn't like such scenes, she must experience such scenes. But this birthday seems to be different. This year's birthday, not only has Hisako and Yang Ming around her, but also Soma and Mayumi who agreed to come. Although there are only a few people, Irina feels extremely excited. I always feel that the number of people is still a little small. Yang Ming thought about it and said, sure enough, it should be more lively. Irina, do you have other good friends to invite? Hearing Yang Ming ask this, Irina's face couldn't help but sink. Speaking of good friends, she seemed to have no one to call her a good friend except Alice who was far away in Northern Europe. However, Irina would never admit this in front of Yang Ming. Who knows if this guy would laugh at her for being a poor bastard with no friends. So, Irina turned her head and said, I'm very busy every day. How can I have so much time to make friends? That means I don't have any time. Yang Ming said with a smile. Not that I don't have any time. Irina corrected, I'm just busy working hard to become a qualified heir to the Nakiri family every day, so I don't have time to make friends. After all, What's so difficult about this kind of thing? If I want to, I can make a lot of friends easily. Look, didn't Mayumi and I become very close? Hey, hey, hey. Mayumi is such a weak and simple person, it's easy to get along with her as long as you don't deliberately bully her. Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with Irina, and continued to ask, where is your cousin? You two often played together when you were young, right? Why don't you call her back? Hearing Yang Ming's question, Irina's eyes dimmed and said, impossible, I didn't keep my promise, Alice now, probably hates me very much. Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know what to say to their family of tsunderes. After returning to Totsuki Academy, Yang Ming slapped his head and remembered that the summer festival that Kyoga Teraki mentioned some time ago was held in the next few days. He couldn't help but say, Irina, it's still early now, why don't we go for a walk and see how the summer festival is going? This. Irina was a little hesitant, but thinking that there was nothing else to do, she nodded and said, okay, I'll take you to see it. Tianfeng Square is the largest open-air square in Yuanyu College. It is said that it was built by Anda Group. This reminds Yang Ming of the charming woman. Soon the two of them arrived at Tianfeng Square. Tianfeng Square, which should not have many people on weekdays, seemed very lively today. There are some simple shops arranged in the square, including game shops, delicious snack shops, and shops selling small gifts. Most of these shops are opened by students of Yuanyu College. Many people in the square are wearing traditional Japanese costumes, talking and laughing in the festive environment. Irina gently pulled Yang Ming's sleeve and looked at a small jewelry store in the distance. Yang Ming understood what Irina meant. After all, she was a girl, and the feeling for jewelry was natural. However, Yang Ming was not in a hurry to take Irina there. Instead, he planned to tease Irina and joked, what's wrong, Irina, do you want to see the doll parade over there? Chapter 956 Conflict. Yang Ming understood what Irina meant. After all, she was a girl, and it was natural for her to feel the jewelry. However, Yang Ming was not in a hurry to take Irina there. Instead, he planned to tease Irina and joked, what's wrong, Irina, do you want to go, see the doll parade over there? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't understand what she meant, Irina felt a little annoyed in her heart, but she didn't want to say it out loud, so she pinched Yang Ming's soft flesh and snorted, humph, I won't pay attention to you. After that, she ran to the small jewelry store like a sprint. The dazzling array of jewelry reflected a little crystal under the light, just like the stars in the sky. Yang Ming had come to Irina and watched Irina carefully look at each jewelry one by one. The owner of the small shop was an old lady, very kind, and the wrinkles on her face did not cover her smile at all. This old lady was a rare small vendor who came from outside to open a shop in Yuanyu Academy. Young man, buy one for your girlfriend. The jewelry here is handmade by me, and I guarantee that each one is good. Irina blushed when she heard what the old lady said. Who is my boyfriend? I won't have anything to do with a commoner like him. Old lady, he's just my tutor. The accessories here are all very beautiful, but we don't have any money, sorry. After saying that, Irina pulled Yang Ming out of the jewelry store. Although she had money on her and the business in the store was good, she felt embarrassed to stay there after being told by the old lady. The two of them walked around, and Irina yawned and said, this year's summer festival is a bit boring. There are no cosplays of anime characters, float parades. Just when Irina and Yang Ming were complaining. Old lady, how much money did you make today? Take it out quickly, my brothers are waiting for me to treat them to a drink. After walking around, the two returned to the starting point again. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a sound coming from the jewelry store they had visited. No, it's just been opened for a short time, where can I get the money? In addition, I'm sick recently and I have no money to buy some medicine. Humph, old woman, are you kidding me? What is this? There was a sound of something rolling down in the store. Yang Ming and Irina quickly rushed to the jewelry store. The jewelry that was originally arranged in a row was scattered on the ground. A middle-aged man with a blush on his face, a strong smell of alcohol, and sloppy clothes was fighting for a cloth bag with the old woman who fell to the ground. Irina couldn't bear it and was very angry. She planned to help the old woman, but Yang Ming stopped her with one hand. Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not speak, but walked towards the drunk uncle. Seeing a teenager walking towards him, this person intends to meddle in other people's business? Didn't you see that I am very strong and sturdy? The drunk uncle laughed contemptuously, and a mouthful of spit flew out of his mouth and attacked Yang Ming. The airflow in Yang Ming's body rushed to his hands. He just waved his hand lightly in an arc, and the spit that was supposed to hit him turned in another direction. It hit the drunk uncle's mouth. Although the spit was spit out by himself, it was disgusting after all. The drunk uncle originally planned to continue spitting it out, but he didn't know that he was drunk, and he actually swallowed it in one gulp. "Well, you stinky boy, you dare to play with me, I will teach you a lesson." The drunk uncle let go of the cloth bag that he was holding with the old woman. There were already people all around. But no one dared to step forward to help the old woman, they just watched coldly and talked a lot. "This old lady is really pitiful. She is so old, but she still has such a son. Alas! It is said that his son joined the local gang of hooligans. He is so old and still works as a lackey for young people. It's shameful to be a scumbag. Isn't that boy Yang Ming, the transfer student who has been in the limelight recently? What's going on? Why did he confront this scumbag? It is estimated that the blood of the young people is overwhelmed, and they want to do the things that the wandering warriors did before, to fight for justice. It seems that this little arm and leg has suffered." The people around talked a lot, but no one tried to help the poor old woman and the unarmed boy. "Yang Ming." Irina on the side looked at Yang Ming nervously. Although Irina wanted to help, Yang Ming would not let her. Yang Ming gave Irina a reassuring look and said, "Irina, go to the back. I'm here." The drunk uncle walked towards Yang Ming step by step. When he was young, he went out to hang out. He was once a general of an underground gang. He was extremely sharp in fighting and killing. However, he was seriously injured because of an accident. The people above did not give him any help because of his hard work. He returned to this small town with a disheartened heart and lived with his mother. He had nothing to do all day long. He would only ask his mother for money and hang out with local gangsters. He even beat his mother when he was drunk. The drunk uncle slowly approached Yang Ming. He knew that he could knock the boy in front of him away with just a light punch. At the moment he threw the punch, he seemed to see the scene of what would happen later. A boy was beaten black and blue by himself. This is the result of meddling in other people's business. When the fist flew out, Irina couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. Yang Ming's mouth was grinning, everything was under control. The drunk uncle's hand did not hit Yang Ming, but stopped in the air, because Yang Ming in front of him had disappeared, and soon he felt a pain in his stomach. The crowd outside exclaimed, the boy was so fast that he bent down and punched him in the stomach when the drunk man was halfway through his punch. What a powerful prediction and punching speed! The drunk uncle felt his stomach churning, and the pain became more intense. This little boy's punch was so powerful. Tears and snot flowed down uncontrollably. Yang Ming planned to continue to punch this drunk uncle. The drunk uncle was more careful this time. Although he did not avoid the attack, he only rubbed the edge, but it was also very painful. Because of the two punches just now, most of the alcohol in his body evaporated, and his head was clear instantly. He knew that he couldn't fight with this super strong boy. "You, good boy, you have guts. Just wait for me, and you old woman." After saying that, he rushed out of the crowd alone. Applause sounded all around, and soon the crowd dispersed. Irina helped the old woman who fell to the ground up and dusted her off. She also called Yang Ming to help the old woman pick up the scattered ornaments on the ground and tidy up the messy shop. Chapter 957 Watch Me Shoot. Irina helped the old woman who fell to the ground up and dusted her off. She also called Yang Ming to help the old woman pick up the scattered ornaments on the ground and tidy up the messy shop. "Children, if it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would be beaten and scolded by that damned man today." The old woman sorted out the messed up jewelry, and saw that some of them were damaged, and a trace of heartache appeared on her face. She silently put the damaged jewelry into a small bag on the side. "Little girl, Grandma saw that you liked this hairpin just now, so I'll give it to you as a gift." The old woman handed an exquisite hairpin to Irina. The hairpin was very exquisitely made, and the surface of the hairpin was inlaid with some rhinestones, which looked very beautiful under the light. "Grandma, how can I be so embarrassed? I can't accept it." As she said, Irina pushed the grandma's hand back with an anxious look on her face. The two of them went back and forth, pushing and pulling, which was also interesting. Yang Ming was also amused to see the two of them like this, and he patted Irina on the shoulder. "Irina, Grandma is also a kind gesture, so you should accept it. Otherwise, Grandma will be really embarrassed. Yang Ming gave Irina a look. Seeing Yang Ming say this, Irina could not refuse and accepted the hairpin. After getting it, Irina's eyes kept staring at the exquisite hairpin in her hand, and she liked it very much in her heart. After walking for a while, Yang Ming, what is that? Yang Ming looked at the direction of Irina's finger and saw a stall with cute dolls hanging on it. There was a gun and many targets in the stall. Oh, it's a game. As long as you use the gun to shoot the specified number of target rings, you can get the corresponding doll. It should be fun, then let's go and play. After that, Irina didn't listen to Yang Ming's agreement or not, and pulled Yang Ming's hand and ran towards the stall. Hey, Irina, run slower. Yang Ming felt a little helpless when he saw Irina holding her hand and running fast. She was so old but acted like a child, but this was the real side of Irina. When they arrived at the stall, Irina picked up the gun and started playing with it, while Yang Ming went to the boss to pay. Yang Ming looked at his purse and shook his head. Fortunately, he had always had a lot of money, otherwise he would not be able to afford such a high consumption of 5,000 yen at a time, and he would probably make a fool of himself today. Bang! Just when Yang Ming was stunned, Irina had already picked up the gun and shot at the target, but it didn't hit. Hey! Irina looked at the deflected bullet and was stunned for a moment. You know, she is a young lady. She occasionally participates in shooting training, how could she miss such a gun? Unconvinced, Irina picked up the gun again, aimed at the target, and fired a shot, ugh. But it still missed. Ugh. Looking at the flying bullet, Irina puffed up her lips and began to aim at the target again, as if she was fighting with the target. Bang! 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 She fired several shots in a row, but none of them hit. Ugh! Seeing that she had fired so many shots, but none of them hit, Irina's eyes began to turn red. Seeing Irina about to cry, Yang Ming felt a little funny. It was just a game, was it necessary to be so serious? Let me do it. As he said that, Yang Ming took the gun from Irina. Yang Ming adjusted the gun. Although Yang Ming looked ordinary, don't forget that he still knew a little bit of ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Shooting cannons, ugh, shooting guns, why did it still feel so weird? In short, he shot very accurately, basically hitting the target with one shot. He knew that the guns in this kind of game were usually tampered with. After all, if they were not tampered with, anyone with a little accuracy could hit the target. Wouldn't the boss lose a lot of money in that case? So to play this kind of game, you need to master the rules. As long as you master the rules, you can shoot very accurately. Bang! 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 After firing several shots in a row, Yang Ming began to gradually master the rules. Bang! Yang Ming shot down a target. The boss's face showed a look of astonishment. Bang! 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 After several consecutive shots, they all hit the bullseye. The boss's face began to look ugly, and he hurried forward to stop Yang Ming. Sir, don't do this. If you continue like this, the business of the small shop will be difficult. So, I'll let you choose one, please don't continue. Finally, Yang Ming stopped. Irina, go and choose one. Yang Ming, me. Irina showed a look of astonishment. This was shot down by Yang Ming, how could she be asked to choose? Yes, it's you, go ahead. Humph. You know what's good for you. Although Irina cheered in her heart, she looked arrogant as always, and then she grabbed a doll and ran over, as if she had already taken a fancy to it. Finally, Irina chose a puppy doll. Should I say that girls generally like dogs? Under the boss's thankful eyes, Yang Ming and Irina left the stall. Yang Ming pulled Irina, while Irina held a puppy doll. Yang Ming. What's wrong? I'm hungry. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. You know, Irina had just eaten a lot of food, and now she's hungry again. Should I say that the young lady's digestive system is really good? Moreover, this script is wrong. It said that she would eat a lot. Hinata is the big eater. How can my Irina eat so much? Finally, Yang Ming couldn't resist Irina's nagging and took her to eat street food. At this time, night fell. However, the people on the street did not disperse, but more and more, because it was already the peak of the summer festival. It's almost time. Yang Ming looked at his watch and said to himself. Yang Ming, what time is it? Come with me, you'll know in a minute. After saying that, Yang Ming grabbed Irina's hand and ran towards the edge of the square. Hey, Yang Ming, don't run so fast. After running for a while, Yang Ming pulled Irina to the nearest stand on the edge of the square. Hey, we're finally here. Yang Ming, what are we doing here? Irina was a little confused as she saw the silence around her and no one around. Yang Ming didn't answer Irina, he looked at his watch. Fortunately, we made it, only 1 minute left. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then he walked to Irina, took Irina's hand and said. Irina, watch out, the most beautiful moment of the day is coming. Oh. It's about to start. Chapter 958 Fireworks. The fireworks were about to be set off. You could see the crowds of people in the distance slowly surging in the narrow corridor. The air was also expanding in the hot summer temperature, compressing the small space filled with all kinds of noise. The people in front of him kept pulling Yang Ming to linger at one stall after another. It's so hot. Yang Ming stopped suddenly. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Didn't you say you would take me to a place? Yang Ming smiled, then pulled Irina's hand tightly and squeezed through the gap between the crowds, moving as fast as a swimming fish. I just reminded her, the reaction shouldn't be so big, Irina thought a little depressed, and soon she left the surging crowd with Yang Ming. Yang Ming, who still didn't let go of her hand, turned around and looked at the shadowy crowd under the light, narrowed his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. Look at my memory, I almost forgot it. The two walked hand in hand on the dark blue stone road and passed through various exquisite lanterns. The wind passed through the narrow corridor, vibrating the wind chimes under the eaves. The festival center in front was brightly lit, with a warm yellow color different from the moonlight. Rows of buildings were shrouded in this halo, and the laughter of people and the delicious molecules in the air could be vaguely heard. There are always many things to look forward to on this beautiful night. Delicious cotton candy, fun goldfish scooping, and beautiful fireworks can easily win the hearts of children. A group of naughty children ran over barefoot. Then they ran back. It is only the children who can play like this all day long, and it is only the summer festival. Yang Ming took Irina to a stand on the edge of the square. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then he walked in front of Irina, took Irina's hand, and said. Irina, watch out, the most beautiful moment of the day is coming next. Oh. It's about to start. After that. With the sound of bang, a beautiful pattern bloomed in the sky. So beautiful. Irina's eyes lit up. This is the most exciting and beautiful moment in the summer festival, the fireworks display. Bang! 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 The sound of fireworks exploding came through. The sky was filled with beautiful fireworks, and the fireworks bloomed in the sky. When an inconspicuous little fire broke in the air, it immediately turned into a big green umbrella flying in the night sky. When this umbrella had not completely disappeared, another brilliant golden chrysanthemum jumped into the sky. It was like a lonely and proud fairy, surrounded by gorgeous and dazzling gold, dancing under the attention of thousands of people. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the dark night sky, and the golden light scattered everywhere decorated the night sky so brilliantly. Along with the gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky, the annoying chirping of insects, the fragrance of grass, curled up in the depths of memory, exuding a faint fragrance. Yang Ming said lightly, I know you don't like crowded places, I found this place, and you can see fireworks. In contrast to the deepness of the junction of heaven and earth in the distance, where the finger pointed, flashes of light drew curved lines and rose to the sky, exploded, and colorful fireworks scattered everywhere. Not bad. The colors of the fireworks fell on the two people layer by layer, and Irina saw Yang Ming's eyes smiling in the flickering light. Yang Ming and Irina's hands were unconsciously held together. Yang Ming, thank you. Irina looked at the fireworks in the sky and felt that her heart was about to explode like fireworks. It's okay, there will be a surprise later. Irina looked at Yang Ming a little puzzled, but Yang Ming didn't say anything. The fireworks lasted for 30 minutes. When the last fireworks faded, the fireworks show was about to end. People began to leave. Thank you, Yang Ming. Let me see such beautiful fireworks. Irina looked at Yang Ming happily, her face a little red. No. Yang Ming shook his head and pointed in the direction of the square. It's not over yet. Just as Yang Ming's voice fell, another firework rushed into the sky. But this time it was not a flower or an umbrella that bloomed in the sky. Instead, it was Irina's head. Irina's eyes suddenly widened. Yang Ming. Irina looked at Yang Ming with red eyes. Thank you. Listening to Irina's words, Yang Ming tightened his grip on Irina's hand and smiled. Just when the atmosphere was good at this time. Gurgle. Gurgle. An untimely sound of hunger sounded. Irina blushed immediately. Ahem. Yang Ming coughed, let go of his hand, and said, how about this, I'll take you to Kyugataraki's shop to eat something. Okay. Irina was so embarrassed that her voice was very low. The summer festival at Totsuki Academy means that the club led by Kyugataraki competes with other clubs. Each club opens a shop and competes for the customers coming and going. When Yang Ming and Irina came to Kyugataraki's place, it was surprisingly cold and there was no customer. Kyugataraki, even if many people go to watch the fireworks now, you can't have no customers here, right? Yang Ming asked. Master, you are finally here. Kyugataraki rushed over, but was dodged by Yang Ming, and he cried and expressed his sadness. Master, don't mention it. Today is the summer festival. The store opened by our club has no customers. All of them have been taken away by others. What happened? Just when Yang Ming wanted to ask, the meat was pinched hard by Irina. Yang Ming immediately came back to his senses. Kyugataraki, please get us something to eat first. Okay. Kyugataraki did not bother to complain, pulled up his sleeves, full of energy. Master, wait for me to make something delicious for you to taste. When Kyugataraki took out the kitchen knife, his momentum became stronger. Kyugataraki, who had been frustrated for a day, could feel the kitchen knife in his hand beating like a living thing, and a joyful mood overflowed from the knife. It felt as if the kitchen knife was looking forward to its appearance, and this feeling also drove his emotions. He couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile. Kyugataraki cleaned all the prawns with a happy mood, and the 5 fingers of his right hand jumped freely like water, as if dancing happily. A bright light appeared on the edge of the blade, as if it was jumping like life, which made people feel palpitations. Kyugataraki casually threw up a prawn, and in his hand, the water suddenly seemed to have a spirit, flying around the prawns, and the paper-thin prawn shells fell like snowflakes and piled up on the plate. In the end, Kyugataraki was left with only the bare shrimp meat. Chapter 959, I have to help my apprentice. A bright light appeared on the edge of the blade, jumping like a life, making people feel palpitations. Kyugataraki casually threw up a prawn, and in his hand, the water suddenly seemed to have a spirit, flying around the prawns, and the paper-thin prawn shells fell like snowflakes and piled up on the plate. In the end, Kyugataraki was left with only the bare shrimp meat. As Kyugataraki moved, Yang Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at the boy in front of him with a happy smile on his face. Some of his characteristics were obviously inherited from China, the flexibility unique to Chinese people was fully demonstrated. After watching for a while, Yang Ming became more and more satisfied. Obviously, Kyugataraki had a solid foundation, and after losing to him, he also worked hard. As Yang Ming's impression of Kyugataraki got better and better, Kyugataraki's dish was finally made. After seeing Kyugataraki open the lid of the dish, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Kyugataraki opened the lid. This is... After seeing the appearance of this dish, Yang Ming was stunned. Although the previous cooking action was enough to show Kyugataraki's extraordinariness, he was still stunned after seeing this dish. The dish itself was nothing special, but the shrimp on it was unusually conspicuous. Although it was peeled by Taraki Kyuga, it still exudes a spirit of vitality, as if the prawns have come alive, jumping on top, and a sea breeze-like smell floats over. Irina was also surprised. It's amazing. Irina couldn't help but open her mouth. You know, if the cooking can reach this level, it means that the cooking skills have entered the palace of the cooking world. Just from the appearance, it is enough to get a very high evaluation, which is also a necessary condition for high-end cooking. Therefore, Irina is looking forward to it more and more. After all, the appearance is so outstanding, so what will it taste like? Irina couldn't wait to pick up a piece of prawn with a fork and eat it. Just when she put it in her mouth, the smooth taste made her think of the girl's skin involuntarily. The shrimp meat was tender and had a rich aroma of wine. It was delicious when chewed in the mouth. Irina ate more, and gradually became drunk. Her face was rosy, and she stretched out her hand to hug Yang Ming beside her. Oh, it's really a rare delicacy, ah. She took another bite of the Maggie-drunk shrimp, and then she said more and more to Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at the drunk Irina and quickly called his secretary Hisako. A car came quickly and took Irina home. At the same time, Kyuga Teraki threatened that he hoped Yang Ming would stay to help him. Fortunately, the summer festival would be held for several days, and Yang Ming was free recently, so he agreed and left. Yang Ming took the key and went up to the third floor. He went upstairs along the clean white floor with kitchen smoke. When he reached the third floor, he found his dormitory according to his number plate. He opened the door, but it was empty inside, with no one. There was some noise outside the door, and the sound of cooking could be heard faintly. The dormitory was a single room, with standard decoration like a hotel room, a bit like Western style, not Japanese style wooden floor. Yang Ming was relieved that he didn't see his Haikihui suddenly come down from the ceiling. The bed with velvet mattress was much more comfortable than the wooden floor. Yang Ming, who felt a little tired, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Although his brain was very tired, he didn't fall asleep directly, but entered a drowsy state of half sleep and half wakefulness. The experience of the day was, it flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and his thoughts were scattered to the sky. Unrelated thoughts kept rising and falling in his mind, until finally, he gradually fell asleep. The next day, at the invitation of Kyuga Teraki, Yang Ming went to the shop opened by his Chinese Cuisine Research Institute during the summer festival. "Master, you are finally here, woo woo woo." As soon as Yang Ming arrived, Kyuga Teraki rushed over with snot and tears, but Yang Ming, who had reacted early in the morning, turned sideways and dodged. Frowning, Yang Ming asked in confusion, "Kyuga Teraki, what happened to make you lose your composure?" "Master," Kyuga Teraki said bitterly, "you don't know, I originally planned to make a name for our Chinese Cuisine Research Institute during the activities of the summer festival. But who knew that Megajima Fuyasuk and Sato Same would actually join forces? With their large number of people and endless dishes, they snatched all the customers from my restaurant. Megajima Fuyasuk, the current third place in the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki, a third-year high school student, and a ramen master. The man with a knitted hat is burly and a little taciturn. Sato Same, the current 5th place in the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki, a sushi master, and a third-year high school student. He carries something similar to a knife on his back and has a scar on his face, giving him an overall feeling of a Japanese samurai. Kyuga Teraki is only ranked 7th in Totsuki Academy. Facing the combination of these two people, it is normal for him to fail." Yang Ming frowned. "How do you want me to help you?" "Master." Kyuga Teraki's eyes were full of anger, "If you come to be the chef of my restaurant, you will definitely be able to defeat the combination of Megajima Fuyasuk and Sato Same. Master, as long as you cook novel and delicious dishes, with the help of my Chinese Cuisine Research Institute, I can immediately let all the students of Totsuki Academy know. Please, Master, this is a life and death battle for my Chinese Cuisine Research Institute." "You kid." Yang Ming chuckled, "This can't be the victory or defeat of your Totsuki 10 elites ranking. Don't tell me that if you lose in the summer festival, you won't be fine." "Ahem." Kyuga Teraki blushed, but still said thick-skinnedly, "Master is still a sharp eye, and he can see the problem at a glance." Yang Ming naturally agreed to Kyuga Teraki's request. However, as the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. I have to go to the small shop opened by the two of them first. "Well." Kyuga Teraki shyly shook his head, "Their shop is right opposite ours." Yang Ming. "So that's it. This is not only about a crushing victory, but also about showing off your power." No wonder Kyuga Teraki burst into tears as soon as they met. However, this is interesting, isn't it? Yang Ming couldn't help but look forward to the two opponents. Chapter 960 Sushi Master. In a sense, the summer festival can be seen as a food celebration composed entirely of students from Totsuki Academy. The stage of the summer festival has 3 parts. The first area, the most popular main avenue area. The avenue extending from the main gate is lined with temporary tents. It is the most crowded and lively area during the entire event period. The second area is the central area of the cooking building used for teaching. Highly specialized dishes that are difficult to provide in a temporary tent or require special equipment will be concentrated here. The third area is the mountain area with the highest average customer consumption. Buildings like hidden places are scattered everywhere. If they are used as restaurants, it is almost impossible to attract customers if the cooks are not well known. Most of the 10 elites will choose to launch dishes in this area. At this moment, Yang Ming came to the small shop opposite Kyuga Teraki. This is a shop with sushi and ramen as the main theme. During his study at Totsuki Academy, Yang Ming learned that sushi is one of the traditional Japanese delicacies. The main ingredients are rice blocks seasoned with sushi vinegar to maintain human body temperature, and fish, seafood, vegetables, or eggs as ingredients. It tastes delicious and is very popular among Japanese people. Sushi has been recorded in the Heian period code Enji Shiki, completed in 927 AD. At that time, sushi referred to a way of preserving fish. Salt was applied to the fish and pressed with heavy objects to allow it to ferment naturally. When it became sour, it could be eaten wrapped in crystal rice. After the crystal rice was cooked and cooled, it had to be repeatedly crushed. According to the Chronicles of the Eastern Barbarians, Chronicles of the Wa Kingdom, the Wa people ate seafood raw, that is, sashimi, and then wrapped it with rice grains to form a fast food. There are many types of sushi, including nigiri sushi, rolled sushi, kairashi sushi, five-mesh sushi, pressed sushi, sushi with a stick, sushi with a box, and so on. Among them, nigiri sushi is widely eaten in the whole of Japan. In the field of cuisine, it should be very unique, the most mainstream and the most exquisite. Nigiri sushi is the latest debut among all sushi, but it has now become one of the world-renowned Japanese cuisine. It has also become a pillar of local culture. General nigiri sushi production. Sushi with vinegar as the main material in rice, various fresh seafood such as abalone, prawns, sea urchin roe, scallops, salmon roe, cod milt, tuna, salmon and other seafood are cut into slices and placed on the snow-white and fragrant rice balls. After kneading and pinching, it is spread with fresh green mustard sauce and finally placed on an antique porcelain plate. Such a color combination is truly beautiful to eat. Nigiri sushi has high requirements for the freshness of fish meat, so it tastes very delicious and the color is very bright. It is the most common sushi in conveyor belt sushi restaurants. Another popular sushi is called rolled sushi. Use fresh rice and seaweed and vinegar and crab roe and fresh sashimi or other combinations, and finally use a bamboo curtain to slowly roll it up. Rolling is a critical step. If you don't roll it well, all your efforts may be wasted. Roll a section and press it down, and then press it tightly, so that the rolled rice ball is firm and not easy to fall apart. After rolling, slowly saw the rice ball with a toothed knife and place them on a beautiful plate, and a delicious hand-rolled sushi is ready. In this high-end conveyor belt sushi restaurant in front of Yang Ming, you can still find the shadow of the traditional sushi restaurant in the past. In addition to paying attention to the freshness and workmanship of sushi, it also pursues the environment and atmosphere in the store, and especially emphasizes the face-to-face service between the chef and the customer, that is, making sushi in front of the customer. Sushi, this calm food, without the heat of billowing smoke, without the noise of the shovel and spoon, extremely simple, how can the taste be so profound? With such doubts, Yang Ming walked into the store. This small store is like a kingdom, solemn and sacred. Sato Sume is the diligent monarch who meticulously nourishes sushi with the national spirit of the entire Japan. He stood behind the bar, focusing on the fish, shellfish, and rice in his hands, placing sushi one by one on the plate, lifting heavy objects with ease and commanding all directions. In a trance, Yang Ming seemed to feel that the people in the picture were all like marine creatures, the long-lived and vigorous sea turtle, the honest and restrained tuna, as well as bonito, squid, sea bream, herring, octopus, sea urchin, flounder, salmon, flounder, clam. This is absolutely not disrespectful. On the contrary, Japan, which has been deeply influenced by the marine culture, is a country that advocates fish culture. There must be a fish living in the soul of this top sushi artist in front of him. He called it out, worshipped it in the palm of his hand, and cut it together with the soul and placed it on a clean and elegant plate. Yang Ming noticed. Many diners come here to eat, and the serious Sato Sume makes them nervous. Yes, few people can be calm and relaxed in front of the sushi master, and chat and laugh. This is as it should be, it is a reverence for the skills, especially this kind of skills that have reached perfection. Sato Sume has been making sushi for more than 20 years, and I believe that he will continue to do so in the coming years, and will spend his whole life in this skill. Every time he finishes a sushi, it seems that he has built half a bridge. When the diners eat it, their faces are filled with satisfaction, joy, and a little surprise. This man who looks more like a samurai than a chef has a brilliant light in his eyes, which means that he has built another half of the bridge. At that moment, the diners and the chef understood each other, and they shared the same desires and shared the feast. Just like Zhongziki understood the high mountains and flowing water in Uboya's piano music, Mr. Theo saw the passion and suffering in Van Gogh's paintings. What Sato Sume pursues is no longer to satisfy the appetite of ordinary people, but to make rice and fish blend well and make perfect sushi, so that those who enjoy it can taste the flavor of enlightenment. Rice merchant Honda Hiromichi once refused to sell rice to Grand Hyatt Hotel, saying that only Sato Sume knew how to cook his rice, and it would be a waste for those who couldn't cook it. In this small store, the shrimp in Sato Sume's hand seemed to be wet from a watercolor painting, exquisite and spiritual. There is a law in the food industry that if you want to make delicious food, you must have a full understanding of the ingredients and treat them well. You can't make food with the mentality of if it goes bad, just throw it away and make another one. After taking these top ingredients, Sato Sume is like a painter who has obtained the best 4 treasures of the study. He pickles each piece of fish with piety, cooks each grain of rice carefully, and focuses on roasting each piece of purple scallion. Even octopus, after several hours of patient massage, will be taken for cooking. Chapter 961. I give this pretense 99 points. There is a rule in the food industry that if you want to make delicious food, you must have a full understanding of the ingredients and treat them well. You can't make food with the mentality of if it goes wrong, just throw it away and make another one. After getting these top quality ingredients, Sato Sume pickled every piece of fish with piety, cooked every grain of glutinous rice, and roasted every piece of purple celery with concentration, just like a painter who got the best 4 treasures of the study. Even octopus needs to be patiently massaged for hours before it can be cooked. From the perspective of the Chinese food culture of the aroma of the cauldron leads to neutralization, raw food is not worth promoting. Chinese cuisine believes that if the ingredients are not processed, they will not only not taste delicious, or not conform to the Chinese taste, but also fail to show the exquisite skills of traditional chefs. Chinese cuisine is very good at achieving a rich taste aesthetic by blending various ingredients and condiments, which is another ideal state of food. Yang Ming's journey began at the door of the store. The Japanese-style facade with a wooden color and the store name written in the middle is simple and solid. The prelude sounded when the door was opened, the bright and warm wood color came into view, followed by a faint wood fragrance. What came into Yang Ming's eyes were marble floors, solid wood bar counters, exquisite tableware, spacious space, clean and comfortable, and a large wine cabinet, mostly sake. Yang Ming observed the guests around him. They entered the restaurant with a relaxed mood and left with joy and satisfaction. Especially in the process, the 5 senses were activated naturally and inadvertently, and the taste buds were deeply touched, and this depth seemed to be easily integrated into the touch of the artistic level. Everyone seemed to have realized that sometimes there are some very simple and pure things in life, which may be the result of deep experience, the concise words of the expressor and the careful perception of the receiver. The process of interaction is so pleasant. Yang Ming was soon infected by the atmosphere in the store. At the same time, Yang Ming was also attracted by Sato Sume's ease and delicate and elegant movements when making sushi. The most terrifying thing about Sato Sume is his knife skills. Yang Ming remembered that when he discussed with Kyuga Teraki before, Kyuga Teraki had seriously mentioned this matter. Knife skills are the most basic part of cooking. To put it bluntly, it is the skill of making ingredients from thick to thin, from coarse to fine, which is included in the cuisine of any country. But for Chinese cuisine and the Japanese cuisine that is a direct descendant of it, knife skills are not just about cutting and chopping, turning large pieces into small pieces, but a more complex way of making ingredients more delicious. Knife skills are one of the cooking techniques in themselves. No one has ever emphasized the means of using a knife so much in the lands outside of these 2 countries in East Asia. And the strength of Sato Sume that Kyuga Teraki mentioned was not knife skills, but knife techniques. Yang Ming remembered this clearly. It seems to be a difference of one word, but it hides completely different meanings. Ordinary chefs have fixed postures and movements when using knives, which are well regulated and look the same. When people describe their knife skills, they often use words such as skilled and fluent, but the degree of proficiency varies. Only those who are gifted in knife skills or who devote themselves to research can cross the barriers and reach the other side. Sato Sume is such a person. He has surpassed the shackles of ordinary sword skills and reached the realm of art. At this moment, what was displayed in front of Yang Ming was such a sword skill. Sato Sume had no slack mentality at all. The so-called samurai, no matter when, every time he slashed, he would concentrate all his attention on the blade, and would never make different choices because of the timing and the opponent. The position of the knife and the trajectory of the knife, in his mind, were like the star map engraved on the sky, with a clear and fixed path. Yang Ming found a seat and sat down. He ordered a very ordinary sushi set. Sato Same nodded, without any extra words, and directly chose the ingredients. Tuna, also known as tuna, commonly known as tuna, has a rather tortuous position in the history of Japanese cuisine. Today, tuna is the most popular fish in Japanese restaurants, but more than 100 years ago in the Edo period, it was a fish that only the lowly people could enjoy at a low price. With its strong red muscles and surging blood, tuna can freely shuttle through undercurrents, break through the surge, and wander in the world's oceans for a living. But once it is salvaged, the rotting speed of red fish will be much faster than that of white fish such as sea bream. It will become rotten before it is sent to the kitchen. Only those poor working people who can't afford to eat will pinch their noses to cut off the rotten meat and put the bones and meat into the pot to stew them together. It was not until the large-scale development of freezing technology and the expansion of the cold chain system that the freshness of fish meat can be maintained at the moment it jumps out of the water that tuna entered thousands of households and people realized how supreme it is. Southern bluefin tuna, also known as southern bluefin tuna, is slightly smaller than bluefin tuna and lives in the subarctic waters of the southern hemisphere. Sato Same reached out and touched the anal fin that was shining with a dim yellow glow, and then confirmed the firmness of the meat. He had already made up his mind. Ding ding! Under the light, the long knife used for dissecting tuna was held in his hand. The broad and sharp blade was straight forward, and the outline of his face could not be seen. Sato Same carefully distinguished the tuna on the chopping board, and suddenly he looked at the frost around the fish body. The knife thrust out. His sleeves were blown by the wind brought by the blade. This knife was like the world turning upside down. His sleeves were blown by the wind brought by the blade, and the fish body and the fish head were separated. Wow! Oh my god, so amazing! As expected of Senior Sato. This knife technique is really amazing. Most of the guests around were students of Totsuki Academy, who shouted for this scene. As students of Totsuki Academy, even if they had never dissected tuna by hand, they had at least experienced it in person. The body and the head of the tuna are very closely connected, and it is difficult to saw it apart even with a saw. It is absolutely impossible to achieve it by brute force alone. Only by finding the gap between the bone connecting the head and the body and chopping along the gap without hesitation can the fish head be separated. Even fishmongers who deal with tuna all year round find it difficult to kill with such a precise blow, but Sato Same did it. The warriors and the glory cheered and joined together. Hearing the cheers of the guests, Sato Same appeared unmoved on the surface, but he couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Because, at this moment, in this place, he is the god of sushi. Chapter 962 The correct posture for eating sushi. Even fishmongers who deal with tuna all year round find it difficult to kill with such a precise blow, but Sato Same did it. The warriors and the glory cheered and joined together. Hearing the cheers of the guests, Sato Same appeared unmoved on the surface, but he couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Because, at this moment, in this place, he is the god of sushi. Hey! If it were me a few years ago, I would never have thought that I could handle seafood so well, right? Sato Same rinsed the bloody blade, gently wiped off the residue on it, and returned to the chopping board. The tuna without the head is still huge, and if it is filmed in a video, it can't even be included in the camera. The dark blue skin seems to be made of steel, and the bright red flesh on the cross-section is like indestructible marble, reflecting an unusual cold reflection in the light. Looking at this posture alone, it seems reserved and inhuman, but in the next moment, like incredible magic, they will turn into delicious delicacies on the plate in the hands of the cook. The tuna paddles its eerie tail fins and slowly swims in the deep sea according to the established trajectory, revolving back and forth among the water plants and fish schools day and night. Millions of years of evolution have given it all the hunting conditions that are conducive to predation, a crescent-shaped tail peduncle, a streamlined body, and agile ridges. It can fall to the horizontal plane where the prey is like a cannonball, and then swallow it in one gulp at lightning speed, which can be called a cheetah in the sea. The tight muscles it has evolved with great difficulty are also a first-class delicacy on human plates. After focusing his mind on the present, Sato Same focused all his senses on the tuna at hand, and ignored everything happening around him. He pulled the knife horizontally with all his strength, and the blade penetrated the fish meat vertically and horizontally until it was divided into two almost identical sides along the spine. Then he put down the long knife that made it a little strenuous and replaced it with the clean and sharp small knife he brought. The next action seemed much more freehand. The blade flipped up and down at the speed of light, continuously slicing off layers of pink and white fish fillets from the huge fish. Each cut was accurate and steady, without hesitation. In a moment, amid the sound of intensive chopping, it was done in one go. Yang Ming's eyes were fixed on this place. He opened his 3-Magadama Sharingan to learn from it and took it all in. The slices of fish meat were spread out into a perfect arc, and the thickness and size of each slice were exactly the same. It didn't look like a miracle that could be created by hand. Yang Ming had seen similar knife skills before, so he was not surprised, but the other guests stared and gasped. Here. Sato Sume was always ruthless and didn't talk much. He placed a small dish of prepared sushi in front of Yang Ming. Seeing Sato Sume put the dishes on the table in front of him, Yang Ming's attention was also attracted. The bright red tuna meat was tender and juicy, like layers of white snow stacked together, making people feel a kind of inner peace. Japanese sushi is the most well-known Japanese food abroad and one of the traditional foods in Japanese cuisine. The main ingredients are cold rice seasoned with vinegar, referred to as vinegar rice, plus fish, seafood, vegetables, or eggs as ingredients. It tastes delicious and is very popular among Japanese people. Even though it is so familiar, eating sushi requires a lot of attention, which many people may not know. Before eating sushi, Yang Ming took a sip of green tea. Drinking green tea is a tradition in Japan. Eating sushi with green tea can get a better Japanese food experience. Of course, compared with ordinary tea bags on the market, Sato Sume's sushi restaurant that uses matcha powder allows Yang Ming to feel the flavor of authentic Japanese sushi. If you want to eat delicious sushi, you must eat vinegar. Don't underestimate the role of vinegar. Vinegar can make the rice taste more delicious and keep the sushi freshness, and can also enhance the freshness of raw fish. The vinegar used in each sushi specialty store is different. Sato Sume's sushi restaurant is ingenious in making unique sushi vinegar to provide customers with the best taste and texture. This is worth a thumbs up. At the same time, the rice for making sushi should be moderately soft and hard. Yang Ming noticed that Sato Sume chose Japanese pearl rice for sushi. The stickiness of this pearl rice ball is between Thai fragrant rice and glutinous rice, which is more suitable for handheld sushi. If the rice is cooked too soft or too hard, it will affect the taste of sushi. It is just right to be neither soft nor hard. It is something that children know to use chopsticks to eat. But the authentic way to eat sushi is to grab it with your hands, which may sound a bit incredible. Because, in the Edo period of Japan, the method of making sushi has entered a mature stage and has been used to this day. In Japan, sushi is made by hand and eaten by grabbing it. But if you insist on eating sushi with a pair of chopsticks, be careful that the chef will think you don't know the rules of eating sushi. On the other hand, wasabi is a good friend of sushi. Wasabi can not only sterilize and disinfect, but also increase the stimulation when eating. If someone is not used to the strong smell of raw fish, mustard can also cover up this smell. Of course, there are no hard and fast rules in this regard, just follow your own taste and hobbies. How is the sushi made by Sato Sume? With this doubt, Yang Ming reached out and gently grabbed a piece of tuna sushi. Added some vinegar and mustard to the tuna part, Yang Ming took a small bite. After entering the mouth, the tuna meat quickly spread in the mouth. The sharp kitchen knife cuts the incision, so that the tuna slices still retain the fresh taste. Sato Sume handled it very well, which not only ensured the freshness of the fish meat, but also gave the fish meat a good appearance and color. The tuna meat in this dish has a moderate thickness, and the beautiful aroma of tuna is fully displayed, allowing Yang Ming to clearly feel the breath of the sea. Running barefoot on the cool beach, the clear sea water washes the soles of the feet, a kind of coldness from the heart surges into the heart, and the body trembles, and the whole body seems to be numb. The snow-white seagulls flying in the sky, the crabs walking on the beach, the shrimps in the shallow water, and the sea breeze blowing on the body. Hey! Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at Sato Sume in front of him. Not bad, a very good dish. Thank you. Sato Sume bowed slightly. I'm glad you like it. I know a little about fish fillets, but I want to say that you really control the thickness of the fish fillets in this dish just right. Yang Ming grabbed a piece of fish meat, and the tender meat slices were more delicate under the light, like a piece of unpolished jade. Chapter 963, The Exquisite Megajima Fuyasuk. I know a little about fish fillets, but I want to say that you really got the thickness of the fish fillets in this dish just right. Yang Ming grabbed a piece of fish meat. The tender meat slices looked even more delicate under the light, like a piece of unpolished jade. After eating Sato Sume's sushi, Yang did not forget his mission to investigate the enemy, and ordered a bowl of Megajima Fuyasuk's ramen. If food can really heal people's hearts, Yang Ming thought, a bowl of hot ramen would definitely be one of them. Yang Ming observed the guests who were eating ramen. A bowl of thick soup, noodles sticking to every chewy strand of the soup, smoked barbecued pork with pickled young bamboo shoots, and sprinkled with a handful of chives. The rich sense of satisfaction completely surrounded the guests, and with soft-boiled eggs, seaweed and red ginger, the taste was so good that it was flying. It is worth mentioning that Megajima Fuyasuk uses high-quality Canadian wheat flour, which is first in close contact with yeast for 180 minutes, and the temperature and humidity of the noodles are constantly adjusted. Secondly, after 2000 repeated folding and grinding, the noodles are kneaded into a shape with many wrinkles by hand, and then left to stand for 48 hours, and then the noodles are poured into the noodle-making machine, and the noodles that come out are Megajima Fuyasuk's unique noodles. After being covered with soup, such unique noodles are not only smooth and delicious but also full of the original aroma of wheat. It has a taste that other ramen cannot replace. Japanese people often say that the key to a bowl of delicious ramen is the soup. The soup is the soul of ramen, and Megajima Fuyasuk uses a mellow soup base that is slowly boiled over high heat for 15 hours. Usually, a small bowl of broth is boiled with more than a dozen pork bones and chicken feet, and the soup is clear and milky white, and then Megajima Fuyasuk's exclusive recipe is added. The subtle taste of all the collagen dissolved in the soup base needs to be tasted carefully. Boil the soup, cook the noodles, and scoop the noodles. Don't underestimate the simple and repetitive actions. Megajima Fuyasuk is a breath of fresh air because he can keep this patience. Yang Ming couldn't help but look forward to it. As a ramen master, what kind of delicious ramen will Megajima Fuyasuk make? Yang Ming opened his Sharingan again and stared at Megajima Fuyasuk behind the counter. I saw him put his palms together, insert the tips of his fingers into the outer edge of the flour that was in contact with the basin wall, and then he used his hands to pick up the flour from the outside to the inside and from the bottom to the top. Then he pushed the picked flour into the water in the small hole in the middle, and then he used his hands to stir it at the hole, evenly mixing the flour and water on the water, forming snowflake-shaped and grape-shaped dough. Although this is an inconspicuous action, Yang Ming knows a lot about dough kneading. This is a very detailed issue, and Megajima Fuyasuk's actions are so skillful that there is no pause in his movements. Not long after it started, there were bursts of exclamations from the surrounding guests. Megajima Fuyasuk, one of the 10 outstanding men of Totsuki, cheered and amazed many onlookers with his skillful dough kneading skills. The dough kneading technique seems ordinary, but it is skilled in its ordinariness. Every movement is very smooth, which is enough to prove that he has a lot of experience and time in dough kneading. Sure enough, the 10 great masters of Totsuki are not simple. A customer who seemed to know the opposite point said this. After turning around, Megajima Fuyasuk began to knead and beat the dough to make it chewier. After doing all this, he put the dough aside and started to prepare other ingredients. He chopped the garlic into minced pieces, and cut the onions, red peppers, and ripe tomatoes into appropriate sizes and shapes. Well, is this preparing to make the soup base? Yang Ming touched his chin and looked at the ingredients cut on Megajima Fuyasuk's cooking table, and said, what kind of ramen is he going to make? Whether it is kneading dough, cutting ingredients, or doing other things, Megajima Fuyasuk is very skilled. There was a big pot on his cooking table that seemed to be stewing something, and then he kneaded the fermented dough and cut it into long sections. And rub each section back and forth a few times to make it smooth. This is to prepare for flawless ramen. Then put the small noodle section on the panel, add a proper amount of oil, and use the bottom of the palm to push it out from the bottom to the top to make the noodle section unfold. Turn it over. Then do the same. After a few back and forth like this, a row of shiny and high-quality ramen noodles are ready. After the ramen is ready, the stew in his pot seems to be time. I saw him lift the lid of the pot, and suddenly a rich fragrance floated out from it. This fragrance went with the wind, making the audience around who smelled it immediately drool and drool. Megajima Fuyasuk is worthy of being a ramen master, and he really has 2 brushes for noodles. He lifted the pot that was stewed just right, and suddenly a tempting smell came out from it. Oh! Just smelling this aroma, I know it's the best chicken bone soup, so delicious that it makes people tremble all over. Wow! I can eat several bowls of rice just with that chicken soup. The guests around him made such a surprised sound, and their mouths watered because of the chicken soup. However, it seems that Megajima Fuyasuk's chicken soup is not yet finished. He put the vegetables he just cut into the chicken bone soup, and then added chicken wings, chicken legs, etc. to stew again. Let these ingredients stew fully in the big pot and blend into the flavor, so that the base soup of his ramen is ready. Ordinary people around smelled the rich aroma of the chicken soup from Megajima Fuyasuk's pot, and Yang Ming naturally smelled it. Chicken soup? Are you going to make mushroom stewed chicken noodles? Tisk tisk. Yang Ming said to himself. Dong. Megajima Fuyasuk is really a representative of silence. Without saying a word, he directly sent a small bowl of ramen to Yang Ming. Yang Ming is an expert in pastry, and has absolute experience in pasta, and has eaten countless kinds of pasta. But when he saw the ramen in front of him, Yang Ming's expression changed slightly. Oh! In addition to a bowl of ramen, there is also a red paste in a small bowl. Yang Ming squinted his eyes and took the small bowl in front of him and looked at it, saying, "Is this chili sauce? Do you want to put it in the noodles?" Yang Ming took the paste-like red sauce in the small dish and put it in the ramen, then picked up the ramen with chopsticks and slowly sucked it into his mouth. Megajima Fuyasuk was very confident in the ramen he made. When he saw Yang Ming eating his ramen without even looking at him, he turned around and continued to cook. And Yang Ming's face changed after eating it. This is... At the moment of entering the mouth, the energy of the ingredients was continuously emitted like a raging wave. Chapter 964 I will never tell you that the author took a day off yesterday to go out and eat. Yang Ming's face changed after eating. This is... The moment the food entered the mouth, the energy of the food was continuously released like a raging wave. There was no time to avoid it. It was simply irresistible. Like a delicious bullet, all of them hit the target. It was incredibly delicious. Yang Ming looked at the ramen in front of him with a little excitement, and said, "Whether it is the soup base or the ramen itself, it is extremely delicious and powerful, and people can't stop eating it. The sauce in the small dish should be Japanese orange oil chili sauce, which is made with chili powder, coriander seeds, lemon juice, garlic, etc., and then added with a certain amount of chili, and then put into the noodles to have such a sense of impact. And this soup base is also delicious." Yang Ming said with joy on his face, "The base of the soup base is stewed with chicken, nuts, and tomatoes. The soup is rich and the taste is wonderful. The quality of the soup base determines the taste of the ramen, so this soup base is also the soul of the ramen. Then this barbecued pork is also roasted deliciously. The pleasure of eating a mouthful of noodles and a mouthful of barbecued pork makes people unable to stop. Not bad, not bad. The dishes made by the 10 great masters of Totsuki still surprise me as always." After tasting the dishes of Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk, Yang Ming left the small shop. Yang Ming strolled on the road. The phone rang. It was Kyugataraki's call. "Master! Where have you been?" Yang Ming had just picked up the phone when the roar from it almost shook him to the point of throwing it away. Tisk tisk. He smacked his lips. "I should have turned off my phone earlier. Master! Can you please stop being so willful?" The voice of the person on the other end of the phone sounded urgent. "At least say hello where you are going." "Say hello?" he said leisurely, "Don't stay in the store all the time. You should go out more and see what others are cooking." "Master, at least tell me where you are now." "What did you say?" Yang Ming slowly extended his phone. "I can't hear you clearly. It seems that the signal here is not good." "Forget it, I'll talk to you when I come back." Then he made a prompt decision to turn off his phone, and swiped his finger on the screen, temporarily dragging the other party's phone number into the blacklist. "This way, no one should bother me, right?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. It was the summer festival, and the streets were crowded with people, like the stars in the sky. Yang Ming stood in the middle of the crowd and looked up at his surroundings. "Well, this is the summer festival of Totsuki Academy. There are more people today than yesterday. It looks really good. Walk around and see if there is anything delicious." Tightening his clothes, Yang Ming walked forward. "Well, first of all, we need to exchange food coupons." Yang Ming came to a stall and smiled gently. "Excuse me, is this where we exchange food coupons?" "Ah. Yes." The female student he asked stood up in a panic. "How much do you want to exchange?" "How much?" He thought for a moment, took out his wallet, and took out 2 banknotes. "Please help me exchange them." "Okay, 20,000 yen. She took it and asked, "Then I'll help you exchange it into 10 plum coupons, 5 bamboo coupons and 1 pine coupon. 1 plum coupon is 500 yen, a bamboo coupon is 1,000 yen, and a pine coupon is 10,000 yen. Okay, thank you. The food coupons that were not used in the summer festival can be refunded later, and Yang Ming also wants to buy some Japanese snacks to bring back for Kyuga Teraki to taste, so he will exchange this much first. Putting the food coupons into his pocket, he returned to the crowd coming and going, moving forward in the direction of the surge. On both sides of this road, there are dense tents everywhere, and under the tents are students wearing Totsuki uniforms who are shouting hard. Welcome to taste the beef skewers. Top quality beef skewers. Beef skewers. They look pretty good, and there are a lot of people around, so go and try them. He walked over, passed through the bustling crowd, and asked the student who was grilling beef skewers over there, how much is this one skewer? 1 plum coupon for 2 skewers. It's really expensive. However, Yang Ming had already seen the prices in Japan. A bowl of ramen or udon noodles costs 1,000 yen, and a fried chicken leg on the roadside costs 500 yen. This price converted into RMB is almost like robbing money. The price of ingredients in Japan is still acceptable. It can only be said that the rent and labor costs of these shops are too high, which has a great impact on the price. Give me 2 skewers. He took out a plum coupon and handed it over. Okay. The student who received the food voucher immediately handed over the grilled beef skewers. Be careful, it's just grilled and very hot. Hoo. Yang Ming blew on the steaming beef skewers twice, then brought it close to his mouth, and the barbecue aroma immediately filled his nose. The fresh beef and grilled spices exuded a unique aroma that continued to enter his lungs from his nose. Just smelling the aroma made him feel that his mouth was hot. Saliva was constantly overflowing. Well, it tastes good. Exhaling the hot air of the freshly grilled barbecue, Yang Ming enjoyed the delicious taste with satisfaction. The beef that entered his mouth, as long as his teeth touched it lightly, the hot gravy overflowed from the plump beef. The perfect heat made it retain its chewiness and spiciness, and the taste of the sauce on it played a neutralizing role, so that after eating one piece, people can better enjoy the second and third pieces of delicious beef. Therefore, even though the taste was very strong, he finished it very satisfied. I really want to go back and buy 2 more skewers. By the time he finished eating 2 skewers of beef, he hadn't even walked a few steps, and the barbecue was so delicious. Although it is not impossible to go back and buy a few more skewers, there are so many shops here, so it's better to save some stomach to taste more. Thinking of this, Yang Ming walked towards the next shop. What is this? He looked up at the shop surrounded by many people. Curry. I see, curry lab? There are many foreign words in Japanese. When you encounter unfamiliar words, sometimes you just need to try to read them according to the katakana to understand the meaning. Wow, so beautiful! Is this really chocolate on top of the curry? Most of the people around the stall were children, looking at the side dishes on the bowl of curry rice with amazement. He also leaned over to take a look. Well, it was a chocolate flour with a very complex pattern and delicate structure. Chapter 965 Eating, Drinking and Having Fun Everywhere. Is this really chocolate on top of the curry? Most of the people around the stall were children, looking at the side dishes on the bowl of curry rice with amazement. Yang Ming also leaned over to take a look. Well, it was a chocolate flour with a very complex pattern and delicate structure. And the chocolate on each plate of curry rice was in a different shape. How could such complex and three-dimensional chocolate be produced in large quantities, and in a variety of types? Yang Ming took a glance and saw the 3D printer inside. Printing houses, printing cars, printing organs, printing robots. As long as different consumables and drawings are used, a magical printer can create everything. This technology is currently mainly used in the production of industrial and plastic products. It can print chocolate with complex structures. Yang Ming had only heard of it at a food exhibition in Europe before, but he didn't expect to see the real thing here. One machine costs several million yen, right? You actually brought it here to make chocolate. Yang Ming looked at the girl with unusually white hair and skin with a complicated look. At this time, she was operating the printer, printing out chocolate continuously. Can you give me one, please? Yes. Please. The black-haired boy next to him brought Yang Ming a bowl of curry rice that looked a little strange. The bowl contained shiny white rice and colorful curry. Then, you could smell the rich smell of cocoa. In order to prevent the food from getting cold, the slightly heated bowl warmed Yang Ming's palm and put the weight on Yang Ming's wrist. The bowl of chocolate curry rice in front of him was emitting tempting light waves to Yang Ming. The taste of this chocolate is actually quite good with the aftertaste of curry. The chocolate slowly melted on the curry, and the flavor of the curry was gradually changing, and the taste became extremely mellow. Yang Ming had previously thought that chocolate was used as a side dish just to show off its unique appearance, but when he ate it, he found that the chocolate not only did not destroy the taste of the curry, but also added a bit of beauty and fragrance. The sweet and fragrant chocolate contrasted with the bright yellow vegetable and meat curry and white rice. The heat of the bowl constantly came from the palm of his hand, and more importantly, the boiling appetite from his stomach made him want to obey, so that Yang Ming finished the dishes in front of him bit by bit. Fortunately, in order to allow guests to taste more delicious food, the food sold at the summer festival is sold in small portions as much as possible, so that even if Yang Ming can't stop eating, he can still eat more food. Next is Trattoria Aldini? Is this an Italian restaurant? Yang Ming looked at the busy blonde boy and the chattering girls around him, and sighed at the beauty of youth. The students of Totsuki Academy are really amazing. Italian food, Japanese food, Spanish food, French food. After passing this short section of the road, Yang Ming saw countless different kinds of cuisine. These students who came here from different countries to study also brought their own culture and heritage to this land. An international cooking school, after all, is just like this. Putting the disposable tableware in his hand into the trash can, Yang Ming continued to walk forward. On the signboard beside the road, Yang Ming's next destination was written. Go down along the corridor area, it is the central area located in the square. I'm back again. Forget it, let's go and have a look. Unlike the corridor area, the stores in the central area located in the wide square are no longer limited to a few tents. They are either temporarily built or made of local materials. The temporary stores built are already quite exquisite in appearance. At this moment, what is presented in front of Yang Ming is the same scene as the commercial district outside. The Mediterranean-style buildings are bright and clear, with blue and white interweaving. The Italian-style buildings are full of natural beauty with sunflowers and lavender. The Spanish-style buildings with light orange roof tiles and dark brown exterior walls, and of course, the fresh and elegant Japanese wooden buildings. Whether it is for travelers who want to stop and rest, or passers-by who want to spend the whole afternoon lazily, such a relaxed and leisurely atmosphere is undoubtedly perfect. It feels a bit like a style street. Yang Ming nodded. However, the most eye-catching thing in this area is the tall and majestic Zonghua Hotel. The Chinese building has all the dragon ridges, stone pillars with dragons, and brackets between columns. Looking from a distance, it actually makes people feel a little familiar with the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. Yang Ming has been familiar with this restaurant for a long time. When I got closer, I found that the long queue at the door was actually divided into two lines. One line was the Kyuga restaurant on the left, and the other side was Chinese food stall? A showdown between Chinese cuisines. Yang Ming chuckled, interesting. Although Yang Ming was also very interested in the newly opened food stall, since the first thing he saw was the Chinese restaurant, Yang Ming might as well try this one first. Buddhism is all about fate. In order to avoid being recognized by Kyuga Teraki, Yang Ming walked in a remote place and used the transformation technique to change his face. The restaurants on both sides were like fighting a battle, trying their best to serve the dishes. The speed of the queue was very fast, so Yang Ming quickly sat at the table. Sir, what dishes would you like? The student in the restaurant, wearing a tang suit, greeted him attentively. Yang Ming looked at the bald heads of the students and finally couldn't help laughing. Can I ask why you shaved your heads like this? This. The bald student looked embarrassed. It seemed that he had been asked this question more than once. The coach said he was afraid that our hair would fall into the dishes. Tisk tisk tisk. Yang Ming glanced at the boy with blonde and brown hair in the kitchen who was serious and directing the students in the store. Is that so? It turned out that it was not to save light in the store. Then, sir, what do you want to eat? We have authentic Chinese cuisine here. Look at this wall. The menu is on it. Then I'll have a portion of mapo tofu. It seemed that many people around him ordered this dish. It was probably the signature dish of the store. Although mapo tofu was simple, it best reflected the heritage of a restaurant. What's more, Yang Ming also wanted to see how good Kyuga Teraki's cooking skills were now. Chapter 966 Sichuan Cuisine. Then I'll have a portion of mapo tofu. Many people around him seemed to have ordered this dish. It must be the signature dish of the restaurant. Although mapo tofu is simple, it can best reflect the heritage of a restaurant. Moreover, Yang Ming also wanted to see how good Kyuga Teraki's cooking skills are now. Okay. 1 portion of mapo tofu for table number 5. The steaming hot mapo tofu with overflowing soup was served soon. Yang Ming didn't hesitate to take out his chopsticks and put it directly into his mouth. Mapo tofu is something that should be eaten while hot. It is hot and tasty. Wow, it's authentic mapo tofu. Most of the Chinese cuisine learned by Japanese people is weird, but this dish undoubtedly brought a surprise to Yang Ming. Moreover, this way of mixing ingredients. 1,000 spicy and 100 spicy. After eating a few more bites, Yang Ming couldn't help but grin. Although his technique was still a little immature and the specific recipe was just beginning to take shape, this taste was undoubtedly the taste of the mapo tofu made by Yang Ming. In other words, during this period of time, Kyuga Teraki was also studying very hard. He is really teachable. Yang Ming looked at the short boy surrounded by stars in the center and nodded. The young are formidable. Yang Ming waved his hand and called the student who served as a waiter in the store. Sir, do you want to pay the bill? For a plate of mapo tofu, it is a bamboo coupon. Yang Ming took out a bamboo coupon and handed it over, then walked out of the restaurant. Next, we went to the Zonghua food stall opposite. The quality of the dishes at Kyuga restaurant is undoubtedly worthy of recognition. As a senior Sichuan chef, I can't find much fault with the taste of the authentic Sichuan dishes. So, how did the Zonghua food stall opposite snatch so many customers from it? Yang Ming found the answer to this question after a while. I see. Yang Ming looked at the cooking performance of the beautiful girl wearing a split cheongsam over there and pursed his lips. The kitchen of Kyuga restaurant is located inside the hotel. The guests queuing outside naturally cannot see the bustling scene inside, but in Zonghua food stall, the open-air stoves and the busy figures of the chefs are all visible. For the guests at Zonghua food stall, watching the chef's smooth and gorgeous posture and the process of the ingredients becoming dishes in dazzling changes are all part of the tasting. It's dangerous. Please step back a little. The flaxen-haired boy with a smile on his face gestured to the children watching from the side to move away. Then, the thing in his hand, which looked like a nozzle, instantly burst into a beautiful flame light, swallowing the steaming dumplings in front of him. Wow! So amazing! So cool! The little boy standing in the queue had stars in his eyes. Flame dumplings. A plate is ready. The boy who was roasting the dumplings pushed the baked dumplings along the table to the other side, and was caught by the girl over there and sent to the dining table. It's delicious. The skin is so crispy. Not only that, in this food stall, almost every chef who cooks is performing acrobatics to attract the attention of customers, which is full of gimmicks. The cute black and white tofu that bounced out of the wooden box, the flame dumplings that emerged from the flames, and the green pepper and pork shreds that were thrown into the sky from the iron pot and fell into the plate. Wait, that girl who made the green pepper and pork shreds. Why did Yang Ming look more and more familiar? The girl who was sweating profusely and didn't care about the occasional black smoke that blackened her eyebrows, just wiped them with her hands. Isn't it Hojo Miyoko? No wonder these dishes look so familiar. Yang Ming turned up the collar of his windbreaker and quietly sat down somewhere in the food stall. What dishes do you want to order, sir? We have 3 dishes to choose from: Magic Panda Mapo Tofu, Flame Dumplings and South Fresh Green Pepper and Pork Shreds. A girl came over immediately. I had already eaten Mapo Tofu just now, so Yang Ming ordered 2 more. Please give me a portion of Flame Dumplings and South Fresh Green Pepper and Pork Shreds. Okay. The extremely brisk movement of the kitchen knife and the extremely delicate sound of the oil pan, Yang Ming looked at Hojo Miyoko who was showing her superb cooking skills with a scrutinizing eye, and couldn't help laughing. Well, it seems that her cooking skills have improved these days. Guest, your dishes are ready. Oh, okay. Yang Ming looked down at the dishes in front of him, and then cast his eyes to Hojo Miyoko. First, the dumplings baked with an alcohol blowtorch. To be honest, this is the first time Yang Ming has seen this method. Looking at the appearance, well, there is no black charred color, not burnt. But is this thing really baked? Yang Ming felt a little skeptical. Try it. Yang Ming picked up one and threw it into his mouth. This taste. You can still feel the residual heat of the blazing flames, and all the excess moisture in the dumplings is swept away, making the skin taste particularly crispy. The slippery texture slides through the throat, and the breath of the rising flames surges up from the dantian, as if there is an indescribable power. The skin and stuffing are made by Hojo Miyoko, right? The taste of this carefully kneaded dish can be tasted as soon as it is eaten. She has always been a person who is usually careless but extremely serious about cooking. Then there is this dish of green pepper and pork fried by Miyoko Hojo. The rough dumplings roasted with flames before, that kind of boldness simply reached an extreme. And this dish of green pepper and pork, but it brings the delicate style to the extreme. Green pepper and pork itself is an extremely common home-cooked dish. There are only two basic requirements for a good green pepper and pork. One is that the dish should be crispy and have a crisp and fresh taste, the other is that the meat should be tender and moderately hard. This is a dish that combines two completely different tastes. However, the green pepper and pork that Yang Ming ate, while having these two characteristics, also has another taste. This is the taste of persimmon. The taste is full of the breath of autumn. Persimmon, when the persimmon is green, it is not sweet at all, has little water, and is a bit sour and bitter. But when it is ripe, it has an excellent sweet taste, which is a fragrant sweetness like a memory of the past. And the natural and simple sweetness of the ripe persimmon just matches the taste of the vegetable itself. Therefore, the crispy and tender taste of the green pepper and pork is more prominent. Yang Ming ate the whole plate of green pepper and pork without leaving any. This dish is really wonderful to eat with rice. Chapter 967, A way to reverse the situation. In UNU Academy, the results of each course and the performance of the internship will be recorded and saved as a personal file. Take the list of the preliminaries of UNU Academy's autumn selection for example. The basis for selection is not only the excellent performance during the residential training period, but also the results of the previous French cuisine, Chinese cuisine, Japanese cuisine, and other courses and the evaluation of the teacher. After considering all these factors and discussing them repeatedly in the autumn selection committee, the list of 50 people was finally drawn up. The expulsion mechanism of Tatsuki Academy actually has another mystery. Those students who seem to be expelled just because they made a little mistake, if you look through their personal files, most of their grades and teacher evaluations are terrible. In other words, those teachers with excellent memories just found an excuse to kick out the guys they didn't like. Not only in the autumn selection, but also in the selection of the new top 10, these personal files that record the performance since enrollment are a very important part. The importance of this summer festival is naturally no less than the previous residential training. Students participating in the summer festival have to go to various places in Tatsuki Academy for a total of 1 week, and at this point in time, they will do their best to get the best sales. But, it seems that many people don't understand the true meaning of the summer festival. Please leave your achievements in your respective workplaces. This is the sentence printed at the bottom of the notice of the summer festival. It seems inconspicuous and can be easily overlooked, but it is the minimum passing line for this summer festival. Leave achievements. This is the level that Tatsuki Academy believes its students should reach. If during the summer festival, you are only busy with the part you are responsible for, like an ordinary chef, anyone can go, without any uniqueness, then it is undoubtedly unqualified. Students from Tatsuki Academy, since they have shed their immaturity as students and are truly working as chefs in their own small shops, whether it is a short-term or long-term job, they should leave their own mark in that place. Leave your own footprints in that restaurant. That is the most basic level for a chef who enters actual combat. How many problems can students realize and how many problems can they solve in these small shops where the summer festival is held? This is the key to this time. If a student doesn't even know where the problem is, let alone solve it, then I can only say goodbye with regret. For those students who can realize the problem but their own ability is not enough to solve the problem, the inspectors of Tatsuki Academy will usually score them according to the situation. Of course, in Tatsuki Academy, where there are many hidden talents, there are naturally some perverts, and what they do far exceeds the original expectations. Just like the small shop jointly opened by Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuke, in just 2 days, the turnover has been ranked among the top, and it is the only one that stands out, leaving the small shops far behind. Lunch break. Kyuga Teraki sat alone on the bench, looking at today's turnover. He was almost crazy. Why is this? It's okay to have 2 seniors, Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuke, competing on the opposite side, but why is there a food stall next door? Hearing Kyuga Teraki's crazy voice, the bald chefs under him walked out of the shop very tacitly. Just then, Yang Ming quietly came behind Kyuga Teraki. Hey, little apprentice, what's wrong? Master. Hyuga Teraki rushed forward like a drowning man who found a life-saving straw, but was dodged by Yang Ming by leaning to the side. Hyuga Teraki hugged Yang Ming's calf without any image, and howled, "Master, you have to help me. If the turnover of this summer festival is not among the top 3, my Chinese Cuisine Research Institute will be revoked." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. "Sure enough, you are fighting with others in private." Yet, Hyuga Teraki lowered his head. Yang Ming did not pursue the things that his apprentice concealed. After all, it was his private matter. He had to help his apprentice. After inspecting the small shops in the summer festival, Yang Ming had already done it. Leaving a record, this is the passing standard for the summer festival. What Teraki Hyuga has done so far in this restaurant is just ordinary work. Wash vegetables, cut ingredients, and cooking some dishes. If anyone else comes, even if they can't do it as perfectly as them, they can do it in a similar way. If Yang Ming were to grade his performance in the past 2 days, he would only give a failing score. Yang Ming now understands more and more the true meaning of the summer festival. It is to make you think about how to make yourself irreplaceable. In this world, nothing can be successful if you work hard. There are too many people who work hard. In this city, the dreams are shining like stars in the sky. Pick up a brick and throw it down from the building and it will hit a person who thinks he is excellent. So Totsuki wants to tell its students that whether it is work or study, excellence is far from enough, and you must be outstanding and irreplaceable. Facing this summer festival seriously is just the beginning of the road to the top. Okay. I have talked so much about the truth. So, what should I do? Hyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming expectantly. First of all, the problem is obvious, isn't it? To solve a problem, the first step is to find the problem. And the problem of this store was known from the beginning. Sure enough, it's still not popular enough. It's a pity to say that a restaurant with such delicious food but not many customers is a pity. So, what's the reason? The main problem is the location. The small store across the street, jointly opened by Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuke, held an event on the first day of the summer festival, which attracted most of the customers passing by. What about other problems? It seems that there are none. Whether it is the level of the menu or the atmosphere of the store, these are big problems in other restaurants, but they are impeccable in Hyuga Hotel. There is no need to worry about these aspects, so that their energy can also be focused. Now that the problem is clear, let's start thinking about how to solve it. Yang Ming said with his hand on his forehead. No matter how I think about it, I can only think of old-fashioned routines such as handing out flyers and holding events. Hyuga Teraki said, curling his lips. Such old-fashioned methods are not feasible even when they are said out loud. Chapter 968 The Attracted Guests. Excuse me, is this Hyuga Hotel? The fashionable girl was looking around at the door of the small shop with her mobile phone. Behind her were her classmates who were also curious. The one who greeted her was a gentleman standing at the door with his shirt sleeves rolled up. He led the guests inside and said in a gentle voice, "Yes, please come in." "Hey? It looks good inside." The classmate who followed her said in surprise when entering the door. The door of the shop looked brand new. The red paint was applied no more than a week ago, and the bolt and door chain were also brand new and shiny. "Excuse me." The girl tried to push the door and it opened easily. She walked in and took a look, and then her eyes widened. The furnishings in the room were indeed completely different from what they imagined, but it was just another meaning on another level. This. Completely different from what they had imagined before, the room was ridiculously large. From the outside, it looked like a place the size of 1 or 2 halls, but inside it was connected to several rooms. How to describe this shop? Romantic, intellectual, elegant, leisurely, it seems that all the beautiful words can be gathered here. The designer of this shop blended many romantic elements here at will, but it did not look messy, but rather revealed a fresh taste. The maple leaf-shaped chandeliers and wall lamps emit a soft glow, reflecting the Mediterranean murals behind the bar, which makes people think of the silver beach, flying seabirds, and the blue sea. The low tables and chairs, the classical cushions, and the slightly sour and sweet smell in the room give people a sense of tranquility and nobility. The pattern of gilded wicker on the wall, the photo wall that records the mood of the owner of the shop and the travel plan, and the seemingly random wine bottles and picture albums seem to be telling stories from the long years. Whether it is the decoration or the furnishings, a careful observation can show that they are still brand new. They should have just been bought not long ago, but the combination gives people a strong sense of history. Very tasteful and patterned. Such a small shop should appear in Ginza, Tokyo, not here. The warm light in the shop falls on the brown checkered tablecloth, exuding the elegance of the old style, which makes people bright. When they first came out of the station and checked the map on their phones to get to the store, they really suspected that they had gone to the wrong place. Could there really be a store as exquisite as the one in the photos online? Was it really opened by students from Totsuki Academy? Were they being scammed? The address of the store marked on the website was a bit complicated, but they didn't spend much time to find their destination. At the fork in the street many places have signposts with cute symbols, and the final direction is this small shop. It stands quietly in the middle of a group of shops, neither ostentatious nor noisy, and looks a bit inconspicuous. But after pushing open the door and going in, you can see the decorations and furnishings that are exactly the same as those in the photos on the internet. The area of the house is not large, but it is clean and warm, and the lighting is also very soft. The main tone is lemon yellow, and there are many green plants. This kind of color that makes people happy can immediately bring people a good mood. "Mamiko, where should we sit?" asked a friend who was traveling with me. "This." The girl called Mamiko hesitated for a moment. "There are not many seats in the store. Where should we sit?" "Sit there." Yang Ming, who took them in and acted as a waiter, took them to the window. The autumn sunshine coming in from the window is neither dazzling nor hot. The warmth shining in is really comfortable. "It's pretty good here," Mamiko exclaimed. "This is the menu of our restaurant. Please take a look first. If you need to order, please call me." After handing several menus to the customers, Yang Ming went to work somewhere else. "Well. Okay." The female companion next to Mamiko poked her waist. "Everyone has left, but you are still staring." "Who is staring?" Mamiko covered up with her mouth, and flipped through the menu she just took. "Okay, everyone order, who will eat this deadly durian pizza with me?" The waiter's light feeling just now, and the perfect side profile curve, is indeed a salty style man that she likes very much. So it's not too much to look at him a few more times. "Signature lethal durian pizza." The girl sitting opposite her read the description on the menu: triple durian pulp plus double cheese, cheese with durian, double the deliciousness, amazingly delicious. Obviously, the others also read this sentence, and they looked embarrassed and shook their heads. "Forget it. Tisk. What's the point of coming here if you don't order this?" Mamiko said dissatisfiedly, but she obviously couldn't eat a whole pizza by herself, so she had to follow the crowd. Several people ordered a fragrant durian pizza and a Hawaiian seafood pizza, plus some other snacks. She was embarrassed to force her friends to taste it with her. After all, she was the only one interested in durian. Durian, a fruit from Southeast Asia, has a strong smell and always exudes a mixed fragrance of turpentine, onions, and stinky cheese, which is disliked by most people. Of course, this is also the case in Japan. However, people who like to eat durian will find it sweet and delicious, and it is simply irresistible to eat it even if they face countless people's disdain. Mamiko is one of them. After seeing the article on the internet that was forwarded by countless foodies, which mentioned this small shop specializing in strange dishes, she persuaded her friends after all kinds of hardships to take the tram to taste the durian dishes here after get off work. In fruit shops in Japan, it is basically difficult to find durian for sale, probably because the air is too polluted. Usually, she only eats durian occasionally to satisfy her cravings. Now, she can finally eat enough. Durian pizza. Durian cheese tart. Durian 1000-layer cake. Everything on the menu is a temptation that makes her appetite. In Japan, it is difficult to find a small shop like this one that has a full range of durian products from staple food to desserts. She secretly made up her mind that if the dishes served later were delicious, she would definitely recommend this restaurant to her friends. "Hello, customer, this is the fragrant durian pizza and Hawaiian seafood pizza you ordered." What disappointed Mamiko was that the person who served the dishes was not the salty man she had just seen, but another bald man who was also wearing the uniform of the small shop. "We will deliver the others as soon as possible, please enjoy." Chapter 969 We Are Different. "Hello, customer, this is the fragrant durian pizza and Hawaiian seafood pizza you ordered." What disappointed Mamiko was that the person who served the dishes was not the salty man she had just seen, but another bald man who was also wearing the uniform of the small shop. "We will deliver the others as soon as possible, please enjoy." The freshly served pizza exuded an attractive aroma. It was also a golden pizza. The durian cheese pizza with large pieces of durian pulp was placed in front of Mamiko, and the Hawaiian seafood pizza was placed on the other side. The seafood pizza is different from the usual method. It seems to have added a little lighter tomato sauce, which makes the color look more attractive. The red tomatoes and green peppers are evenly sprinkled on it, and in the middle are the prawns and scallops that make people full of appetite. The mushrooms next to the shrimps are mixed with the onions in the pizza, exuding the unique aroma of seafood. The delicious soup overflowing from the shrimps and scallops is fully absorbed by the pizza. It tastes light and very tasty. Every bite is full of the fresh and sweet smell of seafood. A whole piece of seafood pizza was finished by everyone, and the chewy and sweet shrimps and the mellow taste of scallops are still between the teeth and cheeks. It left a lingering, smooth and fragrant texture, making the girls present feel that they just couldn't eat enough. Desserts and snacks hadn't been served yet, so everyone had to look at Mamiko, who was eating durian pizza alone. It's so delicious. So delicious. There is no doubt that if Mamiko had a tail, she would definitely wag it around like a puppy who found a bone. You guys come and try it too. This. Several people looked at each other, and no one dared to take the first piece. After all, the ecstasy taste of durian was really memorable. Try it. This is a specialty. It's a pity that you don't dare to eat a piece of durian pizza in such a restaurant that is said to be very special. Okay, okay. After Mamiko's repeated persuasion, someone finally took a piece to his plate. When she cut a piece with a knife and put it in her mouth, her pupils suddenly dilated. This taste. Is this what durian tastes like? The friend who tasted durian pizza for the first time gave a happy compliment. It's so delicious. It makes people feel regretful for not being able to accept durian before. It's so delicious, why didn't they try it earlier? This is simply the door to a new world. Is it? Mamiko also smiled happily. Seeing the two of them, the others finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and started to eat. Give me a piece. Let me try it too. Mamiko happily distributed pieces of durian pizza to everyone. I said it was delicious, but you didn't believe it before. It's so smelly and looks so unfriendly, it's hard to try. The girl next to her argued. Yes. Durian is such a fruit, with a thorny shell, and it looks cold and indifferent to everyone. If you get a little closer, you will feel the sting, but when you can endure these and accept it seriously, you can feel its sweetness and passion. Just like those people who are cold and hard to get close to, you will know that their nature is not what they show after getting to know them. They are perfectly restrained, and their emotions may be wilder and more surging than ordinary people. At this moment, they felt the passionate deliciousness in this durian pizza. The taste of durian is unique enough. If other ingredients are added, they will be covered by the fragrance and sweetness of durian, which will affect the taste of durian pizza. Therefore, the chef who cooks it does not add other ingredients, but just makes full use of the characteristics of durian itself. The cover of the menu and the introduction of the website specifically mention the variety of durian used in this restaurant. It is the golden pillow durian selected from Thailand, one of the top durian varieties. Compared with ordinary durian, this kind of durian has fuller and larger flesh, lighter smell, but tastes sweeter. Especially for those diners who are not used to the smell of durian, this is the perfect choice. A whole piece of durian pizza is full of large and visible durian flesh. Before the tongue and stomach are satisfied, the eyes have already been satisfied. When the durian pizza is put into the mouth, the perfect combination of durian and mozzarella cheese makes the taste of durian softer under the coordination of cheese, which fits the taste of the public very well. The light cheese aroma is accompanied by the rich sweetness of durian flesh, which is mixed with the rich aroma of cream, and the taste is full and heavy. Delicious. I want another one. It is worthy of being the signature pizza of this store. Now, if you look at the restaurant, most of the customers have a durian pizza on their tables, which is enough to prove its success. Or, the friend next to him said hesitantly. How about we order a lethal durian pizza? This was the first time for someone to eat durian pizza, and now he was going to challenge the difficulty. But this was exactly what Mamiko wanted. Okay. She wanted to try that lethal pizza from the beginning. 3 times the durian pulp plus double the cheese, how crazy it would be. Wait. When Mamiko was about to ask the waiter to add more food, the girl on the other side spoke again. Order one more. Okay. Mamiko replied with a smile, Waiter, here are 2 more lethal durian pizzas. There were few staff in the store, but the serving speed was very fast. After a while, 2 durian pizzas full of fragrance were brought over. Wow, So exaggerated. Such a big portion. The fresh durian flesh, 3 times more than the ordinary durian pizza, is tightly wrapped with mellow cheese, and the fragrant aroma has already inadvertently invaded the nasal cavity. Mamiko couldn't wait to grab a piece with her bare hands, and the cheese she pulled up seemed to be inseparable, wrapping the durian flesh layer by layer. One bite, take a bite. Durian is sandwiched between the fragrant crust and the rich cheese, and the taste between the teeth is self-evident. With the blending effect of double cheese, durian has escaped the original category of heavy taste. The taste is more stimulating, but the taste is also softer. The entrance has distinct layers, and the softness of durian, the sponginess of cheese and the crispness of the crust interweave the unique flavor of this durian thousand layers. Chapter 970 Not just cooking. With the blending effect of double cheese, durian has escaped the original category of heavy taste. The taste is more stimulating, but the taste is also softer. The entrance has distinct layers, and the softness of durian, the sponginess of cheese and the crispness of the crust interweave the unique flavor of this durian thousand layers. This restaurant is really great. The friend next to him covered his face and couldn't stop praising, I feel like I'm almost becoming a durian lover. Mamiko smiled and said nothing. The durian dishes in this restaurant are all outstanding works that weaken the smell and promote the sweetness of durian. Durian lover, if you can bear the smell of durian fruit, then talk about it when you can bear the smell of durian fruit. After the main course, the durian cheese tarts and durian thousand-layer cake were also swept away by everyone. Everyone rubbed their round stomachs and shouted satisfied. Mamiko, where did you see this restaurant? The friend next to him patted his stomach and turned his head to ask curiously. This. I saw it in a gourmet restaurant introduction on Facebook. Mamiko explained. In the past 2 days, an article on Facebook has been reposted crazily. The name of the article is Counting the Unknown Special Restaurants in Totsuki Academy During the Summer Festival, which introduces many restaurants in Totsuki Academy that are not so famous but have unique characteristics. As a senior foodie, Mamiko clicked on the title immediately after seeing it. The article is well written, and the description makes people very hungry. Unfortunately, most restaurants may not be well known to ordinary people, but they are well known to people who know more about food. Mamiko read it carefully line by line and found that the article was quite pertinent to the restaurants she had visited. For example, the unique dipping sauce of the traditional Japanese restaurant called shotomuchi and the various fried foods NWA scene were described with great accuracy. It should be written by a gourmet or a professional food critic. Mamiko made this judgment quickly, and the account that originally forwarded the article undoubtedly proved this point. The official account of Totsuki Gakuen seems to have become popular after the Facebook account of this famous culinary school forwarded this article. Whether it is the restaurants mentioned in the article or the fans of these restaurants, no one minds letting this article spread for a longer time. And the Kyoga Hotel restaurant mentioned in the middle of the article instantly caught Mamiko's eye. This is a rare restaurant with such characteristics in Japan. The deliciousness is beyond imagination. It is a rare and best choice for Japanese curiosity seekers. Here you can taste the fragrance of durian and enjoy the rich taste brought by the combination of ingredients. It is so delicious that even people from nearby counties and districts take the tram to taste it. If you are troubled by your friend's rejection of durian, you might as well take them here to have a look. Maybe you can cure their durian phobia. Although Mamiko had never heard of the name of this restaurant before, the words in it undoubtedly attracted her attention. A restaurant built for food lovers, isn't this her paradise? She had never heard of it before. What a mistake. No, I must take my friends to see it together. And the final ending was naturally perfect. Except that she didn't get the mobile phone number of the handsome salty man when paying the bill, everything was satisfactory. Mamiko took out her mobile phone, pressed the forward button under the Facebook message, and tagged several of her friends at the same time, and everyone discussed the next time they came to this restaurant for a party. What a nice restaurant, she thought. Oh my, Kyoga Teraki, you have a romantic encounter so soon. Yang Ming, who was standing next to the cashier, smiled mischievously. Master, don't talk nonsense. Kyoga Teraki calmly pushed back the drawer of the cash register. It was the first time for him to be asked for his mobile phone number by a female customer. But, Master, you are really amazing. Kyoga Teraki sighed as he looked at the store full of customers. There are so many customers in just one day. The store's daily customer flow is now equal to that of the previous 2 days. Even at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the occupancy rate is more than half. He had always believed that it would take at least a week to achieve such popularity. Can it be achieved by just an article on the internet? Kyuga Teraki still found it a little incredible. He usually used the internet only to use Google and Wikipedia. Although he had heard of social networks and registered a Twitter account number, but the biggest use is just to read the news occasionally. I thought you were too conservative before. What era is it now? His hobby is still cooking. His mobile phone is an antique smartphone with buttons. The Wi-Fi in the store was installed by Yang Ming yesterday. You should still be more closely connected with society. Now it's an information society. Yang Ming proudly took out his mobile phone and pointed to the number of reposts and comments on it. Millions of clicks and hundreds of thousands of comments, such advertising doesn't cost a penny. Well. Kyuga Teraki nodded and decided to study Facebook and Twitter after returning. Although he had established a personal homepage of Kyuga Restaurant with the help of Yang Ming, he still needed to study the specific operations and applications. And, apprentice. Yang Ming suddenly raised his voice, hurry up and recruit more employees. I'm so busy today as a waiter and chef. Master, I'm already doing this. Kyuga Teraki replied with a reassuring smile, but I'll still have to trouble you these 2 days. Although he really hoped that Master Yang Ming could stay here to help, this thought only flashed through his mind. After all, this is his small shop. Master is worthy of being a master, so amazing. Kyuga Teraki looked at Yang Ming with admiration, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Not to mention that his cooking skills far surpassed his own, he even knew more about the operation and promotion of the restaurant than him, which really made him feel a little ashamed. Seeing Kyuga Teraki in a daze, Yang Ming asked softly, how is it outside now? He has been busy in the shop and has no time to go out and take a look. After all, his main job now is to act as a waiter and make large quantities of durian pizza. Hearing the shouts outside, and add again. Chapter 971 Changes. He has been busy in the shop and has no time to go out and take a look. After all, his main job now is to act as a waiter and make large quantities of durian pizza. Hearing the shouts outside, add again. Great, Kyuga Teraki said with a smile, it's almost full. That's good. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this kind of thing can also be seen from the orders flying like snowflakes in front of him, but hearing Kyuga Teraki say it himself, he still feels more at ease. After all, the ideas are all his own. Although they are a bit whimsical, the results look good. I didn't expect you to be so talented in writing, master. Not bad. Just as they discussed before, if they want to solve the problem of Kyuga Hotel, it is not possible to improve its popularity in the surrounding areas. Most of the surrounding consumer groups have been snatched away by the small shops opposite. No matter how famous it is just a waste of time. So Yang Ming changed his mind. Since it is difficult to find customers in the surrounding area, it is better to let customers come to the door without any trouble. To achieve this, the restaurant must have sufficiently unique characteristics. Yang Ming and Kyuga Teraki carefully studied the menu of Kyuga Hotel and found that the Chinese cuisine in the past was too monotonous. They decided to make some unique cuisine as the main feature of the restaurant. When Yang Ming found that the fruit pizza here was well received, the focus was originally scheduled to be fruit. But after a little investigation, it was found that there were many restaurants with the theme of fruit, and there were even fruit sushi and fruit ramen. Fruit pizza and fruit desserts really couldn't attract other people's attention. Then let's narrow the scope a little bit. Thinking of this, Yang Ming ran to ask Kyuga Teraki what fruit dishes he was best at. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes on the menu, Yang Ming thought he would have to think for a long time, but he didn't expect Kyuga Teraki to say immediately. Choosing a fruit as the restaurant's specialty? It's quite interesting. Kyuga Teraki said with great interest. This approach seems to keep those who don't like this fruit away, but it can have more loyal customers. Then let's choose durian. Have you decided so quickly? Yes, it's durian. Kyuga Teraki said firmly. In the end, the promotion method Yang Ming chose was online promotion. Among the people who can participate in the promotion work, there are only 2 of them at most. Whether it is handing out flyers or posting posters, it is completely unrealistic. An online promotion only requires 1 person. Have you reached an agreement with Arena Nikiri? Kyuga Teraki asked Yang Ming. Well, she said it's okay. If you want to quickly cause a stir on the internet and get the most attention, using those high-level accounts with a lot of fans is naturally the best choice. With the help of Arina Nagiri, Yang Ming and Teraki Kyuga successfully contacted the person who manages the Facebook and Twitter accounts of Totsuki Academy, but the other party knew after explaining their purpose. They were told clearly that the official account of Totsuki Academy would not release such information for a personal restaurant. However, Yang Ming did not give up. He simply hinted and found the loophole in the other party's words. Official accounts would not release such information, but if it was forwarded, the requirements would be much broader. Yang Ming communicated with the other party and reached a consensus with him not long after. An article evaluating the restaurant of Totsuki Academy's summer festival? Just forward it. Okay, please send the article over and we will decide after reading it. The other party said. After all, it was arranged by Miss Arina Nagiri. As long as it did not touch the school's ban, other things would be turned a blind eye. Soon, the article counting the unknown special restaurants of Totsuki Academy during the summer festival that was forwarded a lot on Twitter and Facebook was born from Yang Ming's hands. The article introduces the specialty restaurants of Totsuki College during the summer festival. They are all restaurants that are not well known, but the taste is indeed delicious. Of course, this article also includes Kyuga Hotel. The name of Kyuga Hotel is placed in the middle of the article, which is a position that is not eye-catching and can play a promotional role. A must-have for durian lovers and durian food that cannot be missed are the purpose of this article to instill such concepts into readers. It seems to be a wedding dress for others, but the one who gets the most benefit from it is undoubtedly Kyuga Hotel. Compared with those high-end specialty restaurants with a certain degree of popularity, the status of Kyuga Hotel in the hearts of readers has been virtually improved. This is the power of soft articles. Like spring breeze and rain, moistening things silently. When those people reposted it, they didn't even think that they had done a free advertisement for them, right? Boss. Here's a durian pizza. The durian cheese tarts here haven't been served for a long time. Isn't the 1000-layer cake here yet? The guests' complaints came one after another, and Teraki Kyuga could only apologize repeatedly, sorry, we'll be right away. Today is Yang Ming and Teraki Kyuga's last day working at the summer festival Kyuga Hotel. Since the preparation of the dishes is not that difficult, in order to allow the newly recruited employees to quickly get used to it, Teraki Kyuga and Yang Ming left the kitchen and did some reception work outside. As a waiter, that guy's hands and feet are a bit too slow. Yang Ming tilted his head and looked at Teraki Kyuga, who was busy and sweating. The autumn weather was so cool, and it was really hard for him to sweat so much. But he couldn't go over to help, because Yang Ming also had his own work. For example, offering a little bit of apology to the guests who had been waiting for a long time. Hey, we didn't seem to order this black tea. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. This is the black tea we give you. Please enjoy it. Another example is to provide some small gifts to frequent guests. I often see you coming here recently. Yes, this store is very suitable for me. Thank you very much for your patronage. This is the cheesecake we prepared for you, which is still in the trial period. If you don't mind, can you taste it and tell us what you think? That's of course no problem. Chapter 972 Announcement of Results. Thank you very much for your patronage. This is the cheesecake we prepared for you, which is still in the trial period. If you don't mind, can you taste it and tell us what you think? That's of course no problem. Kyuga Teraki stared blankly at Yang Ming who was walking around the restaurant. Those guests all smiled happily because of him. I feel that I am not as good as the master. He grinned and laughed at himself. There are many things he needs to learn from Yang Ming. The sun sets, and in the blink of an eye, Kyuga Hotel is about to close. Thank you for your patronage, I look forward to your next visit. After seeing off the last batch of guests at the door, Kyuga Teraki wiped his sweat. In just a few days, this restaurant has become like a new life. In summer in Tokyo, the sunset is not too late. When it is close to 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun begins to converge its dazzling light. The fountain located in the central square of Totsuki Academy is facing the direction of the sunset, and is dyed into a full golden water flower cluster with the distant sunset light. Please pay attention, students, please pay attention. The 7th day of the summer festival. As of 1800 hours in the evening, the turnover has been fully calculated. The ranking of today's turnover will be announced by region below. When the broadcast of the academy sounded, whether it was the diners who were still tasting the food with big mouthfuls, or the chefs who were cooking the dishes in full swing, they all stopped their actions and listened quietly. First is the corridor area, and the third is. The announcement was made on the radio when the stores in other areas were ranked. Kyuga Teraki called Yang Ming in a low voice, "Master, master." Yang Ming put down the wooden box in his hand and walked over. "What are you doing? Do you think we can win?" "Well, it's hard to say." Yang Ming subconsciously smoothed his hair. "Aren't we going to announce the final results now?" In the last few days of the summer festival, Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk saw that the situation was not right, and tried every means to immediately launch a series of new dishes, intending to turn the tide and suppress their Kyuga hotel at the last minute to become the store with the highest sales in a week. But Yang Ming and his team were not willing to fall behind. Under Yang Ming's planning, the next day they launched the durian set meal, which was exaggerated even in the eyes of Kyuga Teraki, who had a rich imagination, and the Chinese cuisine that children loved very much, the Manchu Han banquet, which suppressed and defeated the small store jointly opened by Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk for 2 consecutive days. At the same time, yesterday, the 6th day of the summer festival, because it was Saturday, the customer flow was several times more than usual. The advantage of Kyuga Hotel in media publicity was reflected. The large color photos and introductions of the hot dishes in the Totsuki Daily attracted a large number of famous customers, which made the sales of Kyuga Hotel soar that day. "If we win today, can we be sure of victory?" Yang Ming asked. "Almost. I asked this morning, and the total amount of the past few days is almost the same as theirs. Next, report the ranking of Central District Dash." "Wait a minute." Seeing that Kyuga Teraki wanted to say something, Yang Ming made a hush gesture. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Whether he could help Kyuga Teraki win depended on this one move. Here it comes. The third place is Zonghua Food Stall. Not far away, there was a faint cheer. In the fiercely competitive Chuo district, the third place is almost different every day, but the first and second place are always between Kyuga Hotel and the joint store of Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk. After a pause, the voice on the radio continued. The second place is the joint hotel of Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk. The first place is Kyuga Hotel by Kyuga Teraki. It seems that the announcer has been a little tired of reading these two names these days, and this time he read out the rankings of the two stores in one breath. Success! Great! Everyone in the Chinese Cuisine Research Institute cheered immediately after hearing the news. The Chinese Cuisine Research Society with more than 40 people. The largest club in Totsuki Academy. And the captain of the 10 elites. All these made them shine this time. Win, win. Won beautifully. Excitement, like a flood that broke through the dam, poured out from Kyuga Teraki's heart. Every cell in his body was trembling with joy. Great, Kyuga Teraki! Yang Ming's eyes flickered, and he smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Yet. Kyuga Teraki hugged Yang Ming excitedly. This is all thanks to you, master. Without Yang Ming, he would not have the confidence to challenge giants like Sato Sume and Megajima Fuyasuk. Yang Ming was suddenly hugged by a warm body, and he did not react for a while. It took him a long time to respond. Ha ha ha. Kyuga Teraki is also very powerful. But you should put me down first. Kyuga Teraki also felt something was wrong and let go of his hand awkwardly. Kyuga Teraki, the summer festival competition is over, let's go for a walk. Facing Yang Ming's invitation, Kyuga Teraki did not react for a while, and it took a long time to respond. Okay, of course no problem. Then let's go. Yang Ming said as he walked forward a few steps, motioning for Kyuga Teraki to follow. Under the setting sun, the summer festival was still bustling with people. This annual celebration will finally come to an end today, and a new chapter will be opened again on this day next year. Every time a student participates in the grand ceremony, they will also accumulate experience and insights here, and gain their own share of fun from it. The wanton hawking, the noisy talking, and the stalls that kept passing by made Kyuga Teraki unable to move his eyes away. He followed behind Yang Ming and walked through the streets lined with shops on both sides. Where are they going to take him? Kyuga Teraki had a vague sense of foreboding. This place has gradually deviated from the main road of Totsuki Academy and went to the sparsely populated edge. In that place, there are no shops and few people. If the body is buried there, it will probably take a long time to find it. Hey, why does he think so? Oh right. Yang Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Kyuga Teraki, who was thinking about something, almost bumped into his back. Yang Ming turned around. He guessed, I almost forgot one thing. Have we not had dinner yet? Chapter 973, Invisible Pretending. By the way. Yang Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Kyuga Teraki, who was thinking about the problem, almost bumped into his back. Yang Ming turned around and guessed, I almost forgot one thing. Have we not had dinner yet? Gu, the rumbling sound of the stomach happened to match. Ah! Kyuga Teraki's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he said embarrassedly, I haven't eaten yet. Is that so? Then I'll buy you something to eat. Yang Ming looked around and walked towards a store. How can I be so embarrassed? Kyuga Teraki hurriedly went up to stop Yang Ming from taking out his wallet. Master, please keep it. I'll buy it myself. If the apprentice asked the master to buy it, that would be too bad, right? Oh, Yang Ming looked up and down at Kyuga Teraki. Then did you bring the food coupons? Food coupons? Kyuga Teraki patted his pants pocket and reached out to take out the things inside. Sure enough, there was only cash. Speaking of this, it seems that all the food coupons in the store are placed in the small store. Hehe. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Your fried tenderloin is ready. This kind of snack is made very quickly. Not long after, a fragrant fried tenderloin was born. Yang Ming took the lemon on the side, squeezed the juice and dripped it on the dough. Then he picked up the sauce on the table and used delicate techniques to evenly pour it on the pork chops and chopped cabbage. Then he handed the seasoned fried tenderloin to Kyuga Teraki. Come on, you're welcome. Thank you. Kyuga Teraki hurriedly took it. You can eat while walking. Yang Ming found that Kyuga Teraki did not move his hand, and added another sentence. Japanese people usually don't eat while walking on the street, especially in front of their elders, as that is considered impolite. But Yang Ming didn't mind this at all. Yeah, okay. Kyuga Teraki nodded repeatedly. For someone whose stomach was growling, the aroma was really tempting. Kyuga Teraki put the hot tenderloin pork chop to his mouth and bit into the middle part that was soaked by black tea spots. Is it delicious? I just adjusted it to my own taste and forgot to ask you if you want sauce. Really, really delicious. After a busy day, it's really a pleasure to eat such delicious pork chops when you are hungry. Not only is there the aroma of meat and batter in his mouth, the sourness of lemon and the sweet and spicy taste of sauce, but also the slightly pungent mustard taste. The blending of multiple flavors really makes Kyuga Teraki feel satisfied. He keeps tasting this delicious tenderloin pork chop. It's really strange, are you really hungry? I feel that this pork loin is more delicious than the ones I usually eat. Kyuga Teraki thought. No. That's not right. Yes, it has become more delicious. As a chef, Teraki Kyuga noticed something with his sensitive touch. In the pork loin in his hand, whether it is the surface coating or the different thicknesses of meat, the sauce and lemon flavors contained in it are extremely uniform. It is these factors that make the quality of this street snack even better. And this perfect seasoning was just made by the man in front of him. Really, terrible. The cooking skills of a chef do not have to be dazzling and eye-catching. In fact, this kind of work in the details can better reflect the level of a chef. The chef, his cooking skills have improved again. Has he become a master chef infinitely? This is too incredible. As they ate and walked forward, Yang Ming and Kyuga Teraki came to the store opened by Irina. How many of you who claim to be deeply knowledgeable about food can really stand up and say that you know what is truly delicious? In the middle of the hall, the man who was hated by many people fired a map cannon in a sarcastic tone. Isn't this Irina's store? What is this man arguing about? Yang Ming's first reaction when he saw the man was, this person must be very narcissistic. A black windbreaker made of fine materials and exquisite workmanship, a black shirt, black trousers, black gloves, and a pair of black leather shoes. Except for the unique color of the off-white tie tied around his neck, the man standing in the middle of the restaurant was all black. How much do you like black? If you only look at his face, whether it is the facial contour, sharp sword eyebrows, or high nose bridge, he can be considered handsome, but Yang Ming felt an instinctive discomfort when looking at him. The next moment Yang Ming reacted, the reason why he felt uncomfortable. It was because of his eyes. The eyes of that man were the same as the snake he accidentally stepped on in the grass while walking in the mountains when it stood up and looked at him. Cold, without any emotion, it made people feel suffocated. Okay, Irina, how long are you going to make me wait? Let me taste your current skills. The man ignored the guests around him who were glaring at him and said to Irina Nakiri over there. This man actually called Irina's name directly? Yang Ming looked at Irina Nakiri and found that Irina seemed to be a little bit wrong. In Yang Ming's impression, Irina always smiled confidently, no matter what she did, she was very calm, and always faced everything with a steady pace and a proud attitude. But the Irina he saw now seemed to be shaking. What's going on? Guest, our store is by appointment only. You haven't made an appointment yet, so it will be very difficult for us to force your way in like this. Naoto Hisako flew out and blocked the man's path to Irina. Oh. The man looked around the hall casually, then walked a few steps and sat on a chair next to an empty table. Isn't there no guest at this table? Then. Irina Nakiri opened her mouth, that table is. But under the gaze of the man, he finally didn't say what he wanted to say. So what's going on? Yang Ming felt that he had almost understood it. Well, someone is making trouble. In Totsuki Academy, the eldest daughter of the Nakiri family is making trouble in the store. Is this guy an old man who is tired of living? Although I don't know why no one has called the guards to drive him out, looking at Irina Nakiri's nervous look, Yang Ming felt that it was time to stand up. Chapter 974, Meeting the Father-in-Law Now? Hurry up, Irina, how long do you want me to wait? The man crossed his legs and put his hands on his knees in a relaxed manner. Sir, can you please make way? This is the seat I reserved. Yang Ming walked over and said. Hat. The man looked at Yang Ming with an unpleasant look. Is what he said true, Irina? That's right. Arato Hisako rushed to say, this is the seat reserved by Irina's friend. So, what have you been doing during my absence? The man looked at Yang Ming with pity. Friends? You don't need that kind of thing. Look at these guys in the restaurant. You have to remember, Irina, your dishes are not meant for guys of this level to taste. You have to carefully select your diners. Don't let them lower your taste. Hey, this guy. Yang Ming is getting more and more upset the more he listens. Is he really tired of living? Come here to fire a map cannon? Don't you look at who these people are in Irina's restaurant? They are all well-known figures in the Japanese food industry. There are several judges in the autumn selection. Aren't you afraid that they will put you? Something is wrong. Yang Ming suddenly realized that something was wrong. After the man finished speaking, the restaurant was terribly silent, and no one spoke to rebuke him. And looking at the expressions of those people, although not as obvious as the one on Irina Nakiri's face, they were indeed afraid. Who is this man? Who among these guys knows what real food is? The contemptuous tone really made Yang Ming couldn't help but say, we don't know, but you know what real food is. Of course, you little brat. Before Yang Ming got angry, he continued, real food is similar to beautiful paintings, sculptures, and music. The true value of all first-class art can only be understood by people with character and taste and proper education. These values are simply incomprehensible to ordinary people, they are just joining in the fun. Real food is something like this. It is something that only a very small number of people can reach a consensus on. It can be called dish. Anything else is not dish, it is just feed. People like you who think that using high-quality ingredients can be called food, you can't understand what I'm saying at all, right? There was still silence. Sure enough, it was impossible to refute these mortals. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Ming next to him suddenly spoke. I have never thought that using high-quality ingredients can make food. In the final analysis, whether it is ingredients or kitchen utensils, they are just tools. Only people use tools, and there are no tools to exploit people. But I totally disagree with what you call delicious food. The man listened and said without comment, then can you tell me what you think delicious food is? Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Ming. He did not seem flustered at all, and said seriously word by word. Cooking is an art, I don't deny that. Hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows and said, go on. But unlike painting, sculpture, and music, what cooking makes is a necessity for people to survive. We can live without the pleasure brought by paintings or music for a day, but we can't live without the satisfaction brought by delicious food. Chefs are different from painters, musicians, and sculptors. For chefs, the purpose of cooking is not for the desire of self-satisfaction or the excitement of accomplishment. As chefs, we want to make the food we make bring happiness to people. The man was still smiling freely when he heard the first part, but frowned when he heard the latter part and scolded, "Nonsense! I thought you could come up with some brilliant insights. Didn't I just say it? Just to meet daily needs, that kind of thing is not delicious at all, it's just feed. Only dishes that are carefully crafted and like works of art can be considered delicious." "I don't think so," Yang Ming retorted fearlessly. "Let me ask you, when you leave your hometown and are tired on the journey, the rice balls made by your mother that you take out of your backpack, although the color is simple and the taste is bland, but is it really not a delicacy? On the night of the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when you reunite with your family, although it is shabby but full of joy and warmth, is it not a delicacy? When a friend is sick, a bowl of steaming white porridge cooked for him with a considerate heart without any seasoning, and eaten with some simple pickles, is 10,000 times more delicious than those delicacies you mentioned. These insignificant things you mentioned." Before he finished, Yang Ming quickly added, "That's right. It is these seemingly insignificant and insignificant happiness. If we can pass it on, it will be the greatest happiness for us as chefs. Because food is something that can make people feel happiness personally." "Enough." The man stood up unhappily, looked directly at Irina, and said, "Irina, you really found some good friends. What a bummer." He shook his head and walked out of the open door. No one stopped him from going out, just as no one stopped him from coming in. "So, who is this person?" Yang Ming crossed his arms, watched the man's back as he walked away, and asked Naoto Hisako. "That's Nakaritsuki, Miss Irina's father." "Hey!" Yang Ming turned around with an expression more surprised than hearing that the Chinese national football team qualified for the World Cup. "That's Irina's father? I thought he was someone who was looking for trouble. But the scene just now didn't look like a touching father-daughter reunion. I'm sorry, Irina. I seem to have messed something up." Yang Ming scratched his head embarrassedly, but saw Irina approaching him step by step. Then, she hugged him tightly. Thank you. Yang Ming." The barely audible thank you that can only be heard when you get close. It's okay. Yang Ming embraced Irina Nakiri in his arms. He was not mistaken just now. Irina was really shaking. "Although I don't know what happened, everything is over," Yang Ming said with ease, but Irina Nakiri's expression did not improve at all. Because he knew that since the man came back, it meant everything was just beginning. Chapter 975, Wake Up and Pretend to be Cool. That night in the Polar Star dormitory, Yang Ming lay on the simple big bed and stared at the starry sky outside the window. Today, he met Irina's father, the man called the Devil, Nakaritsuki, which indicated that Totsuki Academy was about to usher in a big change. At this time, Yang Ming was mainly a little worried about how to deal with Nakaritsuki, as long as he could get rid of Nakaritsuki. But is he going to beat him up with ninjutsu? Or cut off his penis? Or put him in a sack and kill him? Or call the police to tell them that a pervert is teaching his daughter to do something? Something seems to have appeared behind, please don't pay attention. At this moment, a light bulb suddenly flashed in my head, I got it. Just use this method, hehe, Nakaritsuki, you can't run away now, you dare to hurt my lovely Irina. The room was suddenly filled with mysterious laughter. At the same time in a room in a luxurious inner house, Nakaritsuki, who was planning how to teach his daughter, suddenly trembled as if he was entangled by something ominous, but he quickly ignored it without finding anything and continued to indulge in his plan. Let's go to bed, but I haven't drunk for so long, so I still need to drink. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to go to bed early, but Yang Ming just saw some wine on the ground, and he was itching to drink after not drinking for a long time. Until he couldn't help it, he reached out and took out a wine jar from the drawer. This was the wine he brewed with some materials recently, and the materials used were also extremely precious. After opening the seal, a light but slightly strong floral and fruity fragrance emanated. Yang Ming was immediately intoxicated by the smell. Although this floral and fruity wine was just a common product compared to some wine brewing masters, it was still a fairy wine compared to ordinary wine. What's more important is that he would burst his body if he drank other wines. Thinking of this, he wanted to cry but had no tears. It's so cool. It turns out that the things produced by myself are the best. After holding the wine jar and taking a big sip, Yang Ming felt much more comfortable all over. After drinking half a jar of wine, Yang Ming resealed the seal and put the wine jar back into the drawer. There was no conversation all night. It was a quiet night until the next morning. The students in the Polar Star dormitory had to make their own breakfast, and Yang Ming was no exception. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw several students busy, probably preparing their own breakfast. "Good morning, everyone," Yang Ming greeted. Is Heike Hui and others were busy, and said without turning back, "Good morning, Yang Ming Jun." Yang Ming stood at the door and watched for a while, but then he lost interest. Perhaps it was because his cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds during this period. He felt that some of them had mediocre breakfasts. He was looking forward to it, but some of them were still too young, at most barely reaching the level of senior chefs, and the senior dishes they made were almost all the kind that followed the textbooks, and there was no meaning at all. Walking to the food area, Yang Ming took the ingredients he wanted, and then walked aside to prepare to start making the breakfast he thought of, while the chef of the Nakiri family looked at his actions with disdain. What tricks can a 4-year-old child play? It's good enough if the food doesn't cause diarrhea. After walking to the kitchen counter, Yang Ming first made a soup stock with kelp and bonito, then cut the washed vegetables and seafood into pieces, put them into the boiling soup, and then smelled the aroma of the boiling soup with his nose. On the side, Is Heike Hui peeked out of the corner of his eye. He was not surprised at all that Yang Ming had good knife skills. Instead, he felt that there was something special about him. After a closer look, Is Heike Hui was stunned on the spot. He saw that all the vegetables and seafood that Yang Ming chopped into pieces were the same size, more accurate than any machine, which was incredible. After the soup was cooked enough, Yang Ming first cut a piece of toast in half, cut off the ends on both sides, and then dug out a certain space in the middle, and then evenly spread a layer of butter on the inside and outside of the toast and put it in a square container. After adding milk to the eggs and stirring, pour it evenly inside the toast, fill it with soup, cover the toast head again, and finally put it in the oven to bake. After baking, Yang Ming turned on the oven. When he opened it, only the crispy crust of the toast and the aroma of butter were exuded. On the side, Is Heike Hui felt a little strange. Yang Ming did so much to make a simple toast? Is Heike Hui had only one word in her mind, not knowing whether she should say it or not. "I don't understand the world of masters." Looking at the freshly made soup toast, Yang Ming was also quite looking forward to it. This was the first time he tried to make it with the knowledge he learned after studying at Yuanyu Academy. He didn't know how it would taste, but since he made it himself, it shouldn't be too bad. After putting the 2 toasts into the square iron box, Yang Ming walked out of the kitchen with Is Heike Hui's curious eyes. Is Heike Hui hurriedly finished her breakfast and followed Yang Ming out. "Yang Ming, is this the food you made? Can I taste it carefully?" Is Heike Hui looked at the 2 boxes in surprise and rubbed her hands. "No problem." After opening the square box, a piece of toast with a creamy aroma appeared in front of her. Although it was a bit strange, Is Heike Hui still looked at Yang Ming. After all, it was fastest to ask the cook how to eat it. "Take off the lid on top, drink the soup first, and then you can eat it however you want." After understanding the other person's eyes, he casually said the way to eat it, and then he ate the dishes made by others, and put his toast aside. After hearing the explanation, Is Heike Hui was a little helpless. However, he did not hesitate for too long, but did it according to what Yang Ming said. After he took off the bread head that was used as a lid, an attractive fragrance filled the surroundings. Is this the smell of seafood? Is Heike Hui is worthy of being one of the 10 outstanding people of Totsuki. He knew roughly what it was as soon as he smelled it. The ingredients on the soup were those, but the fragrance still tempted him to enjoy it. The moment he drank the soup, Is Heike Hui closed his eyes comfortably. At this moment, he felt as refreshing as if he went to the beach to swim in the summer, and as fulfilled as a farmer who got up early in the morning to pick vegetables, and his coat fell off unconsciously. The collar is torn. If there were outsiders, they would be shocked and speechless. This situation would occur whenever they ate food that satisfied them. But now, the collar was torn because of a breakfast that Yang Ming made casually. Chapter 976, Going Out Without Checking the Almanac. The collar is torn. If there were outsiders, they would be shocked and speechless. This situation would occur whenever they ate food that satisfied them. But now, the collar was torn because of a breakfast that Yang Ming made casually. Yang Ming couldn't bear to see the clothes bursting. He would automatically take off his clothes when he ate something delicious, and even his clothes bursting. This talent was really weird. Fortunately, he didn't make a must-kill dish, otherwise how would you feel if you saw the clothes of the person you were eating with bursting? Of course, if it was a beautiful woman, it would be fine, but he didn't dare to look at a boy with muscles all over his body. After all, this scene was too beautiful, he didn't dare to look directly at it. Well, not a bad dish. Cut the seafood and vegetables into pieces and put them into the cooked broth. White radish was used to make the taste lighter, remove the fishy smell of seafood, and blend the taste of seafood and vegetables together. There was even a hint of softness, which should be the egg liquid stirred after adding milk. Hui directly pointed out most of the procedures for the soup, but Yang Ming was not surprised, otherwise how could it be worthy of the title of the 10 outstanding people of Totsuki? Seeing that the other party was still eating breakfast without giving him face, Hui was a little embarrassed, but he didn't care and put his attention back to the bread in his hand, and didn't care about the coat that fell on the ground. Thinking of the taste just now, Hui suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. Although it was not the most delicious dish he had ever eaten, it was a dish that made him want to taste and savor it again. You'd better eat the bread quickly, otherwise it will taste different when it gets cold. Just as he was savoring the taste of the soup, Yang Ming's light words made his old face blush. He actually forgot that he had to taste the newly baked food quickly. He bit the toast without hesitation. The moment he bit it, he only had 3 feelings, one was crisp. One was soft. The last one was the freshness of the soup just now. Crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with the refreshing taste of the broth and a little bit of soup, and a little bit of saltiness. I think it's because the soup was put into the oven after being spread with cream. However, the control of temperature and time is very perfect, making the entire crust look like a golden skin. The soup and bread together can be considered a near must-have dish. Unconsciously, Hui took off another piece of underwear, revealing her muscular upper body. It seems that this dish is not bad. My first effort was not in vain. I can try other dishes in the future. Yang Ming nodded after listening, and then took out his own portion, but said something that shocked the other party. Hui stared at Yang Ming speechlessly. It turned out to be a trial dish. No wonder she didn't eat it first, but waited for him to comment before eating it herself. It seems that he treated her as a guinea pig. Well, don't worry. Although I haven't eaten it, I know it tastes good. Yang Ming said leisurely, while eating his own soup toast. In the afternoon, Yang Ming left Polar Star Dormitory. During this time, the two discussed a lot about cooking. Many of Yang Ming's opinions made Hui's eyes light up. It's finally over. What's the point of chatting with a pervert who likes to dress naked? It's really after leaving the study, Yang Ming complained. He has no love for men and he is a gentleman in fruit clothes. If Hui heard his inner voice, what would her expression be? He could discuss cooking with him as one of the 10 outstanding students of Totsuki, but he was still despised. I don't know if he would cough up blood. After Yang Ming left Polar Star Dormitory, he went straight to Irina's house, because it happened that it was time to give her a tutor today. Irina's house. Wow! Irina is stealing people's things again, it's always like this. Just when Yang Ming saw that there was still plenty of time and was about to go shopping, he heard a crying voice coming from a room. He knew who it was immediately after hearing this sentence. Isn't this Alice's voice? Yang Ming immediately opened the door quietly and saw Alice Nakiri crying on the bed. Looking at Alice crying with her head buried in the pillow, Yang Ming wanted to pick her up and comfort her, but he didn't do so. He just walked gently to the bed. Just as Alice was crying, she suddenly found a pair of warm hands on her head, and kept comforting her. When she looked up, she found a boy who looked about the same age as her. He was touching her head with his hand, and Alice's face, which was originally red from crying, suddenly became even redder. Yang Ming? How could you appear in my room? This is the inner house of the Nakiri family. How can you barge in without permission? Alice, who was originally very shy, suddenly thought of the key point. How could Yang Ming appear in her room? She immediately showed her little tiger teeth and looked fierce, but Yang Ming thought it was very cute. Me? Today I am tutoring Irina, and it is impossible for the guards outside the Nakiri family to let me run in. As for why I appeared in your room, I heard a little kid crying at that time. Yang Ming explained with a chuckle, and at the same time pinched Alice's little cheek with his other hand, causing her originally faded redness to come out again. Hee. I'm not a little guy. And, let go of your hand. Although very shy, Alice still corrected the mistake seriously, which made Yang Ming laugh. Okay. I will be in Nakiri's house for a while in the future, please give me more advice, Alice. After putting down his hand on Alice's head, Yang Ming chuckled. What's wrong with that sauce? Alice's blushing face suddenly flattened into a cute version of a bun face. It must be said that it was really cute when you really see it. Yang Ming was a little helpless when he saw Alice turned into a cute version. He had to continue to touch her head like patting a small animal. The sudden head touching made Alice look shy again. Okay. Alice, I have to leave first. I still have some things to do. After a while, Yang Ming said, although he wanted to stay here, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he decided to leave first. We will meet again. As if unconsciously, Alice shouted to Yang Ming who was walking out of the room, and Yang Ming, who was about to close the door, paused, then smiled, and then closed the door and left. After leaving Alice's room, he walked alone in the inner house of the Nakiri family. Yang Ming wandered around leisurely to get familiar with the environment. Just when he was about to go to the yard to take a look. Chapter 977 Looking for Trouble with Me? After leaving Alice's room, he walked alone in the inner house of the Nakiri family. Yang Ming wandered around leisurely to get familiar with the environment. Just when he was about to go to the yard to take a look. Kid, where are you from? How did you appear in Nakiri's house? A man in black appeared not far away, looking at him with a gloomy face. Yang Ming knew at a glance that this person was Irina's father, Nakiri Tsuki, also known as Nakamura Tsuki. It's none of your business. Why don't you ask the old man yourself? Without any intention of getting involved, Yang Ming looked at him with disgust and left. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart whether to give him a good beating, or a good beating. Nakiri Tsuki was too disgusting, as dark as a certain fateful bug master. It seems that something strange has appeared. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Nakiri Tsuki in a state of rage. The original intention to go to the yard to take a look disappeared without a trace. Tisk, it's so unlucky. I didn't expect to meet Nakiri Tsuki, that scumbag. It seems that I have to hurry up, otherwise I will be unhappy to see him when I am here as a tutor. Yang Ming thought after returning to the room. At this moment, a maid walked towards Yang Ming. Her name was Nishinoshikan. What's wrong? Miss Jianguan, it shouldn't be dinner time yet, right? Yang Ming asked Nishino Jianguan who was bending slightly. It's like this, the commander-in-chief wants the people of the Nakiri family to have dinner together tonight, so I'm here to invite you to the restaurant in an hour. Although she was surprised that Yang Ming remembered the name of a little maid, she still told him what Nakiri-sensei had asked her to do. I know, I'll be there later, and will Nakiri Tsuki also be there? Yang Ming was about to close the door, but he still asked what he wanted to know. Yes, the commander-in-chief, Tsuki, and the two ladies will be there. Jianguan was stunned for a moment when he heard this question, but still lowered his head to answer. That's fine, you can go and do your thing. Yang Ming nodded and returned to his room. Jianguan bowed and left. Nakiri Tsuki, you'd better not provoke me later, otherwise I can let you live a little longer. Otherwise, hee. He was unhappy when he thought about having dinner with Nakiri Tsuki later. If it was just the old man and two beautiful girls, he would have no problem. But when he thought about the shady man, he felt a pain in his balls. Wasn't the old man afraid that he couldn't eat or vomited? But with so many people, it really felt like a hung-men banquet. Soon it was time for dinner, and Yang Ming walked all the way to the restaurant. He didn't see any servants along the way, so he thought they should have dinner. Didn't leave after a while, Yang Ming walked to the big dining room of the Nakiri family. The moment he opened the door, he found that he was the only one who had not yet been seated, and the four people in the restaurant were looking at him. Nakiri-sensei had no expression, Nakiri Tsuki looked gloomy after seeing him, Nakiri Irina looked arrogant but a little cold, and Nakiri Alice looked at him secretly with a blush on her face. What's wrong with Alice? Seeing Alice's cute little movements, Yang Ming had a flash of doubt in his mind. Okay, sit down next to me. I'm waiting for you alone. At this time, Nakiri-sensei asked the maid next to him to pull a chair, and then put it opposite Nakiri Tsuki for Yang Ming to sit, and this position was almost equal to Nakiri Tsuki, and then next to the two of them were Irina and Alice. Seeing this scene, Nakiri Tsukiji immediately became angry again. Doesn't this mean that compared to his son-in-law, he is equal to this kid who came from nowhere? However, his face still looked calm. Serve the dishes. After seeing that everything was in place, Nakiri-sensei directly asked the butler and chef standing beside to serve the dishes. No one made a sound during dinner. Yang Ming also used the knowledge learned in Totsuki Academy to know that the nobles ate elegantly, while Alice looked at Yang Ming who was eating from time to time, and her eyes flashed a hint of ambiguous colors from time to time, and Irina occasionally glanced at Yang Ming. In this way, they finished dinner in a dull state. Yang Ming also found that Alice kept looking at his little movements, but he pretended not to see it. He always had to leave some good impressions on others, right? After dinner, Yang Ming and the Nakiri family sat in the restaurant and ate dessert. The atmosphere was still very dull. Except for Nakiri Sensimon, Nakiri Tsuki, and Yang Ming, Irina and Alice looked unhappy. For them who were only in their teens, the momentum of the three people was too strong. Father, won't you introduce us? We don't know who this person who will have dinner with us is. At this time, Nakiri Tsuki's voice sounded, and Yang Ming, who was about to distract Alice, stopped immediately. Are you here again? I was going to let you go for the time being, if you really want to die. Humph. Hearing Nakiri Tsuki's question, Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and thought. His name is Yang Ming, a young man with great potential. For some reasons, he will stay with us for a while and serve as Irina's tutor. But don't look at him just because he is young, his cooking skills are infinitely close to those of a master chef. Nakiri Sensimon looked at Yang Ming, who had become expressionless, and explained that he wanted to see how he would solve this matter. After hearing Nakiri Sensimon's explanation, Nakiri Tsuki also narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Ming. Oh? So I wonder what you think of the dinner just now, brother Yang Ming. Nakiri Tsuki asked Yang Ming with a smile on his face, as if asking his own children if the dinner was delicious. However, Yang Ming felt a chill. He obviously hated him but still pretended to smile and asked him questions, and this sentence definitely had ulterior motives. If he answered that it was delicious, it would be a bit flattering. But if he said it was not delicious, it would be a slap in the face. Would the food demon king and the god's tongue eat unpalatable food? If you want to say it's okay, at least you have to give a reason to convince the other party, so it can be seen that Nakiri Tsuki just regards him as an exaggerated young man. If it were an ordinary teenager, he would probably be fooled. Well, I personally think it's not bad, at least it's much better than some chefs who can only talk. Since you want to play, I'll play with you, Yang Ming replied to Nakiri Tsuki who was sitting opposite him with a smile. His tone was full of innuendo and meaning. Chapter 978 I Come, I Conquer. Well, I personally think it's not bad, at least it's much better than some chefs who can only talk. Since you want to play, I'll play with you, Yang Ming replied to Nakiri Tsuki who was sitting opposite him with a smile. His tone was full of innuendo and meaning. Oh? It seems that there are some real ingredients. Then can you please comment on the scallion fried beef tendon that we just ate? Nakiri Tsuki naturally heard the hidden needle in Yang Ming's words. He first showed a gloomy expression, and then began to ask his questions, while Nakiri Sensimon sat aside and watched silently. Sow-scratched beef tendon. It is a kind of Western cuisine, mainly made of beef tendon, seasonal vegetables, scallions, ginger, and spices, and it also includes auxiliary ingredients such as dried chili, salt, pepper, star anise, sugar, pepper, cornstarch, sesame oil, and cooking oil. But after removing the fishy smell, it should be boiled on medium heat for 20 to 25 minutes according to the size of the tendon, but the dish we just ate was boiled on high heat for only 12 minutes and 27 seconds, and the scallion was not cut into any small cuts afterwards. I said this first, do you need me to point out more later? When Yang Ming commented on the braised beef tendon with scallions, the other three, except Nakiri Sensimon, were listening attentively. After the previous words were spoken, it could be said that they were no less than the tongue of God. And when Yang Ming pointed out the flaws later, the three of them had to be shocked, especially Nakiri Tsuki, who originally did not take Yang Ming seriously. It was like being slapped in the face. He could not taste the slightest difference. Okay, dinner ends here today. Let's go our separate ways. As for Tsuki, stay here. I have something to tell you. Just when Nakiri Tsuki was about to speak, Nakiri Sensimon said directly. The powerful momentum made Nakiri Tsuki swallow his anger, but he looked at Yang Ming with a sharp look full of malice. Then I'll go first, Alice, take a walk with me. Yang Ming ignored the look in Nakiri Tsuki's eyes, and then grabbed the hand of Nakiri Alice who was sitting on the right and left the restaurant. Irina, who was still sitting in the original position, didn't know why, and felt a little uncomfortable looking at the backs of the two people. It's not that Yang Ming didn't want to improve his favorability with Irina, but Nakaritsuki was here. If he really did that, he couldn't guarantee what this guy would do. Hey! Hey! Stop for a moment, really. It's very rude to drag a girl all the time. Just now in the restaurant, she was dragged away before she even had time to talk. When she stopped to catch her breath, Alice turned into a Q version again, and there was a smoking pattern on her head. Okay, don't be angry. I'll make you some delicious food later, okay? Looking at the angry Alice, Yang Ming felt funny, but he still patted her head to comfort her, and then said in a gentle tone. You promised, don't forget it. Alice looked at Yang Ming with a gentle face, and his temperament became more extraordinary under the moonlight. She was immediately fascinated, but she came back to her senses immediately, her face turned red, and her voice became a little childish, as if she was acting like a spoiled child. Well, I will definitely not forget it. Who makes Alice so cute? Putting the hand that was originally patting her head on her cheek, touching Alice's delicate little face, Yang Ming smiled gently, and unconsciously he wanted to take care of this little girl. Although Alice was very shy when her face was touched, she felt happy for no reason after getting the promise. She hugged Yang Ming and kissed him on the cheek excitedly. Yang Ming, who was caught by surprise, widened his eyes. Yang Ming, who was suddenly touched by a girl, was immediately unbalanced. He widened his eyes and froze in place. I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Alice, who realized what she had done, quickly let go of Yang Ming, and ran to her room at a very fast speed like a frightened little rabbit. What should I do? What should I do? Why can't I help kissing him suddenly? Will I be regarded as a casual girl? Alice ran back to her room without even turning on the light. She buried her face in the pillow, and then blushed and thought about it. Even she didn't know what was going on. When she heard Yang Ming's promise, she kissed him unconsciously. Yang Ming came back to his senses and felt the remaining warmth on his cheek. Only a little girl's unique fragrance remained beside him, and the person had disappeared. Yang Ming walked to Irina's room with a trace of regret on his face, ready to tutor her. He regretted that he shouldn't let Alice run away like this, but there would be plenty of time to spend time with her in the future, so Yang Ming still had a trace of satisfaction on his face. However, he didn't notice that there was a small figure in the corner. When the moonlight shone, a little girl with blonde hair and purple eyes appeared in the corner. Why does my chest hurt when I see him being kissed by Alice? Irina stood alone in the corner, wiping her tears and talking to herself in her heart. After a long time, Irina's eyes, which were originally crying, gradually became firm, and then she left. When Yang Ming came to Irina's room, he found strangely that Irina was not there. Even if he asked her secretary, he didn't know where she was. Not long after the three of them left, Nakaritsuki walked out of Nakari-sensimon's study, but with a smile on his face that was hard to hide. He didn't know that he was gradually on the road to self-destruction. That night, accompanied by the Inky Knight, a black luxury car slowly drove into a dormitory. Holding the teddy bear Butch Akane Kubo Momo and Kinokuni Nene stood at the door. The one who sent the email is you, the third of the top 10, Nakaritsuki Sr.? Come in. A man with a slicked back hair and a cold face got out of the car. Nakaritsuki or Nakamuratsuki married into the Nakari family and is the biological father of the god's tongue Nakari Irina. The protagonist of a certain incident in Totsuki Academy, and then left here to wander around like Yukihira Soma's father, and achieved great results. Finally, Nakaritsuki's hand reached back to the starting point, Totsuki Academy. The most important thing to implement his plan is the 10 outstanding people in Totsuki Academy who have a transcendent status. And these two girls are his first stop. Chapter 979. Are you ready for the hell training? The protagonist of an incident in Totsuki Academy, and then left here to wander around like Yukihira Soma's father, and achieved great results. Finally, Nakaritsuki's hand reached back to the starting point, Totsuki Academy. The most important thing to implement his plan is the 10 outstanding people in Totsuki Academy who have a transcendent status. And these two girls are his first stop. After a long time, in front of the dormitory, Tsukiji said to the girls at the door, "We are pursuing the real strong. Only the food of the strong can survive. Those inferior dishes and those inferior people are not qualified to appear in this sacred academy." Like giving a speech, Tsukiji spread his arms and said passionately, "And you are the important fighting force to create the future of Totsuki Academy. I believe you can make the most correct choice. Then I will wait for your good news. The car went farther and farther in the dark night. The hazy moonlight was gradually covered by dark clouds. In the boudoir of Jizhikyo Ning Ning, they nestled on the sofa and watched the noisy TV series in front of them. On the coffee table in front of them were the tea snacks carefully made by Akane Kubo Momo. Hey, Ning Ning, what do you think of what that person said? It doesn't make any difference. Why don't we wait until he comes back? Anyway, there are still those people, but it's quite lifeless now. Jizhikyo Ning Ning closed the book and said word by word. Well, let's see. After the summer festival, Totsuki Academy welcomed a very important event. Residential training. This is the first reshuffle faced by freshmen entering the first grade. All first-year students have to undergo brutal cooking trials at designated training sites every day. The training schedule is 6 days and 5 nights. Every day, there will be cooking-related questions assigned. The content of the questions is different every year, but the time is not fixed. The review is very strict. If you do not reach the passing score, you will be ordered to drop out immediately. Residential training is a challenge for Yang Ming himself, and it is also a good place to hone his cooking skills. Don't think too much, this residential training will definitely improve the comprehensive cooking attributes faster than the usual cooking class. On the morning of the residential training day. Okay, let's go. Friendship and communication, Hell training. With the blessing and farewell of his Heike Hui and Mrs. Wengsu, Yang Ming and the people from the Polar Star dormitory dragged their luggage and boarded the bus with other freshmen, officially embarking on the way to the destination of residential training, Totsuki Resort. If everything goes well, they will take the return bus back to Totsuki on Saturday night. If not, they will be sent to the bus and forcibly repatriated on the same day and be expelled from school. Dozens of buses stopped in a parking lot not far from Totsuki Resort, and Yang Ming and other freshmen finally arrived at their destination this time, Totsuki Resort. And their first stop next was the high-end villa area and summer resort, Totsuki Palace, which is famous for its view of Mount Fuji and Lake Ashi. When Yang Ming and others appeared here, they were already standing in front of a super-high building whose top could not be seen at a glance. It's really a rich school. There's such a luxurious hotel. Yang Ming's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the endless luxurious hotel. This time, not only Yang Ming was shocked by the tycoons of Totsuki, but also Yoshino Yuaki, Tanshoke, Sakaki Ryoko and others were a little surprised by the luxurious buildings they had never seen before. Of course, it was just the luxurious hotel in front of him. In addition to this, as the most famous resort in Japan, there are more than 10 other magnificent buildings, which together constitute the entire Totsuki Resort. Because of its great reputation, even many graduates of Totsuki work in the cooking department of this resort. And Totsuki Resort is not a place that ordinary people can come to. It only starts to receive tourists at this time of year for the residential training of high school students. And as a tourist destination, staying in this resort for one night also costs a lot of money. I heard that if you want to stay for one night normally, it will cost 80,000 yen. Ibuzaki Shun said as he looked at the luxurious hotel in front of him. 80,000 yuan. Really rich. Upon hearing this fee, Yoshino Yuaki and Soma were shocked again. It was equivalent to a month's rent outside. Just as everyone was feeling deeply moved, a broadcast sounded. Notice, all students go to the hotel lobby to collect the room card and put the luggage back to the room. Gather in the hotel's banquet hall in half an hour. The broadcast announced. Wow, I can see a super luxurious hotel soon, it's great. Yoshino excitedly ran to the hotel lobby upon hearing the announcement, and the others were no exception, and they all took action. After hearing the announcement on the radio, everyone in the Polar Star dormitory went to the hotel lobby, got their room cards, put their things in the room, washed their faces, and returned to the designated banquet hall of the Totsuki Resort to gather. When Yang Ming and everyone in the Polar Star dormitory entered the banquet hall, they found that although the hall was full of people, it was very quiet. The whole hall was filled with a depressing atmosphere, making it difficult for people to speak. This silence makes people feel disgusted. It is hard to imagine that thousands of students here are silent and bow their heads to prepare for the next hellish training. How many people among more than 1,000 people can survive? Oh, there are a lot of people. Yang Ming seemed to feel no pressure, and put his hands on the back of his head and looked around. When the people in the hall heard Yang Ming's words, they all turned around. When they saw that it was him, they all whispered and pointed. Transfer student. Yang Ming? He seems to be very strong. There is another transfer student who made a big fuss on the stage. A group of people were talking quietly. Although some of them said good things and some bad things, most of them looked at Yang Ming with hostility. Only a very small number of people who were taken care of by him in the cooking class looked at him with kindness. However, Yang Ming pretended not to see or hear anything. In other words, he was not RMB and did not expect everyone to like him. Now he was thinking about what was going to happen next. If nothing unexpected happened, the next group of people would be assessed by the graduates. As for how to assess, what the assessment questions were, whether to group, whether to regroup or follow the previous groups, all of these depended on the mood of the graduates in charge of the assessment. However, just as Yang Ming was thinking about his next plan, the unsmiling chef who was very familiar to everyone appeared above the podium. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Chapter 980. There was a bang in the sky, and Jin Dojima made a loud appearance. However, just as Yang Ming was thinking about his next plan, the familiar unsmiling chef appeared on the podium, and his appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Good morning, everyone. Please listen carefully. Chapel still had a serious face, and began to explain the next residential training, saying, the residential training for friendship and exchange has a total schedule of 6 days and 5 nights. Every day, there will be a topic related to cooking, and the content of the topic is different every year. On the first day, everyone will be divided into several groups, and after the explanation, each group will go to a designated place. If the lecturer gives an evaluation below the marked line, then such students will lose their qualifications. The meaning of losing qualifications is obvious, that is, they will be forced to take the bus back to Totsuki and wait for expulsion. When hearing this, some of the originally nervous students became even more nervous and whispered, "Silence, silence." Chapel asked the crowd to be quiet before continuing. Regarding the review process, we have invited special guest lecturers. Guest lecturers. They are graduates of Totsuki Academy who took time out of their busy schedules to come here. Chapel said. After these words fell, the crowd was boiling again. Yang Ming was not surprised at all, these were all expected. He said Totsuki graduates. That means, they, can successfully reach the top. You can count them on one hand, and beat the geniuses who only have a single-digit arrival rate. With a creak, the door in the hall was opened, and the graduates of Totsuki walked into the hall with confidence and pride as graduates. Yang Ming quickly scanned the graduates who came, and the ones walking in front were indeed those people. Quick, look, that's Chef Shimiya, the first of the 79th 10 outstanding students. The first Japanese to receive the medal Prosper. Look at the person wearing an apron over there. She is the chef of the Japanese restaurant Mist House. She was the chef Hinateko Inui, who was known as the Queen of the Mist when she was in school. And the person dressed as a sushi chef over there. Could it be the chef Guan Shuping of the Ginzanikaran sushi restaurant? A group of people were talking excitedly about the graduates who were slowly walking towards them. These graduates who represented the top of the cuisine made them blush with excitement, and they even forgot their temporary nervousness. But after they came to their senses, they were under even greater pressure. These graduates had gone through the fierce competition of Totsuki before they stood out as chefs. After graduation, they also had a certain reputation outside. Some people were sweating on their foreheads when they thought about the 6-day and 5-night assessment in their hands. These graduates walked from the main entrance through the hall and headed towards the stage. Shinomiya Kojiro, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped and said, "This boy with a scar on his eyebrow." In front of the crowd where Shinomiya was standing, the only one with a scar on his eyebrow was Soma. Seeing this, Soma pointed at himself in confusion, "Me? Ah, sorry, it's the boy next to you." "Yes, it's you, you can go back," Shinomiya said to the student with pink hair. The pink-haired student pointed at by Shinomiya didn't seem to react. Go back. That's right, you're expelled. Your hairspray is mixed with citrus flavor, which will cover the fragrance of the food. Dressing up is necessary, but your clothes affect the cooking, which is absolutely not allowed." Shinomiya raised his finger and smiled. Please wait a moment, you actually let me expel because of such a small matter," the pink-haired student retorted loudly. Upon hearing this, Sagong's face, which was originally slightly smiling, suddenly darkened and an amazing momentum rose from his body. "A small matter? This small matter will also make you lose customers forever." Do you want to destroy my restaurant? Shocked by Sagong's aura, the pink-haired student was unable to refute, and finally could only bow his head helplessly to accept the fact that he was expelled. From this incident, everyone felt the strictness from the graduates. The strictness shown by Sagong made many people in the hall feel a sense of pressure. How many strict tests do they need to go through to survive 6 days and 5 nights in the hands of these strict graduates? I wonder which graduate will be responsible for the first assessment? And if we divide them into groups? I beg for a reliable teammate. Yang Ming prayed secretly in his heart. After all, this assessment not only depends on the individual, but also on the teammates. As the saying goes, I am not afraid of god-like opponents, but I am afraid of pig-like teammates. However, at this moment, suddenly a blonde and blue-eyed graduate came to the front of everyone in Polaris dormitory. To be precise, he came to the front of Tadakuro Megami and Sakaki Ryoko. As simple as a clover, maybe I was born just to meet you. Do you want to come to my shop and talk with me by candlelight? The blonde man with a double chin said this to Tanaka Hue like a mentally retarded lover. Tanaka Hue, who was originally timid, blushed and was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She could only look at Yang Ming for help. Just when Yang Ming was about to stop the lover's behavior, another woman wearing an apron with squinting eyes and a smile came over. Yang Ming recognized the woman who came at a glance, because she had a deep impression on Yang Ming in the original book. That's right, the person who came was the proprietress of the Fog House, Inui Hinateko. Put down your hands with me, Chef Wu Tongdian. It turned out that the blonde man with a double chin was called Donato Wu Tongdian, and he was also a famous chef in Japan. Hinateko. Donato Wu Tongdian immediately stepped back after hearing what Inui Hinateko said. Inui Hinateko took a few steps forward and touched Tadakuro's hands, saying, "But you are really cute, the taste seems to be very good." Even Yang Ming saw this scene, and a drop of sweat hung on his forehead. This Inui Hinateko is really a gay. Chef Jian, Teacher Chapel is waiting for you. If you don't go on stage, it may be very troublesome. Yang Ming reminded. Inui Hinateko then noticed Chapel's serious stare at her, but before leaving, she did not forget to say to Tadakuro, who was already overly frightened, "Remember to come to my main store next time, oh he he he." Then the graduates on the ceremony stage all spoke a word symbolically, and the last speaker should belong to the heavyweight graduate Dojima Jin. Chapter 981 Who will be a pig teammate? Inui Hinateko then noticed that Chapel was staring at her seriously, but before leaving, she did not forget to say to the frightened Tanshoke, "Remember to come to my main store next time, oh he he." Then the graduates on the ceremony stage spoke symbolically, and the last speaker should belong to the heavyweight graduate Dojima Jin. Dojima Jin, the head chef and board member of Tatsuki Resort, is one of the top 10 in 69, just like Soma's father. The first of the top 10 is also the Tatsuki champion who passed the graduation exam with the highest score in Tatsuki history. After graduation, he rejected more than 800 job offers from major restaurants across the country, but finally chose to come to Tatsuki Resort. Soon, Jin Dojima began to speak with absolute aura, saying, "First of all, welcome everyone to our Tatsuki Resort. The graduates gathered here today all have their own castles. They are not only store managers but also chefs. During the 6 days of this training camp, they will treat you as their own staff, so if you do anything that makes them dissatisfied, you will be expelled. Then I declare the official start of the residential training. Everyone should go to the designated cooking classroom according to their student numbers to accept the first day's assessment." After Jin Dojima finished speaking, the cooking classrooms of each group appeared on the big screen behind the stage. The student numbers were arranged at the beginning. There were more than 1,300 first-year students, divided into about 30 groups. The number of people in each group ranged from 40 to 50. With so many groups, everyone in Polaris dormitory was naturally separated, and Yang Ming was temporarily separated from the others. "It seems that we have to be separated temporarily. I wish you all good luck in martial arts," Yang Ming said to everyone in Polaris dormitory. "Okay. See you later. Let's go to Marui's room tonight for a poker meeting. You can tell with your toes that the person who can say such a thing at this time must be Soma. Don't gather in our room during training." In this way, everyone in Polaris dormitory was temporarily divided into various cooking rooms, and Yang Ming also paid attention to observation. He happened to be in the same cooking classroom with Sakaki Ryoko and Yoshino Yuaki. Soma and Tadakuro seemed to be assigned to the same cooking classroom. Yang Ming is immediately in a dilemma. These two girls are a bit of a rip-off. Yang Ming came to the designated number 23 cooking classroom. After chatting with Sakaki Ryoko and Yoshino Yuuki, he found that there were already many students waiting in the spacious cooking classroom. At this time, the students in the hall were carefully watching the expressionless woman on the podium in front of the cooking table. The woman had short light grey-green hair and a thin face. There was no expression on her face. Needless to say, the chef of the Italian restaurant Ristorantev, who was also the second of the 79th 10 outstanding chefs, Mizuhara Fuyamai. Although Mizuhara Fuyamai is the second, her strength is actually second only to Shinomiya, and she is also a very powerful existence among female chefs. I didn't expect it to be her. She should be easier to get along with, right? Yang Ming thought to himself. Being tested by these graduates, Yang Ming was a little nervous, but only with pressure can there be improvement. At this time, Yoshino also quietly came to Sakaki Ryoko and said, "Ryoko, how about we be in the same group later? We can take care of each other. It is naturally a great advantage to be in the same group with acquaintances. If one person in the same group is very strong, it is not the turn of the other person to cling to the thigh and pass the test easily. But these graduates have been through the student period, so how can they not know these small bugs?" At this time, Mizuhara Fuyamai finally stood up, still expressionless, pointing to a box next to her and said, "Each of you draw lots first, and then divide into groups according to the numbers drawn. The total number of people in the cooking room where Yang Ming is located is 46, and they will be divided into 23 groups according to 2 people in a group. In the box are red and white number cards with numbers 1 to 23. The white 1 card corresponds to the red 1 card. The people who draw these 2 cards are grouped together, and so on." Soon the draw began, and many people were assigned to be with people they didn't know, including Yoshino and Sakaki Ryoko. And Yang Ming had already prepared for a bad teammate, so he randomly drew a card. White number 16. After looking at his card, Yang Ming shouted to the surroundings. "Who is red no 16? But after shouting for a while, he found that no one paid attention to him, so Yang Ming guessed that maybe red number 16 had not been drawn yet. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came, and Yang Ming looked up and was stunned when he saw the person coming. A blonde with disdain for others, as if everyone owed her millions. Who else could this be but the arrogant Miss Irina? Irina was also stunned for a moment after seeing Yang Ming, and then she walked towards the lottery box with a cool attitude, and then grabbed a number card. Red number 16. After seeing the number card she drew, Irina looked up and said to the surroundings, "Where is white number 16? Who is my partner? Come over and let me see first, don't ask Miss Ben to retreat." Yang Ming was stunned for a second and looked at the white number 16 card in his hand. He was a little confused. This teammate is good. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, there are really such coincidences in the world. Yang Ming was stunned for a few seconds when he looked at the number plate in his hand corresponding to Irina. Then Yang Ming came to Irina with the number plate in his hand and said with a smile, "Irina, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to be your partner in the first round, please give me more advice." Irina also looked at the number plate in Yang Ming's hand and then looked at her own. After finding that they were indeed in the same group, she was also stunned for a moment, but after a moment, she regained her coldness, folded her arms and said to Yang Ming in a proud tone, "I don't want to be in the same group with you. What the hell is this inexplicable temper?" Before the first round started, Yang Ming already felt deeply annoyed. "Everyone is here, let's announce the test questions." Mizuhara Fuyamai jumped up from the bench where she was squatting, and then wrote 4 big characters Western full meal on the blackboard under the gaze of more than 40 people in the cooking room, and then added a bracket behind the big characters and attached a word simple, Western full meal, which is the test question for this first round. Generally, a formal Western full meal includes appetizers, starters, soups, side dishes, main dishes, meat dishes, salads, desserts, and drinks. Chapter 982 I will just watch you pretend. Generally, a formal Western full meal includes appetizers, starters, soups, side dishes, main dishes, meat dishes, salads, desserts, and drinks. Because Western food is very particular about the order of serving dishes, there is such a term Western full meal. However, now Mizuhara Fuyamai specifically indicated that she was going to make a simple Western-style full meal, so she only needed to make 4 dishes, appetizer, soup, main course, and dessert. Although it was just a simple version of a Western-style full meal, she had to make 4 dishes right from the start. Just when some students wanted to complain about whether the amount of the course was a bit too large, Mizuhara Fuyami spoke up. Because it's 4 dishes, the deadline is before 1700 hours in the afternoon, said Mizuhara Fuyami. If it's a course that lasts almost a day, then making 4 dishes is reasonable. After Mizuhara Fuyami finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something special to add, and said. Oh, one person can cook 2 dishes out of 4, and there can't be helping to cook phenomenon. Reminding each other is allowed. Everyone must not break the rules, otherwise you will be expelled. I declare that it will start now. Although Mizuhara Fuyami spoke to everyone expressionlessly and weakly, everyone knew that once someone broke the rules she set, they would be expelled without mercy. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that the ingredients here are limited. If they run out, you can only find a way yourself. Mizuhara Fuyami said again. This sentence actually reminded everyone in the hall. The moment she finished speaking, a group of people rushed to the place where the ingredients were placed in the cooking room to choose the ingredients. At this time, Yang Ming, who was thinking about what to cook next, did not react. He was still thinking about what to cook. He had to cook 2 dishes no matter what, and they were 2 of the Western appetizers, soup dishes, main dishes, and desserts. He had been at Totsuki Academy for a while, and had not learned much about Western cuisine. He had to satisfy the style of Western cuisine and cook dishes that he could cook himself. As a result, he could cook very few dishes. What are you still doing? If you don't hurry up, the good ingredients will be snatched away by others. Miss Arena shouted to Yang Ming, who was in a daze. Wait, I'll go grab the ingredients right away. After saying that, Yang Ming rushed into the crowd. Anyway, it would never be wrong to grab the ingredients first no matter what he did. Finally, after a hard fight by Yang Ming, he grabbed a basket of ingredients, broccoli, tomatoes, and other vegetables, and then a large bag of flour and chicken, duck, etc. These are the ingredients, so the next thing to consider is what to cook. Appetizers are also called first dishes or appetizers in Western cuisine. Because they are appetizers, they are required to have a unique flavor, with salty and sour flavors, and small quantities and high quality. This doesn't seem to be something Yang Ming can make now. Soup. Unlike Chinese food, the second dish of Western food is soup. Western soup can be roughly divided into 4 categories: clear soup, cream soup, vegetable soup, and cold soup. This soup seems simple and seems to be possible to make. Then comes the main course, which contains more things. Meat and poultry dishes can be classified as main courses, and common main courses include steaks. But the main course is not all meat. As long as it is meat that can be eaten and has a little feeling of fullness, it is also okay. Finally, there is dessert. Needless to say, Yang Ming, who is proficient in pastries, will definitely have no problem making dessert. After Yang Ming analyzed it in his mind, he finally thought of the dishes he wanted to make. So he turned around and said to Arena, Arena, I will be responsible for the last soup and dessert, and the appetizer and main course are up to you. Arena nodded and agreed without saying much, and the work of the 2 was also clearly divided. Arena is indeed a chef with the strength of one of the top 10. After just a moment, she thought of what she was going to cook. There are not enough ingredients here. We need to go to other cooking rooms to borrow some. Arena folded her arms and looked at the ingredients in front of her and said. And you have to think about the soup and dessert you want to make. You have to match my dishes and skills. Yang Ming still didn't understand why Arena spoke so harshly today, but he still put the overall situation first and nodded. Because the cooking room the ingredients are indeed limited, and with so many people rushing to grab them, there are still some ingredients missing if you want to cook dishes that you are satisfied with. After grabbing the ingredients, Yang Ming found that he was also missing a few dishes, so he hurriedly called Arena, Hey Arena, I have to go and borrow some ingredients later. The voice was very loud, which immediately attracted the vigilant eyes of others. However, at this time, they did not have the extra time to guard against Yang Ming's surprise attack, but focused their energy on their own ingredients. Don't call me so intimately. Arena's face flushed, pretending not to hear anything, and went to the door of the cooking room. Following behind Arena, Yang Ming finally realized the treatment and privileges of the top 10. Yang Ming thought Arena would go to her secretary or her subordinates to borrow some ingredients, but who knew that she went directly to the person in charge of managing ingredients in the kitchen of the Totsuki resort. After reporting her identity as one of the top 10, the person in charge opened the underground ingredient warehouse for her to choose at will. The underground food storage of Totsuki Resort is surprisingly large, and a large amount of food is preserved here using the most advanced freezing and fresh keeping technology. A cursory look shows that the underground storage is endless, once again showing the reach of Tatsuki. The two of them randomly selected thousands of food ingredients in the food storage. I say, is this considered cheating? If we are seen, we will be gossiped about. Although Yang Ming said this, he did not stop his hands and threw the best food ingredients he liked into the basket he brought. Irina's eyes were still on the food in front of her, and she answered without looking back. Humph, this is the privilege of the 10 elites. No matter where you are, no matter how expensive or rare it is, as long as it is Tatsuki's stuff, as a member of the 10 elites of Tatsuki, you have the right to touch and use it. This is one of the things that the 10 elites are far away from ordinary students like you. After she finished speaking, she raised her proud head again. Yang Ming knew the character of this young lady. She is also one of the 10 elites, so let her pretend to be so cool. Yes, yes, yes. You 10 heroes are all gods, we are all mortals. I, a mortal, can hold your thigh, it is my blessing in my previous life. Yang Ming said as if flattering. Chapter 983 Mistakes. Yang Ming knew the character of this young lady. She is also one of the 10 heroes, so let her pretend to be so. Yes, yes, yes. You 10 heroes are all gods, we are all mortals. I, a mortal, can hold your thigh, it is my blessing in my previous life. Yang Ming said as if flattering. Although it was a compliment, Irina sounded so awkward. It was an hour later when the two of them returned to the cooking classroom after selecting ingredients from the food storage. Logically, there were all kinds of ingredients in such a large food storage, and the two of them could find the ingredients and leave in a few minutes, but the two people with obsessive-compulsive disorder took more than 10 minutes to select. Fortunately, Yang Ming's obsessive-compulsive disorder was not that strong, so he did not pay too much attention. However, as a perfectionist, Miss Irina did not allow the ingredients to have any flaws, and she stayed in the food storage for an extra hour. Hurry up, please hurry up. We have wasted a lot of time. If we don't hurry up, we will definitely be too late. Miss, you are the one who wasted time just now. If it weren't for you, would we have wasted so much time? Besides, you are talking without any backache. I want to walk faster. Can you at least take some from me? Humph, this is also the privilege of the top 10. It is an honor to take ingredients from me. In the end, Yang Ming returned to the cooking room alone with the ingredients that covered his head half a meter high. Under the surprised eyes of other students, he put down the pile of ingredients. After putting down the ingredients, Yang Ming and Irina ignored the envious and jealous eyes of others. They had guessed where these excellent ingredients came from, but they could only stare blankly. Who let him be the top 10, and who let that guy hold the thigh of the top 10? Mizuhara Fuyami, squatting on the bench, glanced at Yang Ming and Irina, then turned back and continued her wandering. The ingredients were ready, so the next step was to cook. According to the previous agreement, Yang Ming was responsible for the soup and dessert of the 4 dishes, while Irina was responsible for the remaining appetizers and main dishes. After the ingredients were divided and the seasonings were selected, the two were ready to start. Are you really okay? Use those ingredients to make soup and dessert. Irina stared at Yang Ming with some doubt, because the ingredients he took didn't look like soup at all. While Yang Ming was preparing his own ingredients, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, if there is a problem, you will accompany me, right? No matter whose cooking went wrong, it would be turned over. If one person's cooking was not up to standard, the other person would also be unqualified." Humph. I'll try your dish after you're done. If it's not satisfactory, you can redo it. Irina said arrogantly, as if it was not that easy for you to harm me. Yang Ming smiled, and then stopped bickering with Irina and began to concentrate on cooking. In the knowledge of Asian cuisine in Tatsuki Academy, there is a snack or dish, crispy pork. Crispy pork can be regarded as a traditional dish with local characteristics. It is very popular in Shaanxi, Henan, and Sichuan in China. It tastes a bit like fried chicken nuggets, but it is more delicious and nutritious than fried chicken nuggets. At the same time, it is more common in various parts of China because it is crispy, tender, refreshing, fat but not greasy. Crispy pork can not only be eaten dry like this. Later, chefs found that crispy pork is also very delicious when made into soup. Therefore, the soup dish that Yang Ming wants to make is crispy pork soup. Obviously, crispy pork soup is a very folk and popular dish. It is simple to make and almost every family can make it. In the eyes of Miss Irina, this kind of food is definitely what she considers to be B-level food. However, Yang Ming didn't care about that and began to make crispy meat according to the traditional method of crispy meat he knew in his mind. Yang Ming began to cook according to the method of crispy meat he remembered in his mind. Select the best quality pork from the underground food warehouse of Yuanyu and cut it into pieces of appropriate size. The kitchen knife used is of course Yang Ming's dragon slaying knife. It is worthy of being the kitchen knife given by the system at the beginning. It feels much better than other kitchen knives. It is also thanks to this kitchen knife that Yang Ming's knife skills have improved significantly. Soon the high-quality pork was cut into strips of appropriate size, and then Yang Ming used the fancy egg beating method to beat the eggs, mixed with starch and cooking wine to marinate the cut meat. However, in the middle of marinating, Irina looked at the meat being marinated in his bowl with doubts, but didn't say much, and turned back to continue her own cooking. During the marinating process, Yang Ming prepared the ingredients for the dessert and set them aside. About 20 minutes later, he began to put the marinated lean meat into the hot oil pan for a simple frying. Quickly pick it up and start steaming. At the same time, during the steaming process, the fungus, tofu, vegetables, and other condiments are combined according to the process. After steaming, the crispy meat will remove a certain amount of greasy taste, which makes it easier for the taste of the soup to not make people feel greasy after a few bites. After the steaming time is almost done, Yang Ming took out the crispy meat. At this time, a very tempting meaty aroma can be clearly smelled in the hall. This is the unique meaty charm of crispy meat, which made Miss Irina look at him a few more times and asked, "Yang Ming, what are you going to use this meat for? Is it the meat for your soup?" Irina really couldn't think of which dessert would use this kind of steamed meat, so the rest was the soup that Yang Ming was going to make. "Yes, I'm going to make a traditional Chinese soup dish." Yang Ming responded to Irina while putting the steamed crispy meat into the pot for the final cooking. Irina heard this, slapped her right hand on the cooking table and shouted to Yang Ming, "Are you kidding? Didn't you understand what the topic of this assessment is? The requirement is to make a full Western meal, not Chinese food." Yang Ming was stunned for a moment when he heard Irina's words, and then he suddenly realized. Just now, he was only thinking about what kind of dishes he could make, but he forgot that another restriction of the assessment topic was Western style. In other words, the dishes made must have a Western style taste. The main characteristics of Western cuisine are prominent main ingredients, beautiful appearance, delicious taste, rich nutrition, and suppliers, which are obviously different from Chinese cuisine. Although Chinese cuisine is divided into 8 major cuisines and has different tastes, it is generally salty, spicy, and other heavy tastes. Only a few regions such as Guangdong and other regions have light tastes. Chapter 984 Strict Review. Although Chinese cuisine is divided into 8 major cuisines and has different tastes, it is generally salty, spicy, and other heavy flavors. Only a few regions such as Guangdong and Guangdong have light flavors. Now the problem is, Yang Ming didn't think so much just now. He made it according to the traditional Chinese method in his mind, so the taste must be Chinese. According to the taste of a chef like Mizuhara Fuyamai, he would definitely sentence this dish to death for not matching the dish. After hearing Irina say this, Yang Ming didn't know how to solve this problem for a while. He was just busy bickering with Irina, but neglected the most important issue. Really? Irina shook her head. It was really difficult to lead this kind of teammate. After thinking for a while, Irina said to Yang Ming, "This is the only way now. You cook it according to the Chinese method first and let me taste it, and then I will help you improve it." Yang Ming's eyes lit up immediately. It was no problem to improve the dishes according to Irina's super god's tongue. Then what was he worried about? He picked up a big pot and started the final step. Put the pre-cooked soup on high heat, and skim off the crispy meat that had been put into the pot. Add salt, cooking wine, pepper, ginger, onion, and other seasonings to mix. When it is almost done, Yang Ming scoops up some soup with a spoon and tastes it. When it feels almost done, he puts green onions and message into it. Finally, sprinkle chopped green onions in the soup bowl, and then this traditional Chinese crispy meat soup is ready. After seeing Yang Ming put the crispy meat soup into the bowl, Irina put down her work and said, "It's done. Is this your soup dish?" "Well, I made it according to the traditional Chinese method. You can try it and see how it should be improved," Yang Ming said to Irina. If Irina were to try the dishes and improve them on weekdays, the cost would be at least millions, and it would also depend on her personal mood. But now, due to special reasons, she can only help Yang Ming for free to taste and improve them. Irina picked up the soup spoon and first tasted a small sip of the soup. After just a small sip, she frowned. Then she picked up a piece of crispy meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth to taste it. After eating it, she shook her head and put down her chopsticks. If the theme this time is not Western full meal, your dish will not be a problem, but now it is Western style, the taste is a bit far behind. Irina said with her hands folded as she looked at the crispy meat soup made by Yang Ming in front of her. Yang Ming touched his nose and said awkwardly, I know this too, the problem is how to change it now, it seems. I don't know much about Western cuisine. It's actually very simple, just do this, and then do this, and then put it in. Irina began to guide Yang Ming to make improvements. Yang Ming nodded after listening, and after listening, he snapped his fingers, I see, there is no problem if we do this. Humph, can my god's tongue deceive you? Irina said with the arrogance of a young lady again. Yang Ming naturally had no doubts about Irina's words, and then he improved the Chinese crispy meat soup according to what she said, and improved it into a dish that conforms to the Western style. Of course, after finishing, he still couldn't escape Irina's tasting. Yang Ming could only make the next dish after she nodded. It took a full 2 hours and repeated it twice before the improved crispy meat soup was ready. The next dessert was his specialty, but he also received reminders and instructions from the eldest lady in the middle. Although Irina spoke coldly and kept people away, she knew much more about Western cuisine than Yang Ming, and was willing to instruct him at this time. Yang Ming also benefited a lot from her guidance and made obvious progress in Western cooking. Originally, according to Irina's ability, the 2 dishes could be completed in 2 hours at most, but she wasted a lot of time to instruct Yang Ming. Fortunately, the cooking deadline was before 1700 hours in the afternoon. Although a lot of time was wasted, the dishes were still completed before the specified time. Under Irina's guidance, Yang Ming improved his cooking. Not only did he successfully make dishes that satisfied Irina, but he also gained a lot and learned a lot of useful kitchen knowledge from her. As time passed, around 1500 hours, some groups had completed the required 4 dishes. Mizuhara Fuyamai started squatting on the bench at around 11 o'clock in the morning. After drinking 2 or 3 sips of water, she hardly moved. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's facial muscles twitched slightly, and a drop of sweat hung on his forehead. He squatted on the bench for several hours without any problems. This kind of skill is not something that ordinary people can have. Sure enough, the top 10 of that year, including Inui Hinateko, were all weirdos. They had amazing cooking talents and extremely weird behaviors. For example, Mizuhara Fuyamai liked to squat on the bench, Inui Hinateko liked to tease and ravage pure girls like Tanado Megami, and the double-chinned nympho Donato Wu Tongdian. The only normal person, Jiro Shinomiya, looked like a dragon arrogant, which made people feel uncomfortable. It took almost 4 hours for each group to complete the 4 dishes, and one dish took an hour on average, but the judging time seemed a little shorter. It may also be because Fuyamai Mizuhara was hungry squatting on the bench, so she ate a few more bites of each group's dishes. Although Fuyamai Mizuhara was indeed hungry, she would not judge randomly because of hunger. She seemed to have a blank expression on her face, but she knew more clearly than anyone else when tasting the dishes. Not qualified. After Mizuhara Fuyamai judged the first group's dishes and wiped her mouth, she said, "The problem with your group is the appetizer. You probably don't understand what the appetizer is in Western cuisine, right?" Mizuhara Fuyamai glanced at the 2 students in front of her whose faces had turned pale, and said, "Appetizers are appetizers with special flavors. The smaller the portion, the higher the quality, the better. However, your appetizer salad is not only simple, but also has a large portion that makes people lose their appetite. More importantly, the taste is not prominent at all, so you don't need to taste the rest. You can prepare to return to Totsuki and wait for expulsion." Although Mizuhara Fuyamai said it in a very calm tone, this scene was so terrifying in the eyes of the students. Mizuhara Fuyamai, who looked expressionless, was so strict. Because of the minor problem with the first dish, the rest of the dishes were not even tasted and directly judged as unqualified. Chapter 985 Let you see what Chinese cuisine is. Although Mizuhara Fuyamai said it in a very calm tone, this scene was so terrifying in the eyes of the students. Mizuhara Fuyamai, who looked expressionless, was so strict. Because of the minor problem with the first dish, the rest of the dishes were not even tasted and directly judged as unqualified. The two students who submitted the first group of works could only leave the cooking classroom dejectedly. Next group, serve it while it's hot for review, it won't taste good if it's cold. Mizuhara Fuyamai still said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the groups that had prepared the dishes were a little worried and scared when they served the dishes to her. Pass. Fail. There are only two results for Fuyamai Mizuhara, pass and fail. She will point out the poor performance of the failed ones, but she won't say much about the qualified ones. Although she judged them as pass, it does not mean that they are delicious in her opinion. She only judged the students' dishes from the perspective of taste. If she were to judge according to her personal taste, it is estimated that few of the 23 groups would pass. Soon it was the turn of Sakaki Ryoko's group. Sakaki Ryoko's partner was a strange boy she had never met before. She successfully passed the assessment with 2 dishes made by her unique Koji cuisine and 2 dishes made by her partner. Next was Yoshino Yuuki's game cuisine. The Western-style taste with various game as the main ingredients was also recognized by Fuyamai Mizuhara. By 1630, 18 groups had been judged, and 6 of them were judged as unqualified, which means that 12 people had to leave Totsuki in this short time. Irina looked at the time and saw that there was only 1 hour left. She turned back and looked at Yang Ming and said, "How is it? My dish will be finished in 10 minutes at most. How about yours? Don't rush me, Irina, even if I redo it, it will take some time." Yang Ming was making the last dessert, which was of course the second time he redid the dish after Irina's instructions and reminders. "Hurry up, there's not much time left. If it weren't for you, I would have finished it a long time ago. I saw you were so fast before, why are you so slow in all aspects today?" This was the number of times Irina disliked Yang Ming for dragging her feet, and she was also confused in her heart. Yang Ming also knew that Irina was confused in her heart, and he couldn't say anything. Who told him that he was not good at Western cuisine? It was an extraordinary performance to have such a speed. When Yang Ming and Irina were making the last dishes, the other 4 groups except him and Irina had finished one after another. But it was very regrettable that none of the groups passed the assessment and were declared failed. The closer it got to the end, the greater the psychological pressure of these groups. There was also a lack of time left and they began to get impatient. They did not pay attention to the details that should be paid attention to in cooking. At the same time, Fuyamai Mizuhara had tasted the dishes of almost 20 groups. Even if she ate 1 bite of a dish, she would be almost full. With this feeling of fullness, she tasted some dishes that she thought were ordinary, which was naturally tasteless. However, at this time, Yang Ming and Irina's group, which was also the last group, put the finished dishes on the dining cart, and 4 dishes covered with plates were pushed in front of Mizuhara Tami. Irina did not waste words and sent her first dish, which was the appetizer, to Fuyamai Mizuhara. "Chef Mizuhara, please taste this, this is my first dish, French baked snails." The order of judging the 4 dishes is naturally the same as the order of serving Western dishes: appetizer, soup, main course, and dessert. First is the first appetizer, French baked snails. Irina said as she placed the first plate in front of Mizuhara Fuyamai. After opening the lid, a group of exquisite baked snails appeared in front of everyone, which made people's appetite increase. Baked snails are a classic dish in France. Boil the specially raised high-quality snails in water and take out the meat. After garlic, spices, and onions are fried with butter, they are stuffed into the snail shells and sealed with butter before being placed in a special baked dish. Then bake them in the oven and serve them together with the original baked dish. Special dining utensils are required when eating. Many restaurants are willing to serve baked snails as appetizers because of their unique taste and appetizing effect. "Chef Mizuhara, please taste it." Irina brought the fork and tongs specially used for eating baked snails to Mizuhara Fuyamai. Totsuki Resort actually hid this ingredient and didn't let other students use it. How stingy! Mizuhara Fuyamai muttered to herself, then used tongs in one hand to clamp the snail and used a fork in the other hand to pull the snail meat out of the shell. Pick out. After removing the very tempting snail meat from the shell, dip it in the special sauce and slowly put it into the mouth. Mizuhara Fuyamai's face changed slightly after eating it. The reason for the slight change in her face was very simple, because the taste of the baked snails could make her taste buds react. She hurriedly dipped the remaining snail meat in the sauce again and ate it. Now her face finally showed a hint of intoxication captured by the deliciousness. Delicious! The hot, soft, and juicy snail meat with this special sauce spreads in the mouth. No matter how many times you eat this baked snail, it is still so delicious. It is worthy of being the most classic appetizer in French cuisine. Mizuhara Fuyamai praised with a hint of excitement and joy. To be able to get such direct praise from Mizuhara Fuyamai, it seems that Irina is the first person in this cooking room, but everyone soon felt that this was a matter of course. After all, this was the dish made by the 10 greats Irina. Mizuhara Fuyamai ate 2 baked snails in a row, wiped her mouth, and said, "Next dish." Although she spoke simply, it was not difficult to see from her slightly excited face that her taste buds had been aroused by the baked snails just now. The reason why appetizers are called appetizers is because they can stimulate the appetite of the eater and prepare for the next dish to be eaten. Yang Ming knew that it was time for him to show up, and put the soup dish he made in front of Mizuhara Fuyamai. "Please give me more advice, senior sister Mizuhara, this is the soup dish I made, crispy meat soup revised." Yang Ming said as he opened the lid, and immediately the tempting and rich aroma came out from it. However, after hearing the name of this dish, students including Mizuhara Fuyamai had several big question marks on their heads. Crispy meat soup? What is that? Chapter 986. This is the delicious taste. Please give me some advice, senior sister Mizuhara. This is the soup dish I made, crispy meat soup revised. Yang Ming said as he opened the lid, and immediately the tempting and rich aroma came out from inside. However, after hearing the name of this dish, students including Mizuhara Fuyamai had several big question marks on their heads. Crispy meat soup? What is that? Not to mention that these Japanese students know what crispy meat is, even many places in China don't know the existence of crispy meat dishes. Mizuhara Fuyamai looked at the soup dish in front of her, which had a good color and fragrance. There were several golden pieces of meat floating on the soup surface. Her face was still full of doubts. Crispy meat soup? Is there such a soup dish in Western cuisine? Along with Mizuhara Fuyamai's doubtful questioning, there were also discussions from other students on the side. Because Yang Ming and Irina's group was the last one, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. This transfer student made another weird dish with a confusing name. What is this time? I've never heard of crispy meat. Crispy meat, this name sounds so weird. Facing the whispers of others and Mizuhara Fuyamai's doubts, Yang Ming explained with confidence, "Mizuhara, this crispy meat soup is naturally not found in Western cuisine. In fact, it is a soup dish in my hometown of China. It is a delicious and popular dish. Chinese cuisine." Mizuhara Fuyamai returned to her previous expressionless face and said, "But this time the theme is Western full meal and it has nothing to do with Chinese cuisine. So, I call this dish crispy meat soup modified." Yang Ming said with a smile. When they heard Yang Ming say this, some students who had a hostile attitude towards Yang Ming started to sneer again. "No wonder we haven't heard of this name, it's actually a Chinese soup dish. Ha ha ha, this transfer student is really messing around. The taste of Chinese and Western cuisine is so different. No matter how much it is improved, it will definitely taste weird. Yes, won't this hold Irina back?" Hearing these sarcastic words, before Yang Ming could get angry, the second-generation Wangsu lady of Polar Star Dormitory, Yoshino, got angry. She pointed at the guys who were sneering at Yang Ming and said, "You are making comments here before you have tried the food. Even if you have any dissatisfaction with him, wait until you eat it before you say it. I hate you guys who have no strength but a mouth that can mock." The power of Wangsu's second generation is really strong enough. Under her intimidation, several trolls actually shut up obediently, but the trolls still looked like they were watching a joke and landed on the judging desk. At this time, Mizuhara Fuyamai took the lead in putting a piece of crispy meat that she was most curious about into her mouth. Although the crispy meat was fried, it was smooth and tender because it was steamed and moistened by the soup, without any greasy feeling. A piece of crispy meat is just the right size to chew back and forth in your mouth. The more you chew, the more delicious it is. At the same time, the meat is also very elastic. And this meat. Mizuhara Fuyamai was very surprised and picked up another piece of crispy meat and put it in front of her eyes. Look, said. There is also a special fragrance in it, which is completely different from the general fried meat. If I am not mistaken, you should have added red wine, and then there is. As expected of Mizuhara College, you can eat it right away. Yes, I marinated the meat with Ceylon cinnamon and red wine before squeezing the juice, so the meat will have a refreshing flavor after frying. The general crispy meat does not have this step, which is also the place where I improved it, in order to make the taste of the crispy meat close to the Western style. Yang Ming explained. Of course, this improvement method was proposed by Irina. Of course, it is not enough to just improve the style of crispy meat. Since it is a soup dish, the focus is still on this soup. Since it is a soup dish, the taste of the soup is the most important. So Mizuhara Fuyami picked up the spoon and slowly sucked a spoonful of soup into her mouth. The moment she entered her mouth, her expression was one side again, and her eyes widened, and a wave of deliciousness was set off in her heart. The taste of this soup is so refreshing. The moment I drink it, a unique fresh fragrance of the sea lingers in my mouth, stimulating my taste buds for a long time. Mizuhara Fuyami closed her eyes and said intoxicatedly. After a long time, Mizuhara Fuyami opened her eyes, put another spoonful of soup into her mouth and tasted it, and said. So that's it. Is it the unique flavor after boiling shrimp shells? However, generally speaking, the seafood flavor of shrimp shells should be covered by the strong meaty flavor of crispy meat, but why does it have such a strong taste after drinking it? Yang Ming smiled again and said, if they are stewed together directly, the unique seafood flavor of shrimp shells will naturally be covered by the strong meaty flavor, but if they are boiled separately, it will not be. Mizuhara Fuyami and the students around her were stunned when they heard this. I boiled the shrimp shells with other seasonings to make a rich soup base, and then waited until the crispy meat here was almost processed before combining the two, so even if they were put together like this, their respective fragrances would not be covered up. Yang Ming raised his finger and said. Mizuhara Fuyami immediately understood after hearing it, and nodded, so that's how it's done. The refreshing taste of the crispy meat and the rich seafood flavor of the soup base combine in the mouth to form a brand new taste. Mizuhara Fuyami didn't finish her words, and added in her heart, this is completely different from the soup dishes I have had before. At this moment, it seemed that a new door to cooking was opened in front of her. It seems that the temporary improvement of Chinese dishes to a Western-style taste is a messy approach, but the improved taste is so good. If you don't have absolute confidence and certainty, you won't dare to do this. Of course, Mizuhara Fuyami just spy that it was Irina who was instructing Yang Ming to make improvements, but the strength of both of them cannot be ignored. With this thought in mind, Mizuhara Fuyami became more curious about the next two dishes. Soon it was the third dish. The third dish was the main dish, a steak with two sauces cooked by Irina. Steak is the most common in Western cuisine, but when Mizuhara Fuyami saw the two sauces prepared in front of her, she was stunned. Two different sauces. Mizuhara Fuyami's eyes lit up. Irina nodded and said, yes, on the left is onion and black pepper sauce, and on the right is French Madeira sauce. The two flavors can be eaten in turn according to Chef Mizuhara's personal taste. Although some students had cooked steak before, the degree of completion was much inferior to Irina's steak with two sauces in front of her. The degree of completion was not at the same level at all. Chapter 987 Passing the first round of tests. Two different sauces. Mizuhara Fuyami's eyes lit up. Irina nodded and said, yes, on the left is onion and black pepper sauce, and on the right is French Madeira sauce. The two flavors can be eaten in turn according to Chef Mizuhara's personal taste. Although some students have made steaks before, the degree of completion is much inferior to Irina's steak with two sauces in front of her. The degree of completion is not at the same level at all. Although Mizuhara Fuyami has tasted so many dishes just now, her stomach is full. After seeing such a thick steak, she still can't help but move her index finger. She picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak. The moment she cut it, the gravy of the steak splashed out. This unexpected joy can only be experienced by people who eat this kind of steak. After cutting the steak into two pieces, dip them in two different sauces respectively, cut off a small piece and tasted it in her mouth. No matter which flavor of steak it is delicious enough to make her face change. With every chewing of the beef, the gravy explodes in her mouth, and waves of deliciousness sweep her taste buds one after another. After the main course, the last dish was the dessert made by Yang Ming. Yang Ming brought the fourth dessert he made to Mizuhara Fuyami. It was a beautiful pastry with distinct layers. The last dish is the Western osmanthus cake specially made and improved by me. It is made based on the Chinese osmanthus cake. Yang Ming said the name of the last dish. Upon hearing Yang Ming say this, the students watching around made a tisk-tisk sound again. There is no doubt that this is another improved version of the Chinese osmanthus cake made under the guidance of Irina. They are a little bit fed up with this thigh hug, and it is the same for two consecutive dishes. With the previous lesson just now, These students now dare not easily make assertions about this improved version of osmanthus cake, not to mention that there is a Winx's second generation next to them who is eyeing them. Osmanthus cake has a history of more than 300 years in China. The simple method is to make delicious cakes made with glutinous rice flour, sugar, and honey osmanthus as raw materials. It is a traditional Chinese snack. It is simple to make and has a variety of types. It is one of the most popular cakes. Is it another Western-style dish modified from Chinese cuisine? Mizuhara Fuyamai didn't rush to taste the modified version of the osmanthus cake in front of her, but looked at it and said, "The cake is divided into 3 layers, and the workmanship of each part is very delicate, so, try it." Mizuhara Fuyamai picked up the spoon in her hand and scooped a spoonful from the top of the cake. The osmanthus cake was so soft that it could be easily scooped with a spoon. The taste difference formed by the 3-layer structure can be clearly felt just by cutting it with a spoon. Mizuhara Fuyamai said as she slowly put the osmanthus cake into her mouth and ate it. Then her face changed again and she said, "The refreshing sweetness of the lemon spreads in my mouth, without any mixed taste. It is completely integrated with the unique fragrance of osmanthus, and the fragrance of the almonds is sweet and smooth." At this moment, the scenery in front of Mizuhara Fuyamai seemed to change. She came to the beach and opened her arms to enjoy the Mediterranean breeze blowing in her face, letting the branches and leaves of the lemon sway easily. "What did you use for this overwhelming flavor and the 3rd layer of golden object?" Mizuhara Fuyamai asked in confusion. "That's lemon curd," Yang Ming explained. Lemon curd. This seasoning originated in the UK. Eggs and lemon juice are mixed thoroughly with a whisk and then heated in water to form a paste. It has a very long history and is even a brand used by the British royal family. Mizuhara Fuyamai immediately realized and said, "So that's it. This curd exudes the elegant sweet and sour taste of lemon, gradually dissolving in the mouth and blending with the delicate golden egg sponge cake and the fragrance of osmanthus. The refreshing taste and multiple flavors make this dish a success in improving the ingredients." In the end, Mizuhara Fuyamai had to give Yang Ming's affirmation for this dish, although she also knew that this was the result of Irina's guidance to Yang Ming. But no matter what, Yang Ming and Irina's group passed the first round of assessment without any suspense. The review is over. Congratulations to the 26 students who passed the first round of assessment. After a short break, gather in the banquet hall at 6 o'clock. Mizuhara Fuyamai said to the people who passed the assessment. The cooking room where Yang Ming was originally 46 people, and almost half of them were eliminated after the end. It can be seen that this assessment is quite strict. And Yang Ming also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Cooking Western food is still quite challenging for him. During the half-day cooking time, although he was ruthlessly spurred by Miss Irina, he gained a lot. Not only did he successfully improve 2 Chinese dishes into dishes corresponding to the assessment, but he also learned a lot of cooking tips from this top 10 lady. Of course, after the first round of assessment, Yang Ming was also envied and despised by others. Others thought that he could pass the assessment because he was holding Irina's thigh. Yang Ming naturally ignored these worldly eyes and followed Sakaki Ryoko, Yoshino Yuuki, and others who passed the assessment to the banquet hall. Great, the next time is a time to relax. The luxury hotel of Totsuki, dinner and bathroom and guest rooms, everything must be luxurious and high-end. I am very excited just thinking about it. Yoshino Yuuki opened her arms and said as if she was about to embark on the life of a rich and beautiful woman. Because everyone was heading to the banquet hall together, Irina happened to be walking beside Yang Ming, Yoshino, and Sakaki Ryoko. She snorted coldly and put on a queen's look and said, "Hey, how can it be so easy? It's so naive." Yoshino's excitement stopped abruptly. What does this mean?" But the proud Irina would never explain so much to Yang Ming and others, not to mention that she was still angry with Yang Ming. After saying this, she walked directly towards the banquet hall without looking back. Although she did say a lot to Yang Ming during the cooking just now, it was all forced. If she didn't give Yang Ming advice and improvements, if there was any problem with Yang Ming's cooking, no matter how well she cooked, this group could only declare failure. Tisk. Really, you stopped talking halfway. What's so great about the 10 elites? Yoshino Yuuki said softly with her hands on her waist. Yang Ming also knew that this was Miss Irina's personality, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. She is just like this." Chapter 988. A group of Billy Kings quickly came on stage. Tisk. Really, stop talking halfway, what's so great about the top 10? Yoshino Yuuki said in a low voice with her hands on her waist. Yang Ming also knew that this was Miss Irina's character, and smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, she is just like this." About 10 minutes later, everyone who passed the first round of assessment came to the big banquet hall, and everyone in Polaris dormitory just reported their safety to each other through mobile phones. All members of Polaris dormitory have successfully passed the first round of assessment. Everyone thought the same as Yoshino Yuuki, thinking that it was already 6 o'clock and there would be no more assessments, and they were excited to look forward to the luxury hotel. However, Sakaki Ryoko conveyed the words just now to them. "What does Irina mean by this?" "Yang Ming-jun, do you know what it means?" Aoki Daigo asked. Just as Yang Ming was about to explain, a group of muscular men rushed into the hall, and Guan Shuping, a small-eyed man wearing loose clothes, also walked in. Everyone was frightened by the sudden influx of a large group of muscular men. These muscular men were tall and strong, and their muscles were as shiny as if they were smeared with lard. Guan Shuping didn't say much nonsense. He pointed to the group of muscular men behind him and said to the people in the hall, "These people are members of the bodybuilding department of the nearby Upper Arm University. They are now training in a nearby setting. The rugby team and the wrestling team will also come later. Today's menu is steak set meal. I want you to make 50 servings of each menu." After hearing this, Yoshino was petrified on the spot. She still didn't give up and asked, "Please, excuse me, where is our dinner?" "After you finish, go and solve it yourself," Guan Shuping said. Solve it yourself? Where is my luxurious dinner? There is no such thing. By the way, you must solve breakfast, lunch and dinner during the training camp by yourselves. You should be mentally prepared. Guan Shuping's words completely broke Yoshino's heart, and everyone seemed to hear the sound of her heart breaking. Finally, I want to emphasize one thing. Anyone who cannot complete a set meal for 50 people within an hour will be expelled from school on the spot. Start now. After Guan Shuping said this, the students, who were stunned for a moment, rushed into the kitchen. Suddenly, the kitchen became like a battlefield. There were sounds of kitchen knives hitting cutting boards, spoons, iron pots and other kitchen utensils touching each other. These sounds merged with the shouts of the students, and many people were busy and confused. "Hey, you guy, don't block the way. Damn it, who told you to dawdle like this? It's really too late to dawdle anymore." As each dish was completed, it would be personally reviewed by Guan Shuping and then sent to the table of the members of the Upper Arm University bodybuilding department next door. The kitchen was in a mess, but they were eating happily. The fierce and tense competitive atmosphere, coupled with the fact that there was no rest time for the whole day of assessment, and now they had to make a steak set meal for 50 people in this kitchen, just thinking about it made people scared. Now Yang Ming also understands why the senior students who passed the assessment would call residential training hell training. Although it is very simple to cook according to the menu, as long as you know the basic seasonings, you can make it. Therefore, making 50 steaks does not require every dish to be particularly delicious. The most important thing is to test everyone's speed and physical strength. Physical strength is especially important for chefs. As a chef, it is not impossible to stand in the kitchen for a whole day to cook for guests, so physical strength is crucial at this time. However, this test is nothing for Yang Ming. Residential training is just the beginning of the challenge, including Yang Ming. "Soma Yukihira, 50 portions are completed," Guan Shuping announced in front of Soma. Soma took off the headscarf he wore on his forehead when cooking with a silly smile and made his signature move, "I'm sorry for the poor hospitality." Sure enough, Soma, who has 10 years of experience in the kitchen, made great progress in cooking under the training of his father and was the first to complete the 50-person steak set meal project. Soma has been helping his father, Shiro Ichiro, in the set meal restaurant since he was a child. He has to cook a lot of dishes every day. As a result, he has learned much more cooking experience than others. It is normal for him to finish first. After finishing, Soma turned around and waved to Yang Ming and Marui Zenji and others, saying, "Then I will go back to Marui's room first. The night is still long, everyone come early." After saying that, Soma deliberately glanced at Yang Ming, thinking that he finally beat Yang Ming once this time. It is not difficult to see that there has always been a sense of competition between Soma and Yang Ming. He has lost to Yang Ming before, and this time he finally got ahead of Yang Ming here. Naturally, he was very happy. But he didn't know that Yang Ming didn't use his full strength at all. Yang Ming knew that Soma was showing off to him, and he didn't take it to heart at all. He continued to cook his own dishes very calmly and quickly. Although he was not as fast as Soma, he had finished it NOW38 steak set. However, Yang Ming was so calm, but the little yellow-haired boy next to him gnashed his teeth. Damn, am I too slow? But Yukihira's taste should be better than mine. The little yellow-haired boy with clean hair and neat clothes muttered to himself. Yang Ming took a look at this person, and felt very familiar, but remembered who he was after a moment. It turned out to be this guy. No wonder he was competing with Soma. Yang Ming then ignored other people and concentrated on completing his 50-person steak set. When Yang Ming finished, many people had already completed the required 50 servings before him, and of course there were students who were eliminated early due to lack of physical strength. It can only be said that his speed is not fast, nor the fastest, and he barely passed the assessment. Hey! Yang Ming came out of the kitchen, wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I finally made it through the first day. Although he managed to make it through the first day, Yang Ming was not at ease, but became more worried. Now he is good at limited areas. If it weren't for Irina's help today, he would be in trouble this time. But what if it's tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? If the matched partner is not someone as strong as Irina, or is weaker than him, then it's a pain in the ass. With such worries, Yang Ming went from the kitchen to the luxurious hotel of Yuanyu Resort. Chapter 989. There are always people who want to harm me. But what if it's tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? If the matched partner is not someone as strong as Irina, or is weaker than him, then it's a pain in the ass. With such worries, Yang Ming went from the kitchen to the luxurious hotel of Yuanyu Resort. It was already 8 o'clock when Yang Ming finished his shower and had something to eat. He went straight to Marui Zenji's room and opened the door to find everyone inside. Daigo Aoki, Shoji Sato, Marui Zenji and Yuki Yoshino were playing poker on the bed, while Soma, Ryoko Sakaki, Megami Tadakuro and Shun Ibuzaki were sitting cross-legged on the floor chatting. I'm here. Yang Ming raised his hand and said to everyone weakly. Soma was always energetic. When he saw Yang Ming coming back, he immediately said, Hey! Yang Ming, am I fast enough tonight? Ah, barely enough. Yang Ming still said weakly. Seeing Yang Ming like this, everyone thought he was too tired, so they changed the subject and started to complain about the residential training being too demanding. But even if they complained, after seeing what happened today, everyone knew that they couldn't be careless next time. The next day came quickly. After a night of rest to restore their spirit and strength, everyone came to the designated cooking room after breakfast. Today is the second day of the training camp, and the time is 9 o'clock in the morning. Every day's topic is different, and so are the groups and the instructors responsible for the assessment, which are all randomly changed. And this time Yang Ming was finally assigned to a group with a strange student named Zhongtang Shinichi. This little boy named Zhongtang Shinichi was also surprised when he saw that his partner was Yang Ming. When this short boy looked at Yang Ming was also looking at him. This boy is short, with a burgundy hair, wearing a gorgeous chef's uniform, and a glittering necklace hanging around his neck. It is not difficult to see that this is another rich second generation. Hello. Hello, My name is Zhongtang Shinichi, you can call me Shinichi, Lu classmate will trouble you again later. Zhongtang Shinichi said to Yang Ming a little embarrassedly. Yang Ming wanted to extend his right hand to shake hands with him in a friendly manner, but he was stunned after hearing what he said. Well, you're going to bother me again? What do you mean? Yang Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhang Tengzin touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly, have you forgotten? In Mr. Chappelle's class, you once taught me and another classmate how to cook. If it weren't for you, I would have judged it as E. Hearing him say this, Yang Ming remembered that it was true. But then he felt annoyed. That means, this guy is not very strong? I can only rely on myself this morning? Sure enough, what I was worried about last night is here. I can only rely on myself. Yang Ming said secretly in his heart. But when he saw that the person in charge of the assessment this time was Guan Shuping, he felt that the situation was getting worse. After counting the number of people in the cooking room, Guan Shuping, who had narrowed his eyes, nodded and said, I will be your instructor for this morning's class. I believe everyone should already know me. I am Guan Shuping, the chef of the Ginzanikaran sushi restaurant. I will now announce the morning's topic, that is sushi. When Yang Ming heard that the morning's assessment was on this topic, he immediately said, it's over. Sushi is one of the traditional Japanese delicacies. The main ingredients are rice cubes seasoned with sushi vinegar to maintain human body temperature, and fish, seafood, vegetables, or eggs as ingredients. It is delicious and very popular in Japan. Popular with the public. In Japan, there is also a saying that women cannot make sushi. The reason is that the menstrual period of women will cause the flavor of the sushi to be unstable. Therefore, women usually do not serve as sushi chefs. The reason for this saying is related to women themselves, but more to Japanese traditions. After all, in the past, Japan and China were both men in charge and women had a low status. But not being a chef does not mean that you cannot learn to make sushi, especially in this era. As a famous culinary school in Japan, Totsuki Academy will naturally not prohibit girls from learning sushi because of this custom. Therefore, everyone who has been promoted from junior high school knows how to make sushi. Otherwise, Guan Shuping would not stand here today and give this test question to everyone. Guan Shuping, with narrowed eyes, was still wearing loose clothes. He crossed his hands on his sleeves and said to everyone, "Today's morning topic is sushi. Let's start today's topic according to the groups just now." When he heard that the theme of this assessment was sushi and saw that his partner was a fake, Yang Ming thought to himself, "It's over, everything is over. Yang Ming is just average at sushi, and he can't flatter others, so he is in trouble. Yang classmate may have to ask you for help again this time. To be honest, I don't know much about sushi." Zhongteng Shinichi said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, staring at the fake Zhongteng Shinichi. I'll tell the truth, actually. I only know a little about sushi." Ah! Zhongteng Shinichi's mouth was so wide open that he could put an egg in it. He wanted to flatter others, but he was stunned. Zhongteng Shinichi then became panicked and said, "Then, what should we do? If we can't make sushi that satisfies Chef Guan Xiao, we will all be expelled." Yang Ming also had a headache. After thinking about it, he decided that if it really didn't work, he could only try his best. Guan Shuping glanced at Yang Ming and Zhongteng Shinichi, and said, "Actually, don't be nervous. Just follow the sushi making method you learned in class before. I won't make it difficult for you." "Won't make it difficult for you?" Hee. Everyone in the hall laughed secretly when they heard this. Not only did they ask everyone to make 50 servings of beef rice set within an hour last night, but they were also very picky during the inspection. Those who were not enough or not well made were asked to redo them. Many people were delayed because of the rework and were eventually expelled from school. Although Guan Shuping usually has a squinty look, he is also a very strict and rigid type among the graduates who are being assessed. Everyone knows that although he said it very simply, once he finds faults in the dishes to be examined next, he will definitely order them to drop out without mercy. I emphasize one more point. As for the materials for making sushi, you can use the ingredients in this room or go to other places to find them. Anyway, I want to eat the sushi you make before 11:30. Oh, by the way, one group only needs to make one serving. Guan Shuping said. Chapter 990, Always at your service. I emphasize one more point. As for the materials for making sushi, you can use the ingredients in this room or go to other places to find them. Anyway, I want to eat the sushi you make before 11:30. Oh, by the way, one group only needs to make one serving. Guan Shuping said. It is now 9 o'clock in a few minutes, and the time is about 2.5 hours. 2 people make one serving of sushi. The task volume and it looks very simple. The more this is, the more uncomfortable some students feel. Because the first day was full of weird tests that made everyone particularly sensitive, it was natural to feel a little strange to hear such a normal test now. Chef Guan Xiao. As long as it's sushi, it's fine. A student asked carefully, not sure. Guan Shuping nodded and emphasized, as long as it's delicious sushi, it doesn't matter what ingredients you use to make any flavor. Hearing Guan Shuping's confirmation, many students were slightly happy, and finally encountered a test that was not so weird. Hearing this, some students began to look for ingredients and prepare to cook. Seeing that everyone else had moved, while Yang Ming was rubbing his chin and thinking, Zhongteng Shinichi also came to him and asked, Lu classmate, what are we going to do next? I can only rely on you. You rely on me. Who can I rely on myself? Now he himself is in a dilemma. Yang Ming fell into entanglement again, but at this moment he felt someone approaching him from behind. Hey! Yang Ming turned around and saw a little yellow-haired boy appear in front of him. Looking closely, isn't this the guy who was next to him when he was making the steak set last night? Behind the little yellow-haired boy, there is another fat guy with squinty eyes. Seeing these two people, Yang Ming couldn't help but recognize who they are. Aren't these the Aldini brothers, Soma Future's good friends? Xiao, the yellow-haired one, is undoubtedly Takumai, and the fat man standing behind him is his younger brother Isamai. Hello? You must be Yang Ming. I think we have met somewhere, right? But that's not the point. I couldn't decide the winner with another transfer student yesterday, so come and compete with me. Takumai said to Yang Ming with excitement. Yang Ming's mouth twitched slightly. This is still a competition, and now it's a question whether he can pass this assessment. Forget it. I'm not interested. You really have no way to vent your energy. Go find Soma later, he will definitely be able to satisfy you. Yang Ming emphasized the word satisfy very much, but Takumai didn't hear the hidden meaning, and still held on to him. I competed with him once yesterday, but Chef Jian refused to tell us the result, and he said that your strength is before his, so as long as I win, you will also win him. Takumai said to Yang Ming with an expression of I am very smart and you can't fool me. Takumai determined that Yang Ming was his opponent, just like he asked for a showdown with Soma yesterday. Takumai was a typical hot-blooded fighter, and he would have a cooking showdown with others if he disagreed with someone. Yang Ming was almost worried, but Takumai was still holding him. Okay, I don't need to compete, I just admit defeat, okay? Yang Ming said directly to Takumai. He wanted to compete, but he didn't know much about sushi. That won't work. Takumai saw Yang Ming like this and thought that the reason he was not interested in cooking was because he didn't have the gambling chips, so he said, if you think this kind of competition is boring, add some chips. It doesn't matter what it is. When Yang Ming heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was money. When he thought of money, he suddenly thought of something else, and his eyes lit up. Well? Are you sure you can do anything? Yang Ming finally became interested and asked. Seeing that Yang Ming was about to agree, Takumai continued, of course, anything I can take out can be used as a bet. And I will ask Chef Mitsumaru to be the referee. Let me think about it. Yang Ming touched his chin and pretended to be thinking, then looked at Takumai and said, how much money can you take out? Money. Takumai was stunned for a moment and then immediately understood what Yang Ming meant, saying, my brother and I still have a little pocket money and living expenses for this month, about 500,000 yuan, if you want to bet on this, it's okay. In food battles, using money as a bet is a common thing. No one would find it strange or think that this kind of duel is vulgar. On the contrary, the more money, the more important it is to measure the monthly importance of the cooking duel. There is still a little left. When Yang Ming heard that the monthly living expenses of the Aldini brothers added up to 500,000 plus, the muscles on his face twitched again. As expected, Yang Ming, who was once poor, could never understand the world of the rich. Since Takumai had said this, Yang Ming would certainly not refuse this person who was rich and gave him money. Very good, then it is decided that the bet is 500,000 yuan. And I want cash, no bank cards or anything like that. Yang Ming said. 500,000 yuan? It's a piece of cake. But if one party fails to return to Totsuki during the residential training, the bet will be terminated. After Takumai finished speaking, he walked in front of Guan Shuping and spoke sincerely. When he heard Takumai say that 500,000 yuan was a piece of cake, he almost couldn't help punching him in the face. You said this in front of me, don't you consider other people's feelings? Takumai talked to Guan Shuping for a while, and saw Guan Shuping nodded, and then Takumai bowed to him and came back here, obviously successful. I have already made an agreement with Chef Mitsumori, let's prepare for a showdown now. I will definitely defeat you, wait for it, Yang Ming. After Takumai said this to Yang Ming, he left with his brother, apparently selecting ingredients to prepare for cooking. After the Aldini brothers left, Ito Shinichi swallowed his saliva and looked at Yang Ming and whispered, that. Yang Ming, didn't you just say that you can't make sushi? Why did you agree to his cooking competition? Although this 500,000 yuan is a small matter in Ito Shinichi's eyes, he is very puzzled about the reason why Yang Ming did this. So I need your help, Shinichi. Yang Ming put his hands on Ito Shinichi's shoulders and his face suddenly became serious, saying, if you also want to pass this assessment, then. Ito Shinichi looked at Yang Ming's serious face and said so long, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. Chapter 991 Fishing for Fresh Ingredients. Okay, let's go get the tools first. Yang Ming watched the two brothers leave and began to plan the next meal. At this time, there were not many people in the tool storage room. Zhang Tengxinyi looked at the tools around him. First, get a fishing rod. Fishing rod? What do you want to do with a fishing rod? Yang Ming asked. Of course it's fishing. Isn't there a stream outside? Nonsense, Yang Ming knew there was a stream outside. He was asking another question. But I can't fish. Can you fish? A little bit. Zhang Tengxinyi hesitated and said. How much is a little bit? It should be. I can catch it, right? Zhang Tengxinyi thought about the 2 finger-sized fish he caught in 2 hours when he went fishing with his dad. Well, he can catch it. Forget it. Yang Ming saw that Zhang Tengxinyi was hesitant. No need to take the fishing rod, just watch me later. You? Can you do it? Zhang Tengxinyi's suspicion was almost written on his face. When have I ever lied about what I said? Yang Ming directed Zhang Tengxinyi, go to the corner over there and get another hoe. Zhang Tengxinyi obediently took the hoe leaning against the wall, and then turned back and asked, what are you doing with the hoe? Dig bamboo shoots. The bamboo forest over there looks quite lush. It's such a good spring day now, I'm sure I can dig some. Do you use a hoe to dig bamboo shoots? How come he remembered using a machete or something? Yang Ming rolled his eyes, you can't doubt me in this regard. Yang Ming was also convinced by this teammate and left quickly. Hey! Slow down. Zhang Tengxinyi chased after him breathlessly. Can't you run faster? Yang Ming, who was using swift escape in front and jumping as if on the breeze, looked back and turned back. Zhang Tengxinyi looked at the bucket, machete and hoe in his hands. How could he be so fast? Fortunately, the stream at the door was not far away. He increased his speed and finally caught up with Yang Ming. The stream in front of him flowed gently, reflecting the green vegetation on the shore. Yang Ming could see fish jumping out of the water and falling into the water from time to time, splashing ripples. The entire Yuanya resort is surrounded by a circular river, which seems to be artificially carved, specially providing a place for tourists to fish. In places like this, the people in the resort will raise a lot of fish species in it according to the season, so that tourists can have fun even if they are not good at fishing. It looks like there are quite a lot of fish. Yang Ming stood on the shore, looking like he was pointing out the world. There was a little breeze blowing on the water, ruffling his sleeves, and next to him was Zhang Tengxinyi, who was as tired as a dog, almost sticking out his tongue. Hey! I seem to sense some malicious intent. Zhang Tengxinyi looked around, why do I feel like I'm being mocked? Alas, young man, sleep soundly at night, don't always think about things. Yang Ming said in a mature tone. What do you mean? Look at you now, you can't lift your hands or shoulders, you're panting like this after walking a few steps, your body is so weak. What will happen to your girlfriend in the future? Yang Ming sighed. Don't look down on me. Zhang Tengxinyi blushed when he was teased, besides, I didn't. Okay, I'm not a close brother, I don't want to ask about the little boy's thoughts. Yang Ming waved at Zhang Tengxinyi, then squatted down and rolled up his trouser legs, it's time to hurry up. Hey! Zhang Tengxinyi saw Yang Ming take off his shoes, probe the water, and actually went directly into the water. Hey! You just went down like this. Yang Ming also regretted it a little when he went down. The weather in Japan is unusual. The water under his feet actually still has some early autumn coolness. He didn't feel cold when he tried it just now, but after staying for a while, his ankles seemed to be frozen. Even with Yang Ming's current physique, his legs and feet would be numb from the cold if he stayed for a long time. It's okay, just wait and pick up the fish. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Tengxinyi on the shore and said calmly. Okay. Zhang Tengxinyi still believed in Yang Ming, then hurry up. Where are the fish? When standing at a distance, the water was full of fish, but when approaching, there was not a single one. Hey! Is this what the grass looks green from a distance but is not there when you get close means? When catching fish, it is usually better to go to a place with turbid water so that the fish can come out to breathe and you can take the opportunity to catch it, but the people at Yuanya Resort have maintained this place too well, and the stream is so clear that you can almost see the bottom. Hey! Here! Yang Ming, groping in the shallows, found a moss-covered stone. Rocks like this close to the shore should be a favorite place for fish. He approached and found a school of fish in the narrow gap at the bottom of the rock. Yang Ming approached gently, trying not to stir up too much waves, and then used when his hand touched the water surface, he exerted force when he was close to it. The fish inside panicked immediately, but there were dead ends all around. The only way out was in Yang Ming's direction. The fish rushed out from the bottom of the rock. Yang Ming saw the opportunity and grabbed a fish tightly, and the surrounding fish immediately scattered. Yang Ming smiled. Compared with wild fish, this fish was too stupid. If it were wild fish, they would have discovered him long ago. Just as he was about to bring the fish ashore, the stupid fish finally realized that something was wrong and started to swing violently. Ouch! The fish rolled in Yang Ming's hand and was about to be caught, but no matter what, he couldn't let the fish go back into the water. Yang Ming immediately used ice escape to stick to the fish scales, and then threw the fish to the shore. Shinichi, catch it! Ah! Shinichi, who had been watching the show on the shore, rushed over. If the fish was broken into pieces, he would not be able to cook it later. Fortunately, he had practiced for many years and was quick and swift, and finally held the fish in his arms. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to see what kind of fish it was, the fish swung its tail vigorously again, and the tail slammed at Shinichi's face. Pa! The crisp sound was heard clearly even by Yang Ming, who was still standing on the shallows. Are you okay? Yang Ming walked to the shore, shook off the water, and walked over with his shoes, watching Shinichi put the fish in the bucket. Chapter 992 Abalone Sushi? Pa! The crisp sound was heard clearly even by Yang Ming, who was still standing on the shallows. Are you okay? Yang Ming walked ashore, shook off the water, and walked over with his shoes in hand, watching Zhongtang Shinichi put the fish in the bucket. Nothing happened. Zhongtang Shinichi covered his face. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. The fish was still very strong, and the place where it was hit was slightly red. Nothing happened. Yang Ming squatted down and looked at the fish still making a fuss in the bucket. What kind of fish is this? Although he has been in Totsuki Academy for a while, Yang Ming still doesn't have the ability to recognize all the fish in Japan. This is sweet fish, which is considered a relatively precious fish. Zhongtang Shinichi took a look and explained. Sweet fish. Yang Ming thought about it for a while, and then he matched it in his mind. This kind of fish is also considered a precious fish in Japan, which is extremely rich in aquatic products. It mainly lives in mountain streams and is named for its mellow and tender meat and unique fragrance. Well, this kind of fish has a fresh and fragrant meat, and has fewer bones. In addition, it has less fat, so it is one of the best sushi ingredients. Then I've decided. Let's use it to make sushi. Yang Ming made the decision immediately. Zhongtang Shinichi looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you plan what to do before? Of course not. Yang Ming answered as a matter of course, I don't know what fish I will catch. Ha! Zhongtang Shinichi's mouth twitched. He had always admired Yang Ming's decisiveness before. Let's go. I'll go to the bamboo forest over there to dig bamboo shoots, and you can go to the farm over there to find 2 eggs. Yang Ming, who caught the main ingredients, began to plan quickly. You can take this fish first. Okay. Zhongtang Shinichi didn't think much and agreed immediately. It was not until 10 minutes later, when he was chased around the farm by an old hen protecting her chicks, that he deeply regretted it. Yang Ming, you must have done it on purpose. You are so young, but your hands and feet are not flexible. Zhongtang Shinichi, it seems you need calcium supplements. Zhongtang Shinichi just walked back and heard Yang Ming's voice. I don't know why this chicken is so wild. Zhongtang Shinichi recalled the rooster that pecked him 2 or 3 times and then flew to the top of the chicken coop, and tears were streaming down his face. Is that really a chicken raised by the school instead of a phoenix? Didn't he just want to get an egg? Forget it, hurry up, Takumi is almost done. Yang Ming gently wiped the chicken feathers and dust on Zhongtang Shinichi's clothes with a tissue, until he saw a yellow-green stain. A strange expression appeared on his face. This can't be chicken shit. What? Zhongtang Shinichi also hurriedly looked down. Nothing. Yang Ming quickly wiped the stain and threw the paper towel into the trash can beside him. Let's get started. The speed over there is so fast. Zhongtang Shinichi found that everyone's eyes seemed to be in the same direction, so he also looked over, but found that it was the 2 Takumi brothers. The ingredient is, Abalone. Find abalone in a place like this and then cook it. Zhongtang Shinichi couldn't help but be impressed by the other party's imagination. To find abalone in this vast wilderness and come up with suitable ingredients, this requires a very broad vision and perspective. But in such a short time, they have time handle such a big abalone. He watched with such thoughts. You handle the abalone. Surrounded by his classmates, Takumai did not show any panic. After throwing the cleaned abalone to his younger brother Isami, he did not look at the abalone again. Standing by the cooking table, the tacit understanding between him and Isami, which had been honed through thousands of cooperations, was instantly revealed. Okay, brother. Isami took the abalone and put it on the chopping board. The harmless smile on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by the eyes of a hunter who found his prey. Puff puff puff. Isami used a sharp kitchen knife to accurately cut the abalone meat. The sound of the kitchen knife and the abalone meat kept ringing. Every step was extremely fast and accurate. Although he looked so clumsy, his knife skills were far beyond people's imagination. Takumai, who was standing aside, did not look very eye-catching. He was not as dramatic and visual as his brother who used his huge body to perform the delicate knife skills like embroidery. But in the eyes of Ito Shinichi, the smooth craftsmanship and extremely skilled movements were more eye-catching. He is indeed a real professional chef. This level of skill that can only be achieved after a long period of cooking is simply incomparable to those classmates next to him. Yang Ming looked at Takumai, and in his busy movements, he seemed to see his own shadow. Is it the same when he cooks? When he looked at Takumai, Zhongtang Shinichi also looked at him with shining eyes. I say, your eyes are so scary. Yang Ming turned around and looked at Zhongtang Shinichi's eyes a little scared. What's wrong? Are you finally interested in boys? Zhongtang Shinichi touched the non-existent beard on his chin, pretending to be a shrewd man. I just think there's something wrong between you and that Takumai. I'm not interested in boys, okay? Yang Ming said helplessly, really wanting to knock Zhongtang Shinichi's brain open to see what's inside. Your lover is almost done, can't we hurry up? Zhongtang Shinichi slowly rolled up his sleeves. You have to show some strength, otherwise people won't look down on you. Wait, how come you become my lover out of nowhere? Yang Ming couldn't complain about this teammate. At this time, Takumai, who had finished part of the work, looked up and saw Yang Ming coming back. Hey, Yang Ming, why don't you hurry up, the time is almost up. Yang Ming. Tisk 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 tisk, look, why don't you hurry up, I care about you so much. Ito Shinichi continued to look at the two of them, it's really a match made in heaven. Okay, I'm almost done, let's move faster too. Yang Ming quickly led the topic to other places. But what he said was not bad. Not only the group of Takumai who started the earliest, but also the students who came back one after another began to cook their own dishes. Their progress was really a little behind. Chapter 993 Abalone is juicy. Some students came back one after another. Although they were a little surprised to see Yang Ming and his friends, they did not stop their actions. After all, their cooking skills were not so superb, and they did not have that kind of confidence. Of course, they had to seize every opportunity to cook. More and more students returned, and the Takumai brothers had already returned. They all looked at Yang Ming who was waiting seriously. They also saw the sweet fish. Takumai said to himself, Ayu. Is it sashimi? Although it is indeed very fast, even so, we can't be careless at all, right? He secretly made up his mind to give Yang Ming a good show. Zhongtang Shinichi was carrying a fish basket at this moment. When he saw the ingredients prepared by Takumai, he was stunned. Is this abalone? He did not have preconceived ideas, but rationally looked for suitable ingredients. He is indeed a professional chef. He could not help but admire his opponent, but he only admired without any fear. Instead, he began to ponder. Seeing Yang Ming take out bamboo shoots, everyone felt confused. Bamboo shoots? Takumai laughed, is this still sashimi sushi? Although sweet fish sashimi sushi is a classic Japanese dish, few people can make it well. Not to mention that under the influence of a large number of fish, the taste will inevitably be lost. The influence of too many similar dishes on the judges is self-evident. But when it comes to using bamboo shoots in sashimi sushi, there seems to be no precedent, right? Seeing the amazing cooking skills of the two brothers Takumai, Guan Shuping chewed his snacks and said to Yang Ming, aren't you going to do it? No hurry. Facing Takumai's strong performance, Yang Ming seemed very calm. "Ah, you are really confident." Guan Shuping narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming with a smile in his heart. He evaluated and praised Yang Ming. Although he had great talent and amazing status, he was not arrogant or domineering. Instead, he was well-mannered, and his words and deeds were calm and steady. What was even more admirable was the quality he showed when facing his own assessment. In order to carefully observe the strength and cooking of his opponent, he was not afraid of the limited time at all, even if he was in trouble. This was exactly the courage a chef needed. Yang Ming did have this plan. He wanted to carefully observe Takumai's cooking process, and wanted to learn and study the secrets of the other party's sauce preparation, learn some knowledge from it, and then improve himself. This was also the disadvantage of being the first cook in the competition, but the advantage was also obvious. If the other party's cooking was indeed excellent, then it would inevitably give the judges a preconceived notion. Want to observe? Use your eyes to see through my loopholes, then look carefully. There is absolutely no flaw in my cooking. Takumai's attention has always been on Yang Ming, and he also regards him as a strong opponent. As for Ito Shinichi, to be honest, he really doesn't take him seriously, just as an opponent who must be defeated. What is this? Exclamations rang out around him. All because Takumai took out his killer half-moon knife, a knife that is professionally used to cut ingredients into powder, but because of its peculiar appearance and weight far exceeding that of ordinary knives, it is impossible for ordinary people to master it. However, there is no such problem in Takumai's hands. His several years of professional chef experience in Italy enable him to easily master this knife. Da-da-da. Rhythmic and stormy sounds suddenly burst out. Not all of them are evenly cut, nor are they extremely messy. Instead, they are purposeful and extremely precise. The basil and green onions are perfectly chopped and mixed together, which also adds another difficulty to the chef's mastery of the knife. Such a storm seemed to never stop, and it lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Takumai suddenly stopped, and then handed the half-moon to his brother, and went to observe the cooking of abalone and the making of sauce. Da-da-da. The sound was even louder than before, with a strong impact, making everyone look over. The half-moon that fell out of thin air was not stained with any powder, and the bright blade added a touch of bright color to the picture, like moonlight. So strong! Ito Shinichi couldn't help but exclaim. Takumai's hands continued to move. He didn't care about the surrounding sights, no matter what they were, they would not affect him at all. When making food, his mood was extremely calm as still water, just to make the most perfect food. He put the abalone into the pot with one hand and started steaming it, and skillfully grabbed a handful of seasoning with his right hand and sprinkled it down. The amount was just right, and there was no surprise at all. Finally, he carefully brushed the sauce made of soy sauce, mustard, and black pepper on the abalone meat, and then put it on the rice ball. Then the whole dish was done. The whole process, including the previous search, processing, cooking and production of abalone, did not take more than an hour. It seems that you don't need to give me an hour at all, but I should give you an hour. Takumai smiled and said to Yang Ming, then brought the dish to Guan Shuping, bowed slightly, please taste it. Guan Shuping looked at the dish in front of him. Just looking at the previous processing techniques and quality, he knew that the taste of this dish must be good. It was the first one, and it seemed that Takumai's strength should not be underestimated. Yang Ming, I wonder if the script in front of you is beyond your expectations. Please enjoy it slowly. Takumai, who noticed the subtle changes in Guan Shuping's expression, smiled elegantly and bowed slightly. Guan Shuping nodded, picked up a piece of abalone sushi, and gently put it into his mouth. As soon as the abalone entered the mouth, it exuded an extremely satisfying taste on the tip of the tongue. The strong taste was full of wildness and a strong cool feeling. Seeing Guan Shuping's bright and satisfied smile, everyone was shocked. Guan Shuping's mind was occupied by the abalone meat. After a long time, he opened his eyes. It's really delicious, Takumai team, pass. As soon as the voice fell, Takumai smiled. Any chef would be very happy to see the guest's bright smile, especially this one was the judge between him and Yang Ming. Guan Shuping glanced at Yang Ming and raised his finger, now it's your turn, Yang Ming, if you can't make a dish comparable to this, then you lose. Oh, by the way, it seems that there is no punishment. He whispered, and then began to think, as if thinking about what punishment to give. Chapter 994 I don't believe you can still turn the tables. Guan Shuping glanced at Yang Ming and raised his finger. It's your turn now, Yang Ming. If you can't make a dish that can compare to it, then you lose. Oh, by the way, it seems that there is no punishment. He whispered, and then began to think, as if thinking about what punishment to give. Well, the winner will announce the punishment, but it can't be too much. Guan Shuping grinned and chuckled. It can't be too much, the winner will announce it. What kind of rule is this? Takumai couldn't help but complain in his heart. The relationship between them was not very good. If the other party proposed a punishment, how to judge whether it was excessive? It's really troublesome, but I won't lose. Takumai exhaled slowly. Then he looked at Yang Ming with his head held high. Then why don't you start? Yang Ming tilted his head slightly, did not answer Takumai's words, but asked Ito Shinichi, you go first, or me? Ah? Ito Shinichi's thoughts were obviously a little distracted. After he came back to his senses, he said, you go first. According to what you told me before, I need to make some other preparations. By the way, Chef Guan, can I borrow something from you? Before he finished speaking, he took the persimmon seeds from Chef Jian's hand and left in a hurry. Now you go to find new dishes. Takumai was stunned when he saw this scene. Tazumai beside him laughed, you must be unconfident about the previous dishes. After seeing the dishes we made, you know that you can't surpass us, so you will do this, but is there enough time? Hee. Maybe we will win without fighting. The younger brother laughed. Shut up. Takumai's face darkened again, what I want is a passionate duel. I will never admit this kind of victory. After speaking, he saw that Yang Ming had not made any movement, and immediately shouted, why don't you do it? Are you planning to wait for Shinichi Ito? No hurry. Yang Ming waved his hand calmly, he took a bag of snacks from Chef Guan and started eating. My snacks? Guan Shuping looked at Yang Ming with an unhappy face, extremely distressed. Don't care so much, besides, don't you need to save your stomach to taste my food? Yang Ming said with a chuckle. Alas, now that you mention it, I am really looking forward to it, but there are not many snacks. Guan Shuping said unhappily, to taste so many dishes, without the adjustment of snacks, there is no appetite at all. The faces of the people in the room suddenly darkened. Can you please not belittle our dishes like this? Guan Shuping seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly explained, sorry, I really didn't mean to say that, but if I keep eating the dishes you make, it will affect my taste. This is unfair to you. You might as well not explain, it will be even more devastating. Everyone looked up at the ceiling, looking like they wanted to cry but couldn't. Zhongteng Shinichi looked at Guan Shuping with some fear, and for a moment he felt that this chef who looked a little serious was extremely scary. By the way, how is sweet fish sashimi usually made? Yang Ming asked Zhongteng Shinichi. Hearing this, Zhongteng Shinichi stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but Guan Shuping happened to help him up. Ah! I was so careless. Guan Shuping supported Zhongteng Shinichi's right hand, and then he moved to his fingers, what if I hurt such a beautiful finger? Zhongteng Shinichi was speechless, she looked at Yang Ming, don't you know how to make sweet fish sashimi? Yang Ming recalled carefully, saying that he didn't know was impossible, after all, he had stayed in Totsuki Academy for a while in his previous life and had been exposed to sashimi culture, I just don't know what the specific difference is between sashimi like sweet fish and salmon. Hearing this, Ito Shinichi slowly exhaled, is that so? There shouldn't be any difference, right? After all, it was a very simple dish. He couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. Puff. Brother, he doesn't seem to know how to make sweet fish sashimi at all. Tazumai chuckled, one went out to find ingredients temporarily, and the other asked how to cook. Brother, your vision in choosing opponents is really terrible. Shut up. Takumai's face was no longer black, what do you know, he is just paralyzing us. Although he said so, he was roaring in his heart, are you kidding me? Right? As time passed, the students finished cooking one by one, but Guan Shuping was obviously not as easy to talk to as he looked before, which made those students who saw Takumai pass the first time easily fall into despair. It's not delicious. It's too bad, it's better to eat snacks. Make it again. Guan Shuping exhaled and said distressedly, it's really boring, all of them are ordinary sushi, and the taste is almost the same. After saying that, she looked at Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Can you make some special sashimi so that I can feel what delicious food tastes like again? After hearing Guan Shuping's words, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Ming. The anger that was a little frustrated by what Guan Shuping said before was also vented towards Yang Ming. He will definitely lose. With his level, he is definitely not a match for Takumai. That's right. How can sashimi compare to Takumai's previous dishes? A burst of ridicule sounded, and Ito Shinichi was a little at a loss and wanted to make some excuses. Go and wash the dishes, start. Yang Ming said with a smile. His behavior was still calm, as if he didn't care about what they said at all. This calm feeling also made the students more and more crazy, but when they were about to say something, Yang Ming moved. The ice escape was performed invisibly. He took out the ice knife with cold air, his eyes became very serious, took out the sweet fish that had been cleaned of scales before, and cut it into 3 sections. Then Yang Ming picked up a piece of fish meat at random. In his hand, the ice knife suddenly seemed to have spirituality, flying around the fish, pieces of fish meat as thin as paper fell like snowflakes, piled on the plate. In the end, Yang Ming was left with only a smooth fish bone in his hand. Zhongteng Shinichi was stunned. Yang Ming smiled and knocked on his head, saying, "Have you cleaned it?" "Okay, okay." Ito Shinichi hurriedly took the cleaned bamboo shoots. Yang Ming nodded, walked towards Takumai next to him, and stretched out his right hand. "Do you mind if I borrow your half-moon?" Chapter 995 Magical Knife Skills, Magical Sushi. Yang Ming smiled and tapped him on the head, saying, "Have you cleaned it?" "Okay, okay." Ito Shinichi hurriedly took the cleaned bamboo shoots. Yang Ming nodded, walked towards Takumai next to him, and stretched out his right hand. "Do you mind if I borrow your half-moon?" "Ah!" Takumai came back to his senses. He was also stunned when he saw Yang Ming's amazing knife skills. Not only him, but everyone in the room was stunned. This is no longer an ordinary knife skill, it is a dreamlike knife skill, even a legendary one. The fish slices are as thin as paper, transparent and clear. What's more amazing is that when the fish falls, it is neatly folded into a flower shape. What kind of knife skills did you use just now? Takumai swallowed his saliva and asked with some palpitations. Tazumai next to him opened his eyes wide and subconsciously handed the half-moon to Yang Ming. It's just a use of knife skills. Yang Ming didn't explain too much. After taking the half-moon, he walked towards the bamboo shoots and prepared to process them. Takumai looked at Yang Ming's figure leaving, still unable to extricate himself. Brother, his knife skills are so strong, it feels like we are going to lose this time." Tazumai was also frightened and no longer had the same playful smile as before. Yet, Takumai nodded subconsciously, and then his face turned a little red. "Shut up. Look carefully, being a chef is not just about having good knife skills. By the way, I can't lend him Banyu. But I've already given it to him," Tazumai said in a low voice. Takumai looked at Yang Ming with some uneasiness, always feeling that Yang Ming's next move would be even more shocking. Almost at the moment when Takumai's uneasiness just rose, Yang Ming slowly grasped the half-moon, and his hands controlled the half-moon like an illusion. Clang clang crotch. As the half-moon danced, the phantoms became one, as if a bright moon rose and shone on the bamboo shoots. The bright moon rose high, and the half-moon waved. The former kept rising, and the latter kept falling. For a while, there was silence in the room, without any sound or movement, only the movement of Yang Ming waving the half-moon and the collision sound of the half-moon contacting the chopping board. The action lasted for a full minute. When the action stopped, Yang Ming slowly exhaled, but the breath was still smooth, not as violent as before. The sudden rain stopped, but Yang Ming did not stop. His right hand brushed across the chopping board. As he moved, the bamboo shoot powder on the table gradually disappeared and turned into a layer of mung bean cake. The sauce Yang Ming made was not made from bamboo shoot leaves, but from the roots of bamboo shoots. Generally speaking, it is best to grind them into a paste and then mix them with sauces. However, Yang Ming had his own ideas. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, he could clearly grasp the half-moon to crush the bamboo shoot roots, to maximize the evaporation of its flavor. That's why he did so without stopping. Then, stick the fish fillet on the rice ball. After the bamboo shoot paste was made, Yang Ming found some ice cubes from the freezer next to him, piled them into a mountain, and then slowly tilted the plate that had previously contained the sweet fish sushi, and all the sushi disappeared completely in the ice cubes. He picked up the plate and stared at it carefully for a full minute, as if he was judging something. After a long time, Yang Ming finally spoke, "It's done." "It's done?" The students around him, including Takumai, were stunned when they heard this. "The dish is ready like this?" Everyone's face was filled with such surprise and shock, especially Takumai, who even had a hint of disappointment on his face. He originally thought that Yang Ming would do something amazing again to deal with the sweet fish. Although he also knew that sweet fish was so simple. But this level, can it really satisfy Chef Jian and me? Takumai couldn't help but frowned. "Can you be more serious?" At this time, Soma Yukihira walked in and saw this scene, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Although he had seen Yang Ming's ingredients before and had some guesses, he didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually make sweet fish sushi. Shinichi Zhongteng, who was standing by, could not help but worry. Although Yang Ming's knife skills and movements were shocking to the extreme, those things did not seem to have much impact on the taste of the food, right? Of course, the most surprised person was Guan Shuping. "Is this sweet fish sushi?" "Good knife skills, and it seems that something is wrong." "What is it?" Guan Shuping was a little confused, but he also had some expectations. He knew Yang Ming's identity, and naturally knew that Yang Ming would never serve such a simple dish for him to taste. Everyone watched Yang Ming carrying the pile of ice cubes towards Guan Shuping, and then, as they watched, Yang Ming placed the iced fish slices in front of Chef Guan, and everyone's mouths widened. The food in front of them had actually changed greatly. You could vaguely see a sweet fish in the ice cube moving around, looming, as if it was there and not there. "What's going on?" Everyone opened their mouths wide, watching the amazing changes in the food in front of them. Takumai frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something, but Guan Shuping was one step faster than him and whispered, "Is it the sunlight and the knife skills?" As he said that, he looked up at the light coming in from the side window. The light just happened to shine on the food, and the ice itself had a reflective feeling, plus Yang Ming had spread a layer of fish slices as thin as paper on the ice, so everyone felt that there was a fish swimming in it. "It's really beautiful, it makes people's appetite." While speaking, Guan Shuping gently picked up a sushi with chopsticks, and then dipped it in the bamboo shoots on the left, and then put it in his mouth. The sound of great enjoyment emanated from Guan Shuping's mouth, coupled with the intoxicated expression, it made people feel a sense of misunderstanding. However, no one present had such thoughts, but instead looked at Guan Shuping and waited for the other party to make comments. The same was true for Takumai. However, just by seeing Yang Ming's previous actions and Guan Shuping's expression, he felt a strong sense of frustration. The gap was really big. Guan Shuping was closing his eyes at the moment, immersed in the deliciousness. When the fish fillet was just put into his mouth, he felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he was standing in the cold winter, which made people shudder. But the next moment, he felt the scent of bamboo shoots. The spicy and fragrant taste made him very comfortable. It was like a stove suddenly appeared in winter. The two completely different feelings made him hum. Chapter 996 I Won't Give It to You. After that, the taste changed again. The unique delicate taste of the sweet fish and the light sweetness finally evaporated. Unlike the greasy taste of fat, they were two completely different feelings. It was a complete enjoyment. At this moment, he felt the activity of the sweet fish, as if he had turned into the sweet fish, shivering in the cold winter sea water, and then felt the feeling of life reviving in spring, and suddenly jumped up and saw the wonders of the flowers blooming around him. It's delicious. The fish fillet is so soft and tender, and it is mixed with ice and bamboo shoots. The three feelings keep changing, making people feel like spring is blooming. Guan Shuping looked down at the food, and couldn't help picking up a piece and putting it in his mouth. He continued to speak while showing an expression of enjoyment. It's true. The ice cubes and the fish fillet blend together. I felt the bone-chilling coldness as soon as I put it in my mouth. Then, because I had dipped some bamboo shoots in it before, the smell of bamboo shoots came out. It was different from mustard but had a unique fragrance. It stimulated my taste and smell, making me feel the revival of spring. Then came the delicate sweet fish. While Guan Shuping was talking, he had eaten more than 10 pieces of sweet fish sushi in one breath, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's so delicious. It's a pity that I won't be able to eat such delicious food next time. He felt a little regretful. Seeing this evaluation, everyone looked at each other, and some students who had previously mocked Yang Ming felt a little embarrassed, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. This was not only because Yang Ming's cooking had been highly praised by Guan Shuping. More importantly, they had misunderstood Yang Ming before. If Yang Ming had been the first to cook, then after Guan Shuping tasted his food, would Guan Shuping still have any feelings for other sushi dishes? This made the students who had passed the assessment before secretly feel lucky, and they looked at Yang Ming with gratitude. Takumai was also impressed by Yang Ming at this moment. Guan Shuping would never lie, and the previous production process could also show where the gap between him and Yang Ming was. However, he was still a little unconvinced. Can I taste it? Hey? This is the food Yang Ming made for me. Guan Shuping looked like he didn't want to give it to him. Just one piece will be fine. I want to taste it. Takumai's face also turned slightly red. Guan Shuping took a close look at Takumai and was a little hesitant. It's okay. If you need me, I can make it for you anytime. Yang Ming was amused by Guan Shuping's behavior. He was really a big foodie. Really? Guan Shuping's eyes lit up, and then he said generously, then you can eat it, but only one piece. Takumai was about to cry because of Guan Shuping's words. He nodded, then picked up a piece of fish fillet, dipped it in bamboo shoots very seriously, and then slowly put it into his mouth. When he just put it into his mouth, he also made a sound similar to Guan Shuping, Takumai closed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed, how can the sweet fish be so delicious? And why do I think of the past? In the cold winter in Italy, when he and his brother were in Florence, they walked forward step by step. The whistling cold wind came over, making people feel cold unconsciously. Then he pushed open the door and entered his uncle's restaurant. The warmth from the stove made him and his brother couldn't help but enjoy it. I lost. He couldn't help but whispered. Just as he finished speaking, he was surprised to hear the sound of cutting vegetables. He turned his head and saw that someone was still cooking. At this moment, there were only 15 minutes left before the assessment deadline. Facing Yang Ming's amazing cooking and the upcoming deadline, Soma Yukihira was still cooking his own food. Is it in time? Takumai looked at Soma Yukihira. Hearing this, Soma Yukihira turned his head and showed a confident smile. 15 minutes is enough. If you let the guests wait for 15 minutes in the restaurant, all the guests will run away. Hearing this, Yang Ming also smiled. Indeed, the chef of the restaurant naturally has to cook quickly and well, which is the most important thing. And Soma Yukihira has always cooked in the way of a professional chef. This is both his advantage and his disadvantage. If you want to step onto a higher stage, it is not enough to have a solid foundation alone. You must make a signature dish that is unique to you. This is probably one of the purposes of Yukihira Joichiro letting his son come to Totsuki, right? The process of cooking by Soma Yukihira was also very simple, and his speed was not much slower than Yang Ming's. He first smashed the persimmon seeds, and the sound of collisions continued to ring in his ears. When the persimmon cakes were broken into the size of peanuts. At this time, he began to clean the char, and cut the fish horizontally with light movements. Separate the egg white and yolk of the egg. While cooking, Soma Yukihira shouted to his teammates around him. The student was obviously a little too nervous. He was busy handling the eggs, and he looked up at the time from time to time, obviously a little flustered. Soma Yukihira came over, let me do it. Okay, what should I do? The student looked at Soma Yukihira and asked nervously. Go find salad oil. Soma Yukihira said without raising his head. I don't know when he had already handled the eggs. At this moment, he was stirring the egg yolk, and when he saw the other party bringing the salad oil, he said, pour in 2 spoons. It seemed that Soma Yukihira's calmness and composure also affected the other party. The student was obviously calmer, and he carefully poured the salad oil into it. As the salad oil was poured in, the sauce gradually became a little viscous. Soma Yukihira put the cut fish into the sauce at this moment, making its smooth surface sticky, and then covered the surface with crushed persimmon seeds. What a skillful move! Takumai muttered to himself, he should also be a professional chef, right? Yes, Soma has about 10 years of experience as a chef in Yukihira. Yang Ming walked over. 10 years. Takumai looked at Soma Yukihira with a slightly changed look, even longer than me. But Yukihira? What level of restaurant is this? It's just a roadside restaurant, but don't underestimate the other party. Yang Ming said with a smile, but his eyes were still on Yukihira on Soma, or rather, on his movements, the powerful Sharingan allowed him to easily copy Soma Yukihira's recipe. Chapter 997, Not the first is meaningless. It's just a roadside restaurant, but don't underestimate them. Yang Ming said with a smile, but his eyes were still on Soma Yukihira, or rather, on his movements. The powerful Sharingan allowed him to easily copy Soma Yukihira's recipe. At this moment, it was absolutely no problem for him to make this dish. This is also a process of improvement and learning. Roadside restaurant. Takumai said disdainfully, and he was also laughing in his heart. He was really scared by Yang Ming, thinking that anyone could make delicious dishes. The sound of tearing the red-hot oil pan and touching the fish sounded, and at this moment, it was Soma Yukihira's last step. Soon, Soma Yukihira took the dish out of the pot, and he walked over with the dish. Beside him were his teammates who were still a little nervous, but their faces were no longer as flustered as before, and they seemed to be much calmer. The food is ready, please taste it. Yukihira Soma put the food on the table, and then looked at Yang Ming and Takumai. If you don't mind, you can taste it too. Fried fish sushi. Takumai and Yang Ming looked over at the same time. The method of this dish is very simple, just use the crushed persimmon seeds as the batter, then apply the egg yolk to the fish body, and finally put the fish in the oil pan, fry the fish directly, and then put it on the rice ball, and it's done. In this way, even if you have never known how to make sushi, as long as you know the steps, you can follow the gourd and make fried fish sushi. The problem is that after Soma Yukihira came out of the pan, when the fried fish sushi touched the space, a fresh fragrance immediately flowed into everyone's nose, stimulating the secretion of saliva in the mouth. Takumai seemed to have forgotten that he looked down on Yukihira before, took a long breath, and his index finger moved slightly. I actually feel like eating this dish. Brother, I want to eat it too. The younger brother Tazumai next to him wanted to try it even more. It looks like it's delicious. Guan Shuping was eager to try. Please use it. Soma Yukihira chuckled, eat it while it's hot. His dishes are so simple as long as the guests are satisfied. Guan Shuping carefully picked up a piece of fish meat and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. In an instant, Guan Shuping's eyes turned into crescents. It's delicious, but it's a pity. His expression became a little distressed. I just ate too much, and now I can't tell what it tastes like. Yukihira Soma, who had always had a calm expression, was speechless. He looked at Yang Ming's food on the left. There was nothing but ice cubes on it, and there was no trace of sweet fish sushi at all. It had all gone into Guan Shuping's stomach. If you don't mind, how about I be the judge? Yang Ming looked at Guan Shuping and asked. Guan Shuping thought for a while, and then said, okay, with your cooking skills, you can also make a sufficient evaluation of it. Soma-kun, do you have any objections? Yang Ming looked at Yukihira Soma. No problem. Soma Yukihira had no doubt that Yang Ming belittled his cooking because of his competition with him. All this was because of a sentence Yang Ming said. Food is food that brings people happiness. How could a chef who could say such a thing deny his cooking because of competition? And there was a deeper reason for all this. Because after seeing Yang Ming's cooking, he had already felt that he had lost in his heart. Then I'll start. Yang Ming picked up a piece of fried fish sushi. The color of the fried fish sushi was golden, and the outer layer of the dough was made of persimmon seeds, so it exuded a faint fragrance. Moreover, the simpler the dish, the more it tested a chef's skills. That's why some people say that the highest realm of a chef is a bowl of fried rice. The situation is similar for fried fish sushi and fried rice. Cooking is very simple, and everyone knows how to make it. It seems that there is no room for play, but whether it can successfully conquer a person's taste buds depends on the chef's means. Yang Ming put the fried fish sushi in his mouth with the expectation of a foodie. He took a light bite, and the fried fish sushi seemed to explode in his mouth, and an indescribable, very delicious taste immediately spread in his mouth. Fresh, crisp, tender, refreshing, delicious. Yang Ming savored it slightly and shook his head slightly. Even so, it was just an ordinary dish after all. This was also a disadvantage of Yukihira Soma. He had made too many dishes, and too many similar dishes. Although his basic skills were solid to the extreme, he had reached a bottleneck. What was needed now was creativity and more advanced skills. Passed. Yang Ming said with a smile. Really? That's great. The student who partnered with Yukihira Soma jumped up suddenly. He was so happy that he could successfully pass the test. Hey, No more comments. Yukihira Soma was stunned when he heard this. No more. Yang Ming shook his head slightly. In terms of cooking, you have already achieved the ultimate of this dish, which is a manifestation of solid basic skills, and there is nothing to say about creativity. If we evaluate it based on the requirements of this assessment, then it is still Chef Guan who will speak. Guan Shuping stood up. Yes, this dish is indeed very delicious, and using persimmon seeds as the dough is also very creative, and not fearing the limited time, and doing his best to make his own unique dishes is also commendable. Hey? Then who won between us? Yukihira Soma asked. Takumai was the same. He looked at Guan Shuping expectantly. The reason why he did not refuse when Yang Ming tasted the food before was because he knew that he had lost, especially after tasting Yang Ming's food himself, he was even more certain. But even so, he couldn't lose to Yukihira Soma, right? It seems a bit troublesome. Although Yang Ming's cuisine is simple and popular, it is very unique in terms of knife skills, appearance, and taste, and has its own style and characteristics. Guan Shuping showed a thoughtful expression, and Takumai's cuisine is also very good. Being able to find abalone represents your love for cuisine. And just at this moment, a beeping sound rang out. Guan Shuping took out his mobile phone from his pocket and put it to his ear, and then his expression suddenly became very innocent. After a long time, he said, "Okay, we should go back. Senior Shigong is angry," he said to everyone. "Ah? What about our ranking?" Takumai asked hurriedly. "Yang Ming is the first place." Guan Shuping blinked. "Didn't I just say that?" Takumai didn't have time to complain about the other party's forgetfulness, but asked, "I have no doubt that he is the first place, but what about the second place?" "Second place, so troublesome, you two should tie." Guan Shuping said, and walked out. "It doesn't make any sense anyway, right? If it's not the first place, then it doesn't matter what place it is, right?" Then Yang Ming spread his hands to Takumai and said with a smile, "Admit the bet and give me the money. Also, according to what Chef Guan said before, you still owe me a request." Chapter 998 Jealous Arena. Then Yang Ming spread his hands to Takumai and said with a smile, "Admit defeat and give me the money. Also, according to what Chef Jian said before, you still owe me a request." Takumai looked unhappy, but still handed the money to Yang Ming. "Next time. I will never lose to you next time. Just wait and see." After that, Takumai couldn't stand Yang Ming's teasing eyes and left with his brother. On the other side, a war caused by Yang Ming took place. Yoshino Yuaki and Sakaki Ryoko were in the same group, and they were also partners. After leaving the hall, they came to the corresponding room. Sakaki Ryoko was wearing a school uniform today. Her slender and smooth purple hair was tied into a bun on each side of her head, tied with a pink ribbon, and then spread to her shoulders, looking very fresh and natural. After arriving, she saw that the chef was Hinateko Inui, and she immediately showed a sad expression and said to Yoshino Yuaki, "It seems that our luck today is very bad." "Yes, I don't know what Chef Inui is testing, but I always feel uneasy." Yoshino Yuaki was not as active as usual, and said dejectedly. When they entered the room, they immediately felt something was wrong. Something was wrong, very wrong. Obviously, judging by the number of people, the students have basically arrived, but the silence here is surprising and even terrifying. Chef Inui is not a very serious person, why is he so quiet? Even if it is because of the study, it shouldn't be like this. And now the silent atmosphere is really surprising. What happened? Suddenly, Ryoko Sakaki and Yuki Yoshino saw a person, and their faces showed surprise and bitterness at the same time, Arina Nakiri. Yes, the head of the junior high school, the granddaughter of the current commander-in-chief, and one of the 10 outstanding people. She did have enough aura to make everyone fall into this silence. After all, if Arina Nakiri made the dishes first, then everyone would fall into Arina's aura, and even those who could pass the exam might fail because Chef Jian had eaten Arina's dishes. This is also the reason why Ryoko Sakaki and Yuki Yoshino were surprised and bitter. "We must make the dishes as soon as possible, before Arina," Yoshino Yuki said in a low voice. Ryoko Sakaki frowned. Logically, because of this, these people should also take action, but why are they so quiet? She looked around and suddenly realized, come here, it turns out that not only Arina is here, but also Alice. The relationship between these two people has long been known to everyone. Although they are cousins and have inherited the excellent talents of the commander-in-chief, their relationship is not harmonious, and it can even be said that they dislike each other. The silence in the whole room at this moment is precisely because of the two people looking at each other. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder with the fragrance of powder, and its danger and sinisterness are no better than dynamite. Hisako stood next to Irina, and opposite her, there happened to be two people standing. Alice, the commander-in-chief's granddaughter, a genius in molecular gastronomy, and her confidant Kurikai Barayo. Cousin, I didn't expect to meet you in this class. I'm really happy. Alice smiled at Irina. I'm also very happy to see you here, Alice. Although Irina said so, she matched it with a cold expression. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a little bit. Well, this queen's attitude. Alice curled her lips and laughed again, but with some ill intentions. I know I'm with you today, so I specially prepared some delicious food. Do you want to try it? She picked up a black truffle chocolate wrapped in a golden ribbon gift box from the left and handed it to Irina. It looks delicious. Yoshino Yuaki couldn't help but said to Sakaki Ryoko next to her. Not only delicious, but also very expensive. Sakaki Ryoko rolled her eyes, but I always feel something is wrong. Given their relationship, it would be good if they didn't make sarcastic remarks when they met, so how could they give each other black truffle chocolates that are very expensive? Thank you. Irina took it casually, and then handed it to Hisako. Alice shook her head calmly, then smiled and said, Hisako, don't you want to try it? This is a gift I prepared specifically for you. Her tone was still so cheerful. Looking at Alice's smile, Naoto Hisako was a little surprised. Alice often said provocative words to Irina, but now she was so polite and attentive to Irina. She was a little suspicious. However, in order to help the two of them ease the relationship, she whispered, it's Alice's intention anyway, so I'll eat some. Irina was also a little confused, but she nodded slightly. Hisako thanked Alice, carefully opened the package, picked up the black truffle chocolate inside, and ate a piece. As soon as she put it in her mouth, she felt something was wrong. It was so salty. And there was the stench of dried salted fish. She almost vomited, and it took her a long time to hold it back. Is this a trap set by Alice? It feels like chocolate made from dried salted fish, and there is no other taste except salty and bitter. Hisako tried to hold back the urge to vomit, and roared madly in her heart, sure enough, this woman would never reconcile with Miss Irina, and now she is simply here for revenge. Irina glanced at Hisako next to her with her peripheral vision, and then took the chocolate and touched it slightly with the tip of her tongue. Her expression suddenly changed and she looked up at Alice, only to find that Alice seemed to have some amusement in her eyes. Is it delicious? This is specially prepared for my cousin to take care of Yang Ming-jun. Alice couldn't help laughing. Seeing Alice's expression, Irina finally couldn't help but speak. She looked down at Alice, looking at her cousin seriously, even almost harshly. What do you want to do? Alice still had a faint smile on her face. I'm just giving you a gift to thank you for taking care of Yang Ming-jun. My care for him. Irina shouted, although she could lower her voice, but the jealousy in her tone was clearly conveyed to the other party. My relationship with him is not something a little girl like you can interfere with. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you were so close to Yang Ming a few days ago. Alice did not answer this topic, but turned her face away with disdain. Yang Ming is just your tutor, why don't you let me interfere? Is being unreasonable the Queen's style? Chapter 999 Strict Sagong. Alice did not answer this topic, but turned her face away with disdain. Yang Ming is just your tutor, why don't you let me interfere? Is being unreasonable the Queen's style? It seemed that because of the word tutor, Irina was speechless for a moment, and a blush flashed across her face, but it was suppressed immediately. You don't need to worry about these things. I have already given your gift and now I have to take the test. After saying that, without giving Alice a chance to answer, Irina turned around, and behind her, Hisako was still holding the exquisite chocolate, with a bitter face. She threw the chocolate aside and started cooking. This matter came to an end as an episode. The next morning. Today is the first day of the residential training. After 3 days, Yang Ming dragged Tianzuo Hui, who was almost unable to get out of bed, all the way to the hotel bus. Yang Ming, can you let me lean on you to sleep for a while? The cold wind blowing from the window did not wake Tianzuo Hui up at all. Her eyes were hazy and she couldn't stop the sleepiness. Okay. Yang Ming, who was sitting next to her, lowered his shoulders a little bit so that Tianzuo Hui could lean on him more comfortably. Why are you all bones? You don't feel comfortable at all. Tianzuo Hui muttered dissatisfiedly. Do you blame him for this? Yang Ming's face twitched. If you feel uncomfortable, you can lean on the wall. I don't want to, it's better to lean on the bones. Finally adjusted to a suitable position, Tianzuo Hui closed her eyes at ease. What time did you go to bed last night? Yang Ming asked, looking at the girl's dark circles. Last night? Maybe 3 o'clock? Or 4 o'clock? I don't remember. What did you do? Playing cards. Yoshino Yuaki wanted to leave after winning. How could it be so easy? In the end, I didn't win back. Tadakuro's voice became smaller and smaller, and it seemed that she was asleep. You. Seeing Tadakuro's eyes closed, Yang Ming didn't continue. If it weren't for Tadakuro's team member this morning, Yang Ming didn't want to be with her. The entire Totsuki resort is composed of different parts, occupying the entire mountain area. The hotel they live in is located in the center of the resort, and the location of the subject they are going to today is close to the edge of the mountain. The bus drove for nearly an hour and arrived at the destination at nearly 9 o'clock. Wake up, we're here. The classmates around him had almost left. Yang Ming tried to wake up Tadakuro, who was sleeping soundly. After calling him more than a dozen times without success, he couldn't help but poke Tadakuro's cheek. Stop poking, I'm awake. After waking up, Hui Tanosuke still felt that she couldn't open her eyes at all. Can I take a leave for this project? It turned out that I shouldn't stay up late. Take a leave. Yang Ming was speechless when faced with this question. It seems that someone asked for leave before, but it was not approved. What's going on? Yuanyu is really not humane at all. With a dissatisfied mouth, Hui Tanosuke slowly got off the bus. Is this Yuanyu's fault? It's obviously you guys who played cards too late last night. Yang Ming muttered in his heart. However, he also admired these girls. Everyone was so nervous about the residential study, but they were fine, just like nothing happened, and they lived their life as usual. When they walked into the classroom, it was almost 9 o'clock when the project started, and most of the students had arrived. Yang Ming counted them carefully, and the number of people on the scene was a little less than the previous project 2 days ago. It seems that many people have been expelled. Even though this kind of thing has been happening since she entered school, and she should be used to it, but there is still a little sadness in Tanaka Hui's heart. Maybe when she goes back, she will see her friends saying goodbye to her. Have you heard? Our guest lecturer today is Shinomiya Kojiro. A student next to him said this to someone. Shinomiya Kojiro? Ah? How can I be so unlucky? When Yang Ming returned to the hotel yesterday, he seemed to have heard Yukihira Soma say that this person named Shinomiya Kojiro eliminated more than 30 students in the first question yesterday. He is the most picky teacher. Unexpectedly, they met him today. It's better to remind Tanaka Hui. Tanaka Hui was still sitting on a chair beside her with her eyes closed. She was busy all day yesterday and played cards all night. This short sleep in the car didn't make her energetic at all. Oh, so. When Megami Tadakuro heard Yang Ming say that the instructor this time was Shinomiya Kojiro and that the difficulty might be a bit high, she didn't react. I'll pay more attention to her situation later. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. Megami Tadakuro in this state really made people feel uneasy. Good morning, everyone. I am Shinomiya, the 79th graduate of Totsuki. Today's task is to ask everyone to make the dishes I specify. Walking in from the main door of the classroom, Shinomiya Kojiro, wearing a white chef's uniform, appeared in front of Megami Tadakuro and Yang Ming. His black-framed eyes reflected his cold eyes and his expression was very serious. His appearance made the already nervous students below even more nervous, and there was nothing they could do about it. If you were one of them, and knew that there were as many as 150 students who were forced to drop out yesterday because they did not meet the standards, and 1/5 of them were due to the person in front of you, you would also worry about your own survival. Have you distributed all the recipes? Shinomiya waited until everyone had a recipe in their hands before continuing. This is a relatively simple recipe that I specially selected from my menu. If you can't even make this dish to my satisfaction, I think Totsuki doesn't need people like you. Simple. How is it simple? Tadakuro Hui heard the voice of the person next to him going crazy after reading the recipe. How can they treat us as first-year students? It's like treating him as a staff member of his own restaurant. Apparently, there are more than one person who feels the same way. 9 Treasures French Vegetable Jelly. This is the name of this dish. French cuisine is one of the 3 major cuisines recognized by the world. It plays an important role in modern European cuisine and is often used as a blueprint for the serving and menu combination of first-class restaurants and hotels. Its delicate taste, delicious sauces, and gorgeous tableware can be called an art. In the traditional French menu, the order of serving dishes is as many as 13, but with the accelerated pace of life, many restaurants have simplified the menu to 3 to 5 dishes, deleting and adjusting a large part of the content. Chapter 1000 Asking Teammates Not to Pit. In the traditional French menu, the order of serving dishes is as many as 13, but with the accelerated pace of life, many restaurants have simplified the menu to 3 to 5 dishes, deleting and adjusting a large part of the content. In the most reduced menu, 13 dishes became 3, namely appetizer, main course and dessert. The recipe that Shinomiya Kojiro gave them was exactly one of the French appetizers. Why do you have to write the recipe in French? Tadakuro Megami barely raised her spirits and looked at the recipe in front of her. It was written in very beautiful handwritten French. Fortunately, she had learned some French about cooking when she was learning French cuisine before, otherwise she would have to ask others now. 9 kinds of vegetables are used. Each vegetable requires different processing methods and heating temperatures. Don't overemphasize the taste of a certain material, and don't cover up the taste of a certain material. Oh, this is really not easy, and compared to what I said above, the most difficult thing is to make the taste of all the materials complement each other. Tadakuro Megami carefully analyzed the entire recipe: zucchini, cucumber, carrot, white asparagus, okra, cauliflower, cabbage, corn shoots and green asparagus. Colorful vegetables are matched together. It should be very beautiful to think about it. By the way, there is one more thing. Seeing that all the students' eyes were directed towards him, Shinomiya Kojiro's face outlined a faint smile. This topic must be divided into groups, and each of you must work together to make a dish, but during the cooking process, team members are prohibited from exchanging information or providing suggestions. The ingredients are behind you, and the time limit is 3 hours. Let's get started. Just like athletes waiting for the starting gun to sound on the field, as soon as the 3 words "let's get started" sounded, the students present rushed to the ingredient area. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. You are the one who should get out of the way. The classmates who used to see each other every day have now become mortal enemies, and even a small bump can turn into a small quarrel. Everyone looked like they were excited, and they wanted to start cooking as soon as they picked the ingredients. Tanaka Hawaii stared blankly at the grand scene in front of her, completely confused. Hey, are you in such a hurry? It seems that there will be no ingredients if you go a little later. Since we can't get through here, let's go there first. Having made up her mind, Tanaka Hawaii turned around and walked towards a place with fewer people. She first selected carrots, cucumbers, and other ingredients, put them back on her own cooking table, and then turned back to the place with the most people at the beginning. If everyone was like me and spread out a little, it wouldn't be so crowded. Tanaka Hawaii walked forward lazily, glanced at the ingredients in the cart carelessly, and was immediately shocked and broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? The cart in front of her should contain the cauliflower needed for this dish. Yes, she admitted that it was cauliflower. But how could it be like this? The cauliflowers in front of her were either oxidized and faded, or a little yellow. What's worse, some of them were damaged during the transportation process or the looting process just now, and they have become incomplete. This is difficult. Tanako's face turned slightly pale. After cooking, this kind of cauliflower will become uglier due to the impurities in it. The so-called appetizer is to pave the way for the main course. If it is too delicious, it will be a bit overwhelming. Its most important feature should be beauty. If the numerous processes of the French menu are compared to an idol group, the appetizer is equivalent to the face of the idol group, allowing guests to be full of expectations for the entire feast from the beginning. The design concept of Juchen French vegetable jelly is the same. It has been continuously improved and tried by Shigong Kojiro. As many materials of different colors as possible are added without overlapping and conflicting the taste of the dishes, and colorful colors are used to arouse people's appetite. The ultimate beauty and just the right taste are the essence of this dish. And using such oxidized or defective, the appearance of the French jelly made from damaged cauliflower will definitely be greatly discounted. What should I do? Tanako Hawaii was really in trouble now. She turned her head and looked at the cooking area. where someone had already started cooking. It's not a good idea to stand here. Take one back first. In the end, Tanako Hui still chose a cauliflower that looked a little better from the pile of remnants, but this one was a little better, and more than half of the area was yellow. What's wrong? Yang Ming had been paying attention to Tanako Hui's movements. Seeing that Tanako Hui, who had not returned for a long time, finally came back with a tray, he asked softly. This. Because Shinomiya Kojiro emphasized that communication was prohibited, Tanako Hui did not dare to speak loudly. She just pointed to the cauliflower that had been oxidized and discolored in the tray and shook her head with difficulty. Is that so? Yang Ming remained calm, as if performing magic, and conjured up a bluish-white cauliflower from his hand, and placed it on Tanaka Hui's cooking table without leaving a trace. Hey! Tanaka Hui stared at Yang Ming with wide eyes, looking stunned. Yang Ming's face tilted slightly, and Tanaka Hui looked closely, and there was another cauliflower on Yang Ming's cooking table. So that's it. He had thought of it a long time ago. Tanaka Hui felt a little warm in her heart. Thank you. Yang Ming read Tanaka Hui's lip language, and he whispered, hurry up. Yet. Yang Ming, who returned to the cooking table, finally felt relieved. He just saw Tanaka Hui walking in other directions and knew that something was wrong. Everyone rushed to that table and crowded it with people for a reason. The cauliflower stored there was the most difficult to handle material among these materials, which was easy to deteriorate and oxidize. It doesn't matter if the other ingredients are taken a little later, but the color and integrity of the cauliflower must be guaranteed. It was too noisy at the time, and he was squeezed in the crowd. He couldn't remind Tanaka Hui, and could only watch Tanaka Hui slowly picking other vegetables. All he could do was to desperately grab 2 cauliflowers from among countless hands. But, so many people were fighting there, how could it be so easy for one person to grab 2? When he squeezed out of the crowd, he found that the side of a cauliflower had been oxidized, but he didn't notice it when he just took it.